comes to my Glentor, to me, my queen in black.
Is coming, and time will spiral into darkness.
Holding back. Psychic shift. Cosmic flame. Turning up the heat. Solo if you dare.
into darkness.
And I was holding back. Psychic shift. Cosmic flame. Turning up the heat.
Follow you dare. Behold the fury of the beast.
You are nothing!
Less than nothing. You mortals have no hope.
After he yawns, another comes to my Glentor. To me, my queen in black.
Null is coming, and time will spiral into darkness.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Marvel Rivals Championship here for EMEA. It is Season 2 Hellfire Gala, and we are here with our finals games leading up to finding out who will be our second team to be joining Ignite for Stage 2, and of course, to find our MRC champions. I am Tencha, joined by the wonderful Leg Day. How you doing, buddy?
Oh, I am excited to get stuck into MRC and see who's going to be joining us for the next stages of Ignite. Tetra, obviously, we've got the mid-season finals to go before that, but this is like, MRC is interesting at the culmination of a season, because this is the collective knowledge that all of our pro teams in Season 2 have put together. This is going to be the last instance of top-tier competitive play on this patch before Phoenix comes in, as we saw earlier, and before like team ups get changed and a couple of numbers get tweaked around as well.
Exactly. We've also got to bear in mind that we are on the standard pick and ban formats, the same one you will be using in all of your games. We'll not be going on to the advanced format that is purely for Ignite, as far as we're aware, at least for this season. We'll see if that changes as the seasons go on, but we have some very exciting games for you. Again, the top cut of Ignite stays in Ignite. Everyone else has to re-qualify, but the teams that didn't qualify will have had to fight their way through the open qualifiers and will have to try and make their way through either via them or MRC. But when they get to that stage 2 of Ignite, they will have the Phoenix Jean Grey available for them. And I hope you don't like Summons Leg Day.
It's a long and winding road, and Tetcha's gonna get there. Yeah, Phoenix is coming in Season 3, and she's very exciting. A hit scan duelist who is going to be able to dominate the battlefield at range, as well as put sparks on their enemies in order to detonate them in the midst of their team. Phoenix is definitely going to be game-changing for a lot of our duelist players, and here in EMEA we have plenty of top-tier hit-scan duelist players. Pokey in particular, I think, is going to be an absolute menace on the Phoenix.
I think you are certainly to be correct. Also available starting a couple days ago, you can get that Captain America, Captain Clintar, and the Future Foundation Spider-Man completing the collection of the Future Foundation. I'm a big fan of this Captain America skin, big fan of just the Venom style in general. We're also getting a lot of these skins in the Battle Pass coming into the next season.
Yeah, the Battle Pass Season 3 is going to have a lot of symbiote themed things. I love the Future Foundation's ability to change colors. It's like two costumes for the price of one. That's usually emote bound. And Spider-Man's is particularly nice as well. That full black suit, it does look very chic, but you can look chic as well for free, Tetcha, simply by watching our esports content here on Twitch, because Ignite Twitch drops are now live, and you can get yourself the Will of Galacta magic costume.
We love the colors, we love the emotes. You can just get so much from this just by watching selected co-streams as well as us on this main broadcast. Just watching for a few hours will get you your hands on these sprays, these nameplates, and then of course if you watch for long enough, the incredible skin magic creeping in a couple games, actually a little bit less than some of the other melee duels. We've actually been seeing more Spider-Man than magic when it comes to these MRC games in particular.
Yeah, Spider-Man's had a couple of moments in the sun. Does often come out as like a last-ditch attempt to try and contest as well. Those web swings are awfully fast for getting over the map, as many of us have been very much aware for a while. But it feels like if you want a premier melee duelist, it tends to be like Wolverine at the top, then you see maybe a touch of Iron Fist, then a little bit of Spider-Man, and then very little magic. But when magic has come out, she has actually been surprisingly effective. I think that the win rate for magic out of all of the melee duelists is actually the highest, despite the lowest the lowest picks.
Here you can see the schedule. This is what the teams have had to fight through to get to this point in the MRC. Starting off in late June, we had the Ignition rounds. These were the early open points of the actual bracket stages. There are, of course, the open qualifiers where teams had to play 10 games to get as many points as possible. And then the teams that didn't make it had to play through closed qualifiers just to get into these Ignition phases. Then it was double elimination all the way up to the points we'll be casting today. The total prize pool, 14.5 grand up for grabs, with 6k of that, one per person, going to the champions for this region.
I believe that prize pool is per region and per platform as well. So console has its own separate prize pool. So the console players, they can earn some dosh from being the best at what they do. And you can also check out all of these games if you want to see a particular one covered in the game under the tournament tab. Is a quick look at our bracket. So if you see a matchup there that you think is particularly interesting, you can jump in to the tournament tab, go to MRC, EMEA, PC. You can jump in, watch the replays, and see exactly how the pros play your favorite heroes.
You can just go see him here. You can see a couple of the teams who've made their way through, including Chemistry and Ascended. If Ascended are able to beat the Uncles in this lower bracket, then they will actually get a rematch versus the team that took them down to this lower bracket, which could be very exciting. But again, they'll have to beat the Uncles to do so, and that is a legendary roster.
Yeah, the uncles really are gonna get some of their licks in, at least against Chemistry and Ascended. It feels like Ascended. It really feels like the game is stratified right now in MRC in EMEA, with Exoblivione being kind of top dogs. It feels like, and then we have Chemistry, then we have Ascended, and then we have uncles and everybody else. But when it comes to MRC, as you start to learn, as you start to download throughout the bracket, like, we've had a day now. There's been time to watch the VODs, to pick up the information on what your opponents are playing, maybe do some pocket and niche counter-stratting if you have the resources or the brains behind you to try and make that work. So perhaps the power ratings that we have for these teams are going to be upended by some triage efforts in the break behind.
We've also got to be looking, like you say, at the breaks between MRC seasons. You've got to be looking at what has happened to these teams. If you were to look at it on the surface level and say, oh, Exoblivione did really well. They got to the lower bracket round 12 in season 1, where they lost to OG. That's a really solid team to lose to. But then you look at the roster and see that the majority of those players, Demon, Nocta, Forever, and Passimo, are no longer with the team and moved on to become Insomnia GG, one of our Ignite teams. So Exoblivione have rebuilt themselves a little bit, keeping just a couple of their initial players. So they've already had to move on a little bit differently, whereas look at the uncles, they've kept fairly similar, but they lost in back at round 10 against Team Peps, another Ignite team.
Yeah, it seems like maybe a slightly unlucky bracket. But trying to make it through MRC Season 1. It is going to be, I believe we're going to be running into our lower bracket semis first, which should be a best of 5 Ascended versus the uncles, and that's going to be hotly contested. We're starting off on a Rocco. Obviously in Ignite we usually start off on a domination map. I believe it's random for the first map here in MRC.
I believe so. I'm not actually 100% sure.
My source is that I made it up.
Or I dreamed it, or I saw it in a dream. But starting off on Araco, like you say, going to be attempting to go for potentially some of these more aggressive holds. This is one of the maps where the first initial push is extremely difficult, but once you break these hold at the spawn doors, then the attackers do have a little advantage due to the fact having that downwards ramp and the ability to wrap around through the upper balcony area. It can be extremely hard to deal with. Look at some of these bans. Human Torch and Punisher getting taken out, with Psylocke joining shortly after. Remember, these are the standard bans. They are banned and saved for both teams.
Solid ban being interesting, especially considering that Suvio is currently on their team, hovering the Lord Psylocke. Don't know if Suvio is going to be picking that one up this time. Well, they're guaranteed to basically not. We'll see if Luna makes it through now, with Loki being banned. Barsong certainly seems to be hoping for that on the side of the uncles. I actually saw Balas play a bit of Black Panther previously as well for the uncles, so I'll be keeping my eye out to see if that particular melee DPS, which seems to be like one of the most popular at the moment after Self on Ego Dev over in North America, showed up against FlyQuest on it, really has entered the public consciousness as a real pocket pick duelist.
It's a little bit scary. It is crazy how we just saw so little of those like big dive melee duelists, and they've started to creep in a little bit as the season has gone on. Like you mentioned, Black Panther has been a little bit of an intimidation, as so far it's been so much domination by Wolverine, which is protected, so there are a couple extra options for these big backline damage dealers and assassins for either team. But it's going to be the Sky that will be targeted here, with Storm being protected and Iron Man being removed.
Interesting that you'd remove Iron Man with the Storm being placed in Maybe. I thought that maybe they'd get rid of the Ultron or something to stop like a more concrete presence in the sky. That Ultron drone, the imperative for mending, can be a real pain when put onto a flyer who can jiggle peek around cover effectively.
Very true. Gives you a lot of poke potential, the ability to just wrap in and out, the ability to heal multiple flyers at once, as we have seen little combos with Ultron joining double flyers in the sky for teams like Low 9, but it's on single Vanguard, and chosen to play a little bit more aggressively with, before it's nerfed in the next patch, the Flame Tornado from the Human Torch and Storm. I say nerf, removed, RIP that combo.
Yeah, I love the Araco music. Have you ever seen that YouTube channel of like the person who plays music with like a bunch of printers and fax machines?
Yes!
I think it's very much that sound font. forget what the channel's called, but it's amazing.
Tony something, I think. I know he
Yeah.
has like a museum of retro technology, which is really cool. But
Yeah.
we are heading into our first map in this best of 5, like you said, with the uncles on the left, Ascended on the right, going to attempt to try and break the spawn hold. They're expecting a bit of a lockdown and such an opening with Squirrel Girl.
All right, Wolverine already discovered. Going to have to quickly dash out of there and indeed use the Feral Leap as well. Has not used their E though, which is their longest cooldown. So, goodbye, Bart Song. Next one managed to grab that one a little bit earlier, getting more value out of a Wolverine right there. Rarely you see a squishy be a primary leap target for a Wolverine, but if you can put him in a pit, it's very effective.
Going in for a dive, trying to get onto the Magneto. The Wolverine has been dominant, especially from Mexon. They have, as far as I could tell, not played a single other character up to this point. They have only played Wolverine, and they haven't been banned out. They're just going in, committing to these hard dives every time, and they're just finding pickups over and over again. But the uncles, they're starting to get a little bit of a hold, holding at the corner here to try and make sure that they don't get iced into this. They do once again take out Magneto and go for the drive back, trying to get away from Emma without being caught out of position.
Oh, Emma got a little bit frisky right there. He gets punished for it, and 2 meters shy of the goal, the Chlora Colossus will be halted, so Arako's going to remain technicized for now as uncles take back the space.
Pushing on in, Magneto just getting caught once again, and it's blown up. Mexon is just having so much freedom on this Wolverine. Getting so many pickups, and you can see Elias going for a bit of a mirror to try and give them some kind of ability to melt through this front line to try and force Emma and force Magneto out of position from ascending.
Yeah, Emma and Magneto making it through the ban phase. A little bit rarer in Ignite, but here, because it's non-mirrored, because it's mirrored ban, everyone's fairly happy to play the strongest frontline currently in the game. Might change as we go into Season 3, but the layup of the game is going to be changing here down to this Eternal Bond. Rex in towards the back, gets knocked out by the Iron Volley. Great play there from the Magneto to take them out of that AoE and make the Cloak and Dagger vulnerable when they thought they could be most aggressive. Big grabs onto the Storm, out of the top. That's going to be next off, following that one up now as the last stand in the back as well. Remember, inside of this invisible boundary, you can drag players out of it using the last stand, and that's going to be the delivery over on the Invisible Woman.
Media M directly on top of the target, picked up by Wolverine. There was a quick teleport out from a couple of the players when they saw that Media M coming on in. Lipton able to escape up to the sky to make sure they weren't caught out of position. But it's continuing on this Squirrel Girl, not swapping off after breaking the initial siege. They are committing hard to this and are getting a lot of damage out, but if not a lot of pickups. That Vicious Hat takes down Ballas, and Ascended continue their push.
Yeah, Ascended really have claimed a little bit of space here. Duplicate Fly moving around the outside, uses a Sonic Seduction, since everyone going elsewhere. And look at this, inside the tiny room, the unbeatable Scroll Tsunami is so difficult to deal with. Softens them all up so that the tenderized meat can be cut through by Logan's adamantine claws.
Touch of healing.
And Ascended will hit point number 1 here, pushing on towards the next objective. As you said, continuing to spread Krakoa's influence across Arako. Storm continuing to siege away from a distance, currently in that speed form, just to make sure that they can quickly evade a roaming Mexon, for example, who might be looking to pick up any delicious targets who might be nearby.
Mexon, or might have an angle here. There's going to be a missed throw lead from both of the Wolverines. There's going to be a slight opening for the Vanguards to move on forward and try and claim this space. Rex has to be careful once again about for right click from a Magneto here. You don't want to be pushed out of your own AoE, but getting deeper into it gives over a curtain of safety. Speaking of curtain, Dark Terror falls over the Uncle's defense from behind. They've wrapped around now to a Flora Colossus instead, forcing Ascended to have to flip the map to try and make something work. Great isolation onto the Storm, body blocking as well. Duplicate Fly is there for the follow-up. Another Terror Cape, and Barsong's isolated outside of the invisible boundary. And while it may be survival for Sue Storm, for the remainder of the Uncles, it could be lacking. Player rate cannot hit what they need to. I believe that's Elias. Didn't get too much off the back of a last stand, and isolated Emma may have gone out a touch too far, got too risky, got too ambitious, and they've been cut by the weight of their ambition.
The uncles drive them back, Ascended sent back to spawn, being forced to regroup. But that's most of the ultimates being used by the uncles. Alive with the final stand, a Mega Hurricane was burned. And suddenly Ascended, they still have a final stand, they have a Kraken Impact, they're about to have Psionic Seduction, meaning that they can try and create an opening, nice painted voltage onto the Storm, and knockback from the Mag Cannon, forcing out that extra shielding from the Guardian Barrier. Wolverine forcing forward Nexon, getting onto Addicted, and will get the pickup. Last stand onto the backline, and they will push their way through, and it's going to be another pickup by Ascended as they crush through the defenses of Uncles.
Great play there from Ascended, really getting some momentum. Litzinex definitely has been a player to look out for in the tier 2 of EMEA. Very proficient on the Winter Soldier.
Making their way forward. Balance back on that Black Panther. We called it right at the start that we might see it creep on in. They're going to try and commit to it. As OR able to get the pickup onto Lipton. Eternal Bond from Rex, trying to set up an opening with Fat, getting the turnaround with the invisible boundary, preventing the push from Ascended, at least for a little bit, as Exxon is forced to back away. Reset, getting onto that backline, wants to try and isolate Magneto, but they need to make sure they have the right angle. That's a big pickup onto Emma, trying to force them back, but there's too much sustain with that Diamond Form, and Meteor into the backline. Yes, the snipe onto close.
That AoE is massive. Must have been charged up quite a bit. Still a little bit of additional follow-up here on the Flora Colossus. And with 30 seconds remaining, Tetra, we're heading into a final fight.
Not much time left. The uncles, they've got the hold, they've got the last stand, they've got the Silent Seduction of their own. Whereas Ascended, they're forced to portal in just to make sure that they can all move in together and to make sure that they get that extra touch. So they're running in with Wolverine, with a Meteor M, ambitious, wrapping around, point blank, blocked out by the shield of Magneto. Forced to go for turnaround, but immediately Elias is getting the pickups as well as the Magneto for the uncles. They drive them back with the resets from Black Panther to close this out, as uncles will get the hold.
Yeah, we wondered if Valas was going to bring out the Black Panther, and indeed it did come through. And when you have forced to move away from that Emma Frost Tetra to get onto a portal, as you said, that means that there's so much freedom for the Black Panther to play with. You're not worried about those carbon crush grabs, and up close you aren't worried about the melee DPS that the Diamond Form Emma can pump out with the spinning kicks and the diamond strikes. And so it was an absolute feast for the Black Panther.
Absolutely resetting all the way through those fights. And how will we see an adjustment for Ascended as they will now move on to the defensive position? Wolverine is working quite well for them, and it's a fantastic map for it on both attack and defense, especially on that first point where you have the do we have a name for the pit yet on that first push point where someone could just get forced off the side?
I don't think there's a colloquial name for the pit yet.
All right, chat, I'll look after the game. Let me know if they give us some suggestions for names for the pit on point 1 of Krakoa. Please, oh, sorry, for Araco. Give us your suggestions. Right now, the uncles preparing for their assault with just a little bit of an armor up, utilizing that Rocket and Penny team up to get that 50 bonus armor from the Penny setup, as opposed to just the 25 from the Rocket Battle Rebirth Beacon.
Thoughts on the Araco? In Araco hole.
I do like the Araco. We'll see what everyone else comes up with.
Chat will have a much better suggestion than I do. Okay, Black Panther already on the prowl right here. Wolverine kind of sniffed them out already. And this flank is going to be... Wow, it's just going he's just walking menacingly. The Black Panther is going to be able to wrap around now. Finds the back line. Needs to get some real effectiveness out of this one. Misses a dash. That's a reset. But still going to be coming through, actually. Spinning kick through the back line. And this back line is actually getting torn apart by the Black Panther. This forces other players to fall through the cracks. Duplica Fly just could not get the healing because they were too busy cross-healing between the strategists on the back.
Pushing on through Ambitious Hat with the zone of the Magneto being forced to back away. As you mentioned, the uncles, they're already pushing on in this Black Panther. While it's not finding the elimination, it is absolutely just dropping health bars too quickly for that Invisible Woman and Luna to keep up with. As such, Ascended forced off the point. You can see Rex moving over to the cloak and dagger just to make sure that they have some kind of quick escape with Dark Force teleport to try and get them out of there. Sorry, they were back the whole time. They're already on charge, but Suvio also nearly charged up with that Fate of Both Worlds. This might give them the turnaround opportunity.
Yeah, the question is, do they want to invest here when they've already taken out the Black Panther? If they can do it cheaply, that's all the better. And stopping this momentum with only an absolute 0 from Suvio to freeze that Black Panther is an absolute coup in terms of economics.
Mexon gets the fight, and that's a good pickup. Any crowd control versus Black Panther is good. It's hard to land is the issue. So getting a pickup onto them before they have the chance to dash away is a massive boon. Mexon dropping a little bit low, play close to the teleporter. Just in case they get targeted down, they have a free get out of jail card.
Okay, rolling up now with the mag, uses the sonic projections up, down into the Araco. I'm afraid that Arts is going to be putting a finish to that one. And finally, Ballas managed to find himself a little bit of blood in the water. The Lunar Snow is fallen on down to the auspices. The Vibranium claws. An attempted grab from the Wolverine goes to Ryan. Now it's Storm's turn to bring down the Omega Hurricane. The Storm of the Century racks through Ascended. And now it's down to the Black Panther to try and chase down the Storm. Not the usual huntress of the weather goddess, but gets it done.
The power of this map, there are so many tunnels and little hidden areas where if you want to try and escape, you have to go through a choke point, which is where Black Panther is going to capitalize. Being able to dive into that backline. Here comes the counter Omega Hurricane from Lipton, trying to just burst through anyone here, trying to get onto that Black Panther, and they will take out Ballas.
All of the resources just going into shutting down this Black Panther. Everyone's a Ballas hater right now, and Fat and Barsong, they're going to be joining them for a little quick chat in the spawn room. A re-strategization, the attempted reset there from the Storm. We have to slowly float down into the Araco is certainly a sad one.
Using the cover there, like they tried to hide, but yeah, they were just taken down too quickly. I love the idea of it's always rough when you have to see a flyer descend to their team and see the retreat coming out.
So
here.
you've chosen doom.
But very slowly. Ambitious Hat moving forward, looking for an opening to try and pick someone up, but quickly teleports away as they don't want to get picked off with an overextension. Arts, nice force physics to shut down Mexon and protect Arts.
Great play there from Fat. This is really what you're looking for from the Invisible Woman to really mitigate the overall impact that the Wolverine has. I believe I just saw a forces try and pull in an Emma Frost, which could be an opening for Mexon. Does not want to try and commit to this though. There's just too many numbers from the uncles here already. It's going to be an all-out battle for the 4 Colossus. Many descending to the low ground for now. Eternal Bond, good to go. Have to be careful going near that pit with the Eternal Bond, of course, as it cannot heal you through. Oh, can't heal you through the Magneto Meteor M either. The perfect shutdown at just the right moment.
Mega Hurricane taking out 2, and this is the Uncles obliterating the defense of Ascended. Portal is coming out. They're going to try and reinforce as fast as possible as that group is moving in. It's not in time. The portal does not reach as the second point will be activated, and now they kind of just have to retreat and reset. Quick swap out from Rex back to that cloak and dagger after using that portal.
The Duplica fight disengaged there. I must go. My people need me. Looking very funny going through the portal, but now this will be decided with 2.5 minutes here on point B. We've seen this incline be an absolute pain to try and fight previously, Tedger. Many a team have been held here. However, the Ember Frost is going to be able to escape using that diamond form, becoming immune to crowd control effects, allowing her to extricate herself to safety.
They try to take control of the upper balcony where they can try and fight the top of this ramp. Have been forced down to the low ground though. Not an ideal place to be, as of course high ground advantage always good. But if you can bring them down to you, that can turn that around. Psionic Seduction is coming in beautifully. But where's the follow-up? Beta both worlds already been utilized to try and keep them going. As Ascended will be backing away, back up the ramp. Bionic Hook pulls in Emma, who's completely diamond form, and back away. Crack an impact at the ready, but no one's dropping low leg down.
Yeah, at the moment the healing is good from the strategist. Invisible Boundary. Got to remember that player 10 is actually outside of it for now, so he's going to be getting most of that healing. In comes the Meteor M, goes wide of the Eternal Bond, and so Rex manages to survive a moment longer. Duplicate Fly has managed to isolate Barsong in the outside. A quick spinning kick sends them into the wall, and that's going to be a defensive masterclass here from Ascended. They've used many of their resources to do it. Ballas is a little bit late to the party. The rain turned up, but we're already inside.
They're holding for the moment. They're able to get away, but the Uncles, their push has been halted at least for the moment. And with less than a minute to go, it is a little bit more difficult for them to make their way back in, especially as they don't have any ultimates yet. They have to wait for another 5% for Luna to charge on up. But they're so far playing pretty safely. Nice and slow with 30 seconds left. They can afford to buy a little bit of extra time. They're going to commit with that Fate of both worlds to push on in. But the team is splitting very far right now.
Yeah, Barson cannot drop down onto that low ground to support the players who are down there because they've got no way of coming back up during that Lunar ultimate. And there's still a battle going in with Mexon and Addicted. In fact, I believe there was a solo last stand happening towards the back. Looks like they may well have been able to bubble themselves up. Elsewhere, it is the Sarlacc Seductor who manages to grab two. It's a messy fight. It's all over the map right now. And the Uncles, they are starting to run out of steam. Only one player remains in a portal as well. Ascended hold just shy of the goal. A portal might come through from Fab, but it's a touch too late. And that's going to be a hold from Ascended.
Nicely done. Ascended take map number 1. The Uncles just unable to break that defense. They have one of the highest pedigrees of the teams in these matchups here. But that was a very strong performance. Ascended, who we actually know the least about in our research before this. We've only found a little bit of information about the players here. They have managed to pull off a pretty big win here over the Uncles in game number 1.
Yeah, impressive stuff coming through. And, well, I think the Duplicate Fly got a lot done on the Emma Frost. Got some good output there as well. Lipton X, of course, having swapped over to the Strange at the end for the portal. You can see they're actually pumping out so much damage on the Winter Soldier. Must have been some excellent accuracy. We saw some good hooks to try and set things up as well. It feels like forced relocation, like the Barnet Cook and the Feral Leap, is one of the most powerful things in any hero shooter. So when you've got both the Bucky and the Wolverine available, that's a hard DPS combo to beat.
Some of the hardest crowd control that isn't named the thing in this game. You can really just keep people locked down for so long. You can get people out of position, like you say, which is of course more of the Winter Soldier and the Wolverine thing. And it's not even just about getting people off of the map through the what did you name it again?
The Arachol.
The Arachol. It's not about getting them off, but if you can isolate a Magneto, if you can get onto a backline especially, then it's just such a different game, especially if you can catch someone like a Cloak and Dagger who's just used their ultimate, or an Invisible Woman who's just used their ultimate, where if you take them out, the ultimate disappears. It could be a massive changer when it comes to these team fights.
Absolutely brutal. Let's head over to our highlights and see just how it all went down. Lipton X going to be featured very heavily in those after playing a lot of the Winter Soldier. It reminds me of the last MRC. At the end of Season 1, MRC definitely came down to which team has the better Winter Soldier. Back then, it was Etsu versus Sparker. Now it's Lipton X who's taking up the mantle. We'll see how they do against some of our teams like Chemistry and Exoblivione, who I believe are waiting deeper into the bracket. Uncle, though, they still have a little bit of runway in this series. It's best of 5.
Yes, they do. Plenty of opportunity for them to try and make their way back into this. And you already mentioned chemistry, and of course, Exoblivione. We know that they have had an incredible run through this tournament. Like we mentioned, they've had a little bit of roster changes since the last season of MRC. And we're going to be heading to a quick break before we jump into that next matchup. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more after this short break. And check out that new Hela skin. It's exciting.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are standing up for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through sun walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, pushing across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And when I know more, then now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and faith. New days smiling for the past and future. Break the chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through sun walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you.
After he yawns, another comes to my Glentor. To me, my queen in black.
Null is coming, and time will spiral into darkness.
Surprise! Ascended tripled their score and 3-0'd the uncle. So we're dropping straight into our best of 7 losers final. It's going to be Chemistry going up against Ascended. I believe Chemistry fell down here after getting 3-0'd by Exoblivione up in the winners bracket final.
And as such, we're going to be seeing an extremely exciting matchup, but also we have a little bit of course, statistic updates when it comes to that. With Chemistry being down here in this lower bracket, we have not only our first grand finalist in the form of Exoblivione, but also our first qualifier for Ignite Stage 2 to join up with the top cut teams that are already there.
Yeah, very exciting times for Exoblivione. They did narrowly miss out on qualifying for Ignite Stage 1. Got a bit of an unlucky bracket, but in the end, like, winning is winning, right? Sometimes winning's got to be everything, and currently Oblivion are doing plenty of that here down in MRC. They've been putting in the effort to make themselves viable for Stage 2 of Ignite, and it's paid off. But now, one of our teams will also be able to join us in Ignite Stage 2 for EMEA, and it's got to be one of these two. It's going to be a best of 7 to punch their ticket to the big league, Thatcher.
Some big, long games coming up for you. We have plenty of opportunities for these teams to make some comebacks here. Will they be able to do it as successful as a matchup as Oblivion, who so far from quarterfinals onwards have dropped one map, and that is in those quarterfinals versus Unit X, who are already out. So there is quite a big fight coming in here for these teams to try and do as well. Chemistry, they 3-0'd CCL, 3-1 Ascended, and then of course got 3-1 by Oblivion, whereas Ascended, having to fight through that lower bracket, thanks to Chemistry, were able to 3-0 Chrono Team and then 3-0 the Uncles. So both these teams are on a bit of a roll, but that roll has been stopped for Chemistry.
Yeah, the roll was thoroughly put to bed on an Araco, if I remember correctly, from the winners finals. Chemistry couldn't make it past the first point. They were very thoroughly shut down by Oblivion as we now head in towards our ban phase here for our first map of a best of 7. It's going to be the Spider Islands.
Let's find out where these teams can go. Rex is currently hovering at a Black Widow, but I don't think we'll be seeing that drop into the game if I had to make a prediction. But we will see. Ambitious Hat has actually disconnected, but they have a little bit of time while this draft phase goes on to make their way back in. And luckily, they're not the person who is doing the banning, so could be worse.
Yeah, the flag you see next to the names of Halo and Duplicate Fly mean that they are the designated banner. Of course, we are doing regular tournament bans here. And for those of you who don't recognize these, because you're only playing comp, there are protects as well as bans here. And it's kind of a snake draft where one team is going to ban, the other team's going to ban, and then protect, and then there's a protect and a ban, and, you know, back and forth until all of these bans, which are universal, are done. Neither team can play the Psylocke, neither team can play the Human Torch.
But now no one can ban out the Storm, and no one can ban out the Wolverine. This is how it works, like you have said. So we'll be moving in. The Wolverine, once again, going to be protected, and Ascended will be able to continue the Mexon Wolverine run. He has played it literally every game and literally nothing else. Will we see some adaptation as this goes on? As it was Chemistry who did get the protect here.
Yeah, Chemistry certainly happy to opt into that, or potentially trying to bait in the Wolverine, you know? Like, you know what? If they're going to play the Wolverine, that's fine. We know our way around that. Could have an excellent Sue Storm player who's really on top of those force physics pulls, which we saw momentarily during our previous series. Punisher now going to be taken off, and that's a very quick protect on the Magneto. And now there's a decision to be made. Do you want to allow for the Emma Frost to go through as well?
It's a good question. That combo can be extremely effective. It's a little nerfed with the Psylocke being taken out. We're not going to see any big Psylocke wraparounds with that Emma Frost team up for the one-shot burst. But Magneto is actually an incredibly high damage Vanguard. So having an extra body to do more damage, absorb more damage, is just extremely effective. Ultron will be protected with Storm protected as well. The aerial assault just got a little bit scarier.
Oh, I'm certainly a little bit intimidated here. We did see plenty of the Storm previously. I don't think it was by the successful time. I think Uncle's played quite a bit of Storm after it was protected by Ascended. And they kind of got manhandled by Mexon, constantly getting tackled out of the air. But I believe it's Mexon who's now hovering over on that Storm, unless that is indeed a substitute. I don't think that is a substitute. I think that's the I think that's just Mexon on a different account.
Heroes could make all the
I could be wrong though.
Possibly. I don't know for sure, yeah, because again, we've only been seeing Mexon on one account. It might be a substitute. We'll have to see. Also, Ambitious Hat still has yet to be able to get back into the game, so we'll give our fingers crossed for them. If we look at the Storm players for the individual teams, Lipton has been the one who's played the Storm for Ascended so far in this tournament, whereas for MRC, at least for these upper stages, Henkin has been the Storm player for the side of Chemistry, but not playing it this time, as they are leading on what is currently a triple strategist with Rocket, but I expect that might be just for a little bit of armor on the rollout. and then just a solo Wolverine for the DPS, which is a little bit intimidating here. Henkin in particular has shown to be very powerful in terms of flexibility, and so far throughout these upper bracket games, they have played Storm, Wolverine, Namor, Star-Lord, Black Panther, Iron Fist, Ultron, Jeff, Spider-Man, and the Winter Soldier. They are impossible to ban out.
So a hero ocean.
Yes,
Some might say. Yeah, looks like they're just getting Henkin the additional jump pack here from the rocket. So this first Feral Leap is going to be particularly devious. Already eyes onto the Storm. Usually we're seeing the Storm in this meta be in conjunction with a Punisher. Give that additional damage out and build the Final Judgment a touch faster. But Punisher has been banned out of this particular one. There's Henkin, extra jump. Oh, isn't that fun and fair for all involved? There's the Terror Cape. Where'd the man go? I think he may have duplicated himself using that Sonic Illusion. However, unable to really stand up to the damage that came on through as Alo finishes that one off with the Ice Stars.
Moving on in, then just try and get the pickup early, just get as many isolations as they can. And Twitzy was able to swap back onto that Winter Soldier, like you already mentioned. They just gave that jump pack over to the Wolverine, and now they have once again the double isolation comp that we saw a little bit earlier. The ability to try and force people out, you called it, as they're going into the Omega Hurricane, which is charged so fast, but already with ultimate to get the protection. Storm is taken down by CrossFit.
Yeah, broken down even faster. Rex sees an opportunity. The second strategist out here, the second Eternal Bond grabs out of their own AoE. Great shutdown there by Henkin. Rex never stood a chance getting hit by that Chicxulub Meteor. It's the second elimination for the Rexes from this Earth, unfortunately. Who will let the extinction happen again?
They're pushing on forward, falling a little bit further back to it, making sure that they don't get caught out of position. They have that Kraken impact. No Lokis in this game for those freer resets. They just need to make sure that they time this well. Fate of both worlds can send it up and ready. That could be a bit of a counter. A majestic Wolverine sailed past the screen just a little bit ago. And here comes a very unmajestic Wolverine getting the pickup onto Duplicate Fly.
Yeah, primal intuition right there. That's going to be 2 stuns, 3 even. That was a big final stand there from Henkin, but it does force out Suvia's ultimate. Moving forward now, Terror Cape afflicts multiple members. Where's the Meteor M going to land? Right on the Aegis shield, unfortunately. And once again, it's Henkin from the back. It's always the Feral Leap, exactly where it needs to be. Chemistry. They are finding the openings when they are needed.
Henkin is on fire right now, and they don't even have the Phoenix Force buff yet, as they're just getting so many pickups with this Wolverine. Twitzy just kind of hanging out, hasn't really had to land that many bionic hooks yet, as they're just pinging in shots from a distance. Storm already charged back up though with another Omega Hurricane. They have Eternal Bond, which is gonna be burned, but with Ambitious Hat already taken down. They've lost a barrier to protect against the immediate end, and it comes on in. Last stand to take out Fucker, removing the trail. Kraken impact for the commitment for Omega Hurricane, cruising on through, and finally Ascended have created an opening. They crack through chemistry, and they're making their way forward.
Ah, quite the windstorm. These Wolverines are really dictating the flow of the game. I don't know about you, Tetra, but I'm so excited for this character to get even more powerful in Season 3. Gonna be a quick portal through.
It's going to be pretty strong with that Phoenix Force giving an extra buff of damage AoE. It's going to be so rough to deal with. We're probably going to be seeing quite a few bans. And that is going to be Twitzy, who moved off that Winter Soldier so they can get the portal back in for this last hold, getting absolutely juggled by the EMEA. As Duplicate Fly takes out Henkin. Alo falls and Ascended have full momentum going on here. They're just starting to get pickup after pickup. A Bucker has bought some extra time with that Eternal Bond, but it's going to be expiring very shortly. And with Duplicate Fly still holding the point, they're just slowly whittling down chemistry.
Just gets walked on down there. Unfortunately, Alo did not have great discipline in staying inside the Eternal Bond AoE, and so was easily dispatched, even while they're almost active. Still is going to try and sustain their own life here by using the Fate of Both Worlds. A quick damage boost means that Henson can pick up 2 and a third here from CrossFit. And while it might be a good Feral Leap coming through from Lipton, the damage has already been done. An Omega Hurricane spotted from across the way, and healing windows are distributed. The Light Force holds throughout the weather. The Umbrella has been dictated, and even with a a big last stand coming through from Lipton. The damage simply isn't there. The people may be there. The portal opened up. There is some sustainability on the point coming through from the Fate of Both Worlds of Valuna. Rex spotted in the back, and it's an all-in dive towards the back line now. The Starlord came back rather quickly. Rex almost falling off the map, but playing a risky game and getting a big prize for it now. Managing to fade away from the Feral Leap of the Wolverine. Back into the AoE that so readily sustains, and Henkins fall off the map. In all of the excitement, it was too much for him. He fell off the stair lift.
And Ascended break the line here. Chemistry. They swapped to the fastest rotation characters they could. They brought out Venom, they brought out Star-Lord. They'd already portaled, so they just kind of had to commit to anything to get back to the point, and they got one almost full team wipe, but Ascended were able to delay long enough for one quick portal play, meaning that they could stick to almost entirely their own preferred setup, allowing them to take that fight, use the ultimates that they still had charged up, and they have broken point one. But with only 2 minutes left on the clock, they now have to make it all the way through. Sound Instruction's going to be coming in by Edis, blocking out a lot of that setup. They just can't seem to catch anyone. They get Wolverine, but Lipton is already in full retreat.
Yeah, Lipton forced to back away for now, playing inside that bubble of light force. Oh, CrossFit frozen out. And now there's a good angle for the Storm around the outside. Twisty forced to disengage. A Mega Hurricane can hit from the back. The Eternal Bond has already been used. And so it's all about playing outside of those areas. Towards the back goes Henkin. Yeah, they're going to be slowed down here by the Omega level Mutant, but I think the damage has been done, and Chemistry are going to be very happy to wait for Henkin to come on back.
Storm heading up to the high ground, looking for a couple early pickups, actually moving silently. Looking for a bit of an early flank blow up here. Going in from above. Here comes the lightning for the shock as Lettis forced off the side by Lipton. That's the last stand. Huge time to take out Halo as Lipton is committing everything to this strike. They get Twinsie, and this is a massive blow up coming in as Ascended continue their momentum, held at the first corner for the majority of that early point, and they're suddenly looking unstoppable.
Yeah, suddenly it's all about that momentum. It's going to be Henkin from the back, getting a big play off the back of the Feral Leap. And isolation onto a Storm would not go amiss. That aura being out of play early could be huge, but you're just as keen to get the Magneto, and indeed Ambitious Hat is sent into the midst of the team. It's going to be a Meteor Rem try and shut down the remainder of this, and that's going to be the Luna falling down, unable to be sustained by the Eternal Bond, but the Eternal Bond will stay up, and that means Duplicate Fly has all that they need to keep up on this. And now Lettis isolated, overwhelmed. The melee damage cuts through the barriers. Last stand in towards the back. 3 players are dragged on in, and while Henkin has ambitions of his own, it's going to come down to just the duelists to try and make this one work. They don't have the space nor the meat to sustain, and Ascended make it the third.
Soviu arrives back just in time to Fate of Both Worlds to keep Lipton going through that fight and allow Ascended to grab point number 2. Heading now up the stairs into that Spider Temple to try and get the pickup. CrossFit forced off the side. They're trying to burn off through them with a percentage damage. Crystal Kick comes on out, but CrossFit just cannot get away in time. Lipton just completely flipping this game around, is finding isolation after isolation right now.
Super smart pin, by the way. Making sure that no matter where CrossFit went, they wouldn't be able to find LOS from their strategist rolling in with the Omega Hurricane, already trying to tax those resources. The Eternal Bond is the chosen answer from the side of Chemistry, and the Storm doesn't want to stick around. They are vulnerable within that Hurricane, of course, can be burst on down. A quick disengage to get away from the Eternal Bond, but the disengage is not going to be so good for Lettis, who gets isolated once again, grabbed there possibly by a Winter Soldier, but no, it's Winter Soldier on the other side that's making it. What are you doing down here? Lettis has been isolated again. Maybe some bullying going on with some forced relocations. Does manage to back out in the midst of all of this too, as Lipton once again looking for a brand new pin over on to the Lunar Snow. It's ideal inside the Eternal Bond. It does some damage as well, and well, the damage certainly is piling up now for Ascended. They break through Chemistry, and Twisty trying to make it work with so little HP. To 19 remaining, even with the resets, it's not going to be enough. It's going to be a last second touch potentially coming through from the Iron Fist, waiting out Alpha Dragon's defense, and you can't defend against the Wolverine, but you can at least try and heal for it. And that's what you're going to do here with Balloonist. No ambitious hack. Can they try and shut down the fate of both worlds? Nowhere to miss elsewhere. Lipton has a brand new passive to try and work with here in overtime. Might well be a return from the back of the portal. And isolation onto the Spider-Man. Oh, great timing on the seduction. Meant that the Spider-Man could not use the web swing at the moment. It was most needed, Tetra.
But they're buying time. They bought a couple extra seconds with just a sliver of overtime left. Henkin charged up on that Iron Fist. Here's the living chi to try and melt through with that percentage damage. The portal is still allowing the reinforcements. Ambitious comes in on the thing to try and buy every extra second. But Henkin is leaving no survivors. They melt through with that percentage damage. And Chemistry will barely get the hold. 2 points, 110 meters, 69 centimeters. What a hold! But that means this is going to prevent overtime if Chemistry can push on in themselves.
That was actually that was a crazy turnaround there from the side of Chemistry. What a performance from Henkin. I'm so surprised that Henkin managed to build up a living chi in such a concentrated fight. Yeah, that was bloody wild, man. And Alo being able to survive the Meteor M, I feel like Ambitious. I hate to like zoom in on one player, but I feel like Ambitious should have been able to take down that fate of both worlds with the Meteor M. Most of the overhealth had already been shaved off for Luna. Wasn't able to get too much value off the back of it. And of course, while you're channeling that Meteor M, while you are eating up a bunch of poke that's coming through as well, your damage output is not constant because you can't fire the Iron Volley nor the Mag Cannon while you're floating up in the air imperiously.
You're absorbing some people's damage, but there's a lot of people here whose damage you can't absorb. You can't absorb EMEA, for example, because they are a beam ability, which is not absorbed. You certainly can't absorb Wolverine, despite it being canonically accurate. Wolverine should be something that
become part of a Meteor M.
You know what? You know what? Give me that team up in the future. Give me the option. Give that like Wolverine pickup for like ult or thing. But it's when Magneto ults, you have the option to dive into it.
That would certainly give Vanguard some recourse to try and deal with the Wolverine. Speaking of Wolverine being dealt with, the entry here has been thoroughly taxed. Twitzy takes down Lipton before they can really get too much done at the beginning. The Magneto's a touch too far up. I think this may just be already calling for a reset. But the remainder of the team actually not as committed to it. This may cause some staggers here, Tetra. They needed to be a lot more complete with how they were going to try playing this one. Finally, Rex gets the message, goes over to start stalling Cart. Suvio has been staggered elsewhere. The question is, will the Storm be able to get away? Seems like it's going to be the case.
Portal coming back, reinforcement. We've seen this before, but usually it's we hold for as long as possible and then we portal in. This is, whoops, we're all gone. Let's reinforce and have another go to try and hold this at this first point. And it is very successful as Duplicate Fly gets the double, but there's a counter double coming in from the members of Chemistry as they're able to get onto Rex and that Storm. Ambitious is trying to chase Flyers up in the air as Twitzy is flanking from the side, melting on through another Storm reinforcement here. And in the meantime, big surprise, Henkin is an absolute blender.
Yeah, Henkin's just tearing through them. And of course, Twitzy, they can just handle their threats first, look at who can actually threaten them up in the sky, and then just reign over everything else once all of those have been eliminated. A new invincible pulse cannon's ready to go. You could use to try and shut down a strategist ultimate if we had some. Dinkelberg.
I understood that.
That one's just for us.
That's just for us. Back and keeping the team topped up, making sure that everyone is safe. Here comes a turnaround from Lipton on the Wolverine, and they are able to set up beautifully. The pulse cannon does get wrecked, able to get the pickup, but it was not through an ultimate. It was just through a singular blow-up to try and make sure that they can take this fight. Sieging in from above, and you are thinking the health bar of Ascended just getting whipped down over and over again. Unibeam for the finishing blow, and this Iron Man is working fantastically. They're even going for a zone here.
Yeah, the armor overdrive really brought so much damage from that Unibeam. Was so hard to try and deal with. Of course, there's not like a classic hit scan. The aerial dueling of Storm, I think, leaves a little bit to be desired as well, even though she doesn't suffer from damage drop off. Oh, an emote? Yes. Aura farm.
No!
And, well, goodbye to the pagoda. The site of our aura farm has been desecrated.
Better than my mutant power.
The holy sight has been ruined. Oh, so close. Going in for the feral leap to try and grab Iron Man out the air. Has to boost away. Eternal Bond has to be used here by Rex into a building. As everything is just getting dropped from side to side, Henkin is able to get the pickup on Dasumio, whereas Chemistry are starting to get a turnaround here. They're starting to continue this momentum as Ascended, who were able to get a little bit of a hold earlier, are just collapsing as Chemistry are making pretty solid time.
Yeah, and now the question is for Ascended, like, do you start using these ultimates and swapping up the compositions to adjust to the Iron Man? It feels like Twitzy is just getting so much done right now. And Lipton, they might be the dedicated. Yeah, there it is. Moving over to Winter Soldier with Twisted Voltage or Tainted Voltage could be everything you need to try and knock him out of the sky. So now Twitzy going to play a little bit lower, down to the ground, play a little bit more like a classic duelist, up to the sky with the Meteor M. You want to try and shut down that cloak and dagger. Lipton went atop all of the shielding. I think they must have Troopers fisted upwards and they got punished for it. Caught in mid-air. CrossFit does not have the HP to survive a Sonic Seduction, and everyone else going to be able to survive on here. Moving into the Eternal Bond straight towards the back. Buck is going to be able to get a Terror Cape here, and Suvio going to have trouble standing up to this one. That's going to basically be a full capture here, or at least a second capture coming through from Chemistry. They're so close to the goal, and Ascended have no one there to contest it.
Lipton with the bodyguard there, just diving in front of that Meteor M. But in the meantime, Twitzy, with that Invincible Pulse Cannon, just spots an Omega Hurricane and says, absolutely not. I'm Iron Man. You think I can't solve the weather? I'm one of the smartest people on the planet. They blow that up. They push on in, and already it's down to a game of distance. 17 meters down out of 110. And Ascended, they are starting to adjust. They have their own Iron Man. They have that with the Soldier. They're starting to build up these ultimates, but they are still a little bit behind us already. Psionic Seduction for CrossFit. We have Invincible Pulse Cannon for Twitzy, and already a Last Stand and a Fate of Both Worlds. They have everything set up to just cruise on in. It's a quad, and Ascended are continuing to melt one by one. Magneto was finished off as they tried to clone out of there, and it is just Chemistry with a complete lockdown into anything Ascended are trying.
I feel like Henkin's was a little bit gratuitous though. Didn't really get that much. Already the damage has been done. That's one less tool that's going to be available now to try and break this last point where it is going to be the most attrition favored. However, in comes the Invincible Pulse Gun. Everyone manages to move away, but now the damage will rain on down once again from Twisty. Fresh missile barrage gets knocked down by the Tainted Voltage, and now the mid-air duels are going to be a little bit more even. Hello from the back. Invincible Pulse Cannon. Quick right click comes through. Great heads-up play from Barker to save the remainder of the team from the sussy ultimate that was incoming. Dubika Fly gets multiple players kicked into the wall, and they're all afflicted with the Terror Cape as well. A quick mind control onto Logan, but only eyes for Jean Grey right now. Rexing towards the back with the Eternal Bond is going to be able to clear away some space, but Terror Cape has gone awry. A little bit of a waste to put it onto just the Iron Man, knowing how evasive he can be. Ambitious, wondering if they need to pop the Meteor M. Indeed, the call is heard. So far away, though, an Invincible Pulse Cannon, I think, might have been actually CC'd out. No, Rex gets taken out by it. It was let fly before the Iron Man was punished for such audacious gameplay. The portal around the back, and suddenly there's a Doctor Strange in your face that you were unexpecting. CrossFit arrives at the moment when they're most needed, and that's going to be a full completion from the side of Chemistry.
Nicely done. They push on in. They had Wolverine on the front line. They were able to flank around and just get such a closeout. Being able to just melt through that Emma Frost with percentage damage from Wolverine, one of the 2 percentage damages we have left in the game, combined, of course, with the Iron Fist, who we have also now seen an appearance from, so we're getting all our percentage damage characters into the game so far. The ability to melt through those front lines is invaluable when you're trying to break these sieges, and, of course, the Wolverine ability to, as you called in game number 1 of the games we've cast so far, if you can take someone off the point, they're not holding the point anymore. And that is why Wolverine can just be so powerful in this kind of setup.
Yeah, and we've often seen Henkin get real value out of the relocation into their own team as well. It seems like Henkin often has the angle to make sure that Ambitious Hat is landing in the middle of 6 people and is about to have a very fun time as a Magneto. Jump into our highlights here. And we'll be able to see how things went down once again. Big shout out here to Alo as well. Big stats, 50k healing on the Luna.
This Storm doing so well is what forced out. You called it earlier, and I really want to go back to it because it was such a good point you brought up. of Storm being a projectile-based flyer. In terms of being able to duel people in the air, they have a hit scan, which is that lightning strike, and the ability to, of course, if anyone gets close enough, try and shock them. But against a Una-beaming Iron Man, it is so much more of a consistent mid-air dueling potential, which you can see there, and of course that invisible pulse cannon onto the Omega Hurricane on that very last clip we saw. Iron Man has a lot of tools when it comes to actually dealing with Storm.
Ezra, is there anything more American than nuking a tornado into submission? we can fix the weather. I can fix this. The problem solver Tony Stark definitely showing his face over here, and it feels like Iron Man has been quite popular over in North America. We've had the occasional fly over to it in EMEA's Ignite, particularly from Knudsen, but it's good to see it getting some real value, especially without the Ultron. Usually it's used alongside the Ultron to unlock that nano beam with the Stark directive team up, I believe it's called. And of course, Squirrel Girl's being added to that in season 3, so get hyped for the Squirrel piloted missile, where the Squirrel does safely bail out. I've checked the animation. However, it seems like Chemistry coming in strong to this one, but it is a first to fall, best of 7, Tetra. There's a lot of runway to this series to try and download the opponent.
So many opportunities for turnarounds. So far in their previous matchups, I've already mentioned, it was a 3-0. But Ascended, they got so close to getting that triple cap in that first setup here, so they were able to turn around and get really close. We're going to be heading to a break. We'll see if Ascended can get the turnaround, or if we will see Chemistry continue to extend their lead. Don't go anywhere.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows moving, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rifts winters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and faith. New days smiling for the past and future. Break the chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rifts winters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands.
Class is in session. Get your science textbooks as chemistry are taking the lead in this series. But Ascended will be looking to try and make their way back in, yet to take a game off of chemistry, but they have showed great potential, nearly getting all the way to the triple cap on that first map.
Yeah, it was a very impressive turnaround of momentum as well, considering how they got stymied very early on first point and really had their troubles trying to get past that defensive bulwark. Still, chemistry, it feels like they have consistent excellence when it comes to these fights. They often have an ability to clutch from behind in terms of numbers as well, like we saw on the initial portal engage on the recontest. On first, 2 players instantly got fragged, I believe, by Duplicafly in the diamond form, and chemistry still managed to just absolutely dogfight their way out of there off the back of some superior mechanics.
Purely out of just maximum sustain and mechanics, just being able to turn around after getting blown up by, like you said, a very aggressive AMER move out when you've got a load of people grouped up. That crystal kick, you can land them into a wall, and on a map like that, that first corner in between the 2 buildings where everyone tries to hold for those initial points, it can be very rough to fight in that area when you actually have to stand onto the objective. Looks like we're going to be heading into our second map of the game. It's going to be Domination, with Hell's Heaven being our next option. Let's see if chemistry can continue to extend that lead, or if Ascended will be making their way back in to even up the score. This is a best of 7, so there's plenty of time to do so.
Yeah, it's a very different approach when you're going up to when you're going over to Hell's Heaven, and it's no surprise that Psylocke is going to be banned first here. Psylocke and Captain America, one of the most popular compositions for this particular map. It's also one of the best maps for Black Panther as well. I don't know if we've got any prolific Black Panther players between these 2 teams. Obviously, we pointed out one earlier on Uncles, but I'm not sure if that's going to be the case again.
Henkin has played it, but in terms of regularity, it's not high. They've also played Spider-Man as well, which, if that tells you about quick swaps to try and solve problems as opposed to preferences, although chemistry might be telegraphing the potential Spider-Man at this rate, as everyone is hovering Spider-Man, that, or they're just big Spider fans, and who can blame them?
All right, we've got an early protector onto the Punisher. I believe this was the second ban of Ascended last time around. And with Punisher being picked, that means that Magneto is also a must pick. You need that Meteorium to try and shut down the final judgment, as well as generally move into areas that the Punisher controls. That culling turret can be very punishing. No surprise that it is going to be getting nerfed heading into Season 3.
Very true, although the Punisher hasn't been picked yet by chemistry leading up to this, at least in these upper bracket stages, with their main damages being Winter Soldiers, Human Torches, stuff like that, as of recently Iron Man and a fair amount of Wolverine. So getting that protect early does show them a little bit of flexibility, but also there are a couple things that they played last game that we haven't seen them picking, with Barker being forced off of the Loki for the first time, and there is a target ban on the Iron Man, despite the fact that chemistry would want to bring it out first.
Well, Mexon's back in, so maybe Mexon is a greater Iron Man than the player we saw previously, whose name I will not be attempting. As when you attempt that as a British person, it's always going to sound very wrong. But Twisty did put up a good performance on the Iron Man, so I'm surprised to see it banned, but maybe Twisty has their own Punisher to bring out here, which would not be too surprising. And doesn't want to give too many options to try and deal with that Ultron up in the air. We haven't actually seen any Ultron yet from Ascended in the matches we've cast, despite it being constantly protected.
Very interesting. Ascended, they have, like you said, not really shown any Ultrons so far, but there's a chance they are going to try something a little bit more aerial, as we did see them storm last time. But again, Mexon coming back in exchange, who has so far only really played Wolverine, is a bit of a different mix-up for the
Pick
team.
your
And
hero.
finally, with
Or
Wolverine
villain,
taken out
I'm not
by
judging.
Ascended for the first time, Mexon's going to be forced to play something else. And that's some flexibility. Barker, though, will be able to go back onto their comfort pick of the Loki that's been picked up basically every game so far. I'm just curious. I need to add something to my Mexon database so far. What is going to sit next to Wolverine?
Yeah, what does Mexon play as well as the Wolverine? And now the Iron Man pick makes a little bit more sense when it comes to banning that one out, because Henkin's going to be moving over to the Storm. And as we found out very unceremoniously over on Spider Islands, Iron Man does not play well with Storm.
They can duel quite well. Well, we're going to have to wait a little bit longer to see what Mexon will be playing, as unfortunately, they're suffering a similar issue to yesterday, where they did have a little bit of a connection issue. Always a danger when you have online games. Halo starting us off on the Jeff, but will likely not make it out of board. This will be for a speed boost to get the team out of base. Although with the Storm in play, who knows? Jeff Nado's still in the game for now. There is still a chance.
I believe that Envy did actually play a lot of Jeff Nado on Hell's Heaven when that team up did manage to come in season 2.5. Oh, Halo is probably just going to throw out those and then go over to the Luna, because you don't want to be copying It's Jeff, you know, if you've got a mischief. That is not the ideal setup. And, well, unfortunately, Mixon is still disconnected. True. Big peel, baby, big peel.
This is the big brain plays you can hear from casters who aren't into pro games for a good reason. As they're seeing the culling turret set up on the high ground to siege down, try and create a little bit of space for Unitary. They get ascended, having to move in a little bit slower due to the fact they are down a player.
Gosh, that damage is disgusting. Already forcing out regeneration domains, by the way. There's a triage cooldown that's not going to be available when the fight becomes proper. Cumister actually gets a free capture of the objective. And of course, being down one of their duelists to connection issues, this is even more hard for Ascended. But now they've managed to even up the scoreboard of Henkin having fallen down already. Twisty just putting up this frontline damage with the assault rifle. Duplicate Flying have to use almost all of their cooldowns simply to survive. But there it is. God of Mischief into the fate of both worlds. Rolling forward now are Ascended. But Cumister only have to keep one member on the objective to keep it from flipping over at the moment. Playing that disengage, they've left the Magneto to go forward. And now you roll in with the final judgment. The damage could be overwhelming. The fate of both worlds is over. Duplicate Fly cannot stand up to the damage, and Suvio can only flee from the beam that runs them down.
CrossFit fully charged up, absolutely melts through that. They lost Lettuce earlier in that fight, so it looked a little bit rough for Twisty as Ascended just committed. We're not going to get away, so we might as well just try and blow them up. But the healing was just barely enough, dropping down to double digits at one point. but Alo and Baka were able to keep Twitzy alive, and they were able to push on in and set themselves up to continue this percentage. Already at 62% Ascended. They've got that fate of both worlds. They've got their final judgment. Even without Nexus, they're just going to have to pull the trigger. Good pick.
Oh, wow. Twitzy just did not respond to the rotation in time. Now they've got their own final judgment to try and play with Magnetic Curtain. He's drawn up Meteor and dodged by a drop down. Great play there from Lipton. And now everyone else who remains is going to be subject to the damage coming on through. Omega Hurricane ready to try and come down as well. Fate of both worlds have been deployed by both teams. There's plenty of healing, but now Ascended are all out of dance moves, and they're all being kicked from the disco by the Storm as Chemistry managed to decimate Ascended.
Chemistry, 95, 96. No one on Ascended even swapping to that Doctor Strange. They want to preserve at least some of their ult charge. That is going to be round number 1 of map number 2, going over to Chemistry as they look to continue to extend their lead, looking very strong so far. But of course, we do have that unfortunate disconnect. Mexon will have to see if they can make their way back in for this second round to try and turn this round.
Yeah, it turns out that it's quite difficult to win a 5 versus 6. I know most of my comp games are indeed 5 versus 6 while I'm busy making content. For Ascended, it's certainly an unfortunate scenario considering that they're already 1-0 down. We're hoping that Mexon's infrastructure returns to them in good time, so that maybe they can turn this map around, or it might be time to turn this series around.
When you have been in the 5v6 as I have played in many a 5v7, usually on the side of the 7, as we will see. They're going to try and mix this up with Star-Lord for Lipton. A little bit of mobility to just try and get that extra quicker duelings. See if they can take out Henkin early and even up those fights with those aerial pickups here. Star-Lord, of course, very quick, very mobile, and with invulnerability frames, making them a fantastic character for just trying to contest flyers in the air, with only really the Human Torch being able to take a consistent 1v1 with, of course, those shotgun-like fire clusters.
Bro, what is this Dutch angle crosshair that I'm seeing from Duplicate Fly right now? All right, rolling through now. The culling turret once again is going to be quite troublesome to deal with. Actually, it's not that troublesome because Ascended very astute with their positioning for now. Rolling through. with the Psionic Seduction is going to be able to overwhelm players. Actually grabbed out of that one. Lipton going to try and make it work with the Blaster Barrage. 71% managed to throw it back in terms of limbo after being frozen out for now. Chemistry going to be using the God of Mischief here to have the Fate of Both Worlds active. Barker making sure everyone's got enough healing, but the damage to do to apply once again overwhelming. Ascended might be able to win a 5v6 fight here off the back of some big investments. Still have a Galactic Legend off the back. How did CrossFit end up over there is the question. And that's going to be a capture. Surely in favor of Ascended, indeed it is.
They've actually been able to take a fight here, turning this round Ascended with a 5v6. They're able to clean out Chemistry, take the early fight, utilizing the Star-Lord to great effect. The classic Star-Lord Magneto combo as well, with that Iron Bulwark to set up for a Blaster Barrage. They turn this round in Chemistry, though. They already have a Final Judgment charged up. They nearly have BTM, they nearly have Silent Seduction. This is about to be Ascended being forced into a fight where they're going to be ultimates down in a couple of these cases.
Yeah, it's not exactly going to be even, but it never was when it was a 5 versus 6. Lipton looking for an isolation, shutting down the Omega Hurricane, dodging away from the Magneto as well to not be punished by the Meteor M. Exchanged Meteor M's, get nothing done in terms of final hits, and now it's the dueling ultimates of the Lunar Snows, but the final judgment's going to be the final word for this fight. The damage from Twisty's just too much to compare to, and while a player gets Carbon Crushed, Duplicate Flies offered up as a flesh sacrifice to Franklin Castle in his thirst for justice. Rex quickly cosplays a doppelganger, but you can't get past Frank Castle that easily.
Every ultimate, though, was used by Chemistry. Rex on Ascended does now have that God of Mischief. It's basically the only ultimate in play, at least for the moment. If Ascended wants to try and pull the trigger again with potentially a Fate of Both Worlds clone, Ambitious Hat gets the snipe onto Twisty, evening up this fight as they make their way in and finding a 5 versus 5. Committed Duplicate Fly trying to push on in, trying to take out these Loki clones off the backside of Startled, forced to dash away. Psionic Seduction pulling in Backer and Halo, but they just can't break the line here. Rex with the clone, so they can try and defend with the extra healing. Barker mirroring with their own God of Mischief, but so far Ascended were doing okay until Twitsy arrives back and is telling them to get off his lawn.
Dude, the Carbon Crush holding someone up in front of a shotgun is so brutal. With the Goddess boost coming through from a Storm as well, that's so much damage. Poor Suvio never stood a chance.
They burst on through. Culling turret set on up for the zoning potential. Ascended, they've put themselves in a great position to try and bring this back. 44% to 68 for Chemistry. Numbers advantage, ultimate advantage. They are in a great position to try and close this out. They're about to have Final Judgment, Media M, Sonic Seduction, and Omega Hurricane already simultaneously.
A critical mass of ultimates to achieve an alpha strike. All they need to do is wait for Ascended to try and make their move forward. It's going to be the Fate of Both Worlds to try and sustain everybody. The damage could be overwhelming. You can see Magneto still falling in short order. Lipton doing their best to dodge away, and now it's Hinken's turn. As the dance floor stops, the winds begin. There might still be a shift ready to go here from Rex. Good for crossing, look at that. Unbelievable stuff to keep Rex up from Suvio. Great concentrated healing, but that means that there's none for Lipton, none for Duplicate Fly. They were focused on each other. The strategist always looking out for number 1, number 2, but that does mean the Vanguards are getting number 3 and number 4 priority, and it might be 2 sub-maps here claimed for Chemistry into 2 full maps as well. Of unfortunate 5v6 is converted on.
2-0 for Chemistry, 2 maps away from not just those grand finals at that rematch versus X Oblivion, but a spot in Marvel Rivals Ignite is waiting for them. And Ascended, it's starting to slip through their fingers in an extremely unfortunate way. It is time to rally and potentially unplug and replug in that router.
Might see Mexon subbed out again.
Maybe.
Previously in map 1, we did see that Storm player come in. Maybe that was the answer to Mexon having some connection issues. So we have a look at our stats here. Twisty did put up some numbers, but honestly, it feels like Twisty got caught out quite a few times by the rotations. Maybe that's an informational gap from a team in that culling turret. Your awareness can be a little bit lessened. Maybe the remainder of Chemistry needs to do more to make sure that Twisty is not isolated.
Can't isolate Twitsy. They have all that freedom. Henken with also 6 final hits of their own, also with 15 KOs. they just had full dominance. If you look at the amount of times they were taken out, including, of course, Mexon, because they're an outlier in terms of the statistics here, but CrossFit, Baka, and Alo only got taken out once each. 2 for Lettuce and Henken. Quincy was the target, just trying to make sure that they could get rid of this Punisher, but Punisher was a pretty fast rollout with that zip line. They could reinforce very quickly.
Yeah, it's a lot to deal with, especially on domination as well. You just have to build up those zip lines every time you fall down, you know, so you can get progressively faster returns to the fight when you've got 2 zip lines in a row. It can be difficult to try and deal with. And honestly, when you're down a duelist, it gets even harder. Admittedly, losing a duelist player is probably the easiest one to lose. We often see in the triple compositions that you go down to a single duelist. It tends to be the most replaceable role, as it were. And now 2-0. This is Chemistry hungry for a rematch with Ex-Oblivione in our grand finals.
They got 3-0'd. This isn't just a rematch just out of, oh, we lost to them. This is a rematch out of, we want to make sure that we show that we can compete at that level. You never want to get 3-0'd by a team, but getting 3-0'd by a team this far into a tournament, everyone looked at this bracket and said Ex-Oblivione is going to do well. Chemistry came up throughout a lot of people's passing their expectations and are now only 2 wins away. But if they could get to that point, it's redemption time. They need to show that they can hang at that level.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I was slightly disappointed by our winners finals. It felt like Chemistry didn't really load into that lobby after map number 1, which was a little bit closer, but I'm hoping that if they do manage to make it to Grands, it's a little bit more prepared for Ex-Oblivione, who may have shown a couple of their tricks already. We're gonna do a quick break and we'll have map number 3 for you when we get back.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Light it up, unleash it. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fist and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals to the end. And rise up, open your minds, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time.
Map number 3 on the horizon here between Chemistry and Ascended in our MRC EMEA lower bracket finals. Tetra Chemistry are up 2-0, and Ascended, they're just hoping to get into the game with 6 people.
Yeah, a little unfortunate. They had this issue yesterday as well. They had a couple issues. We've just been informed that it seems to be a hardware issue as opposed to a connection issue, which is a little bit harder to solve when it comes to this kind of thing. You can't just unplug and replug in a router when it comes to something like that. So we have our fingers crossed for Ascended as we're prepping for our 3rd game in this best of 7 with already Chemistry 2-0 up. But it is another domination map, choosing to go for another brawl, as Beard into T'Challa will be our next stop on this journey.
Yeah, it felt like on Beard into T'Challa, we did manage to get some good rotations onto players like Twitty and force some early 5v6s or 5v5s in these cases. Looks like everyone has made it into the game for now.
Let's go.
Bexon has been subbed out once again for this player. I don't know what that says. I ain't gonna lie to you.
I'm going to do my classic, what I do on my own channel, which is a mistake, almost certainly, and I'm going to attempt an on-camera Google Translate.
Oh, boy.
To just see what happens. It suggests Enryu.
Enryu.
That's what it suggests.
Thank you, online translation apps. Other
Yes,
alternatives
other
are available.
Okay, and I once again showing the brain cell as we are heading into craft. Wolverine banned out again, even with, once again, Bexon not in this series, it seems. But we've already seen that there is a world where Lipton is more than happy to pick that up and take that for their team.
Okay, so we saw Enryu last time around play the Storm on Spider Island. It was pretty heavily bullied out by Twitzy on the Iron Man. So I do wonder if maybe we see an Iron Man protect here, so that Ascended can't get a last ban on that potential shutdown. Of course, we also see that Chemistry, I believe they're very happy to play the Winter Soldier as well, who in many cases can be the premier Flyer Slayer with that tainted voltage. Oh, the Cap and Messiah have made it through, though. This could be troublesome. We've seen from Ignite just what a good Capside duo can do. Polly Pokey, the first that come to mind in EMEA, and well, many people would say they're the best duo in the world for that. Let's see if Chemistry can hold a candle to this kind of dive pressure.
They're going to pick an Ultron. If you're going to get sniped from the ground, you might as well take to the sky, but that's not a huge issue for Psylocke. Normally, if we're in this situation, you might see a bat out onto something like the Lunar Snow to try and prevent that idle aura from keeping the Psylocke sustained up. But it's the Loki where we see the targeting coming in for Ascended, with a little bit of a preference, as we've already talked about, from Baka. It forces them onto something else, but they now have that classic triple combo. Luna Snow, Psylocke, Captain America. Captain America sets up, Psylocke finishes off, and if Psylocke gets damaged, Luna's already healing your front line. In this case, it will be CrossFit on the Magneto, meaning that they're always kept sustained. It is so hard to deal with. Ascended, they are looking here at the potential option of, well, if we're going to get blown up, we might as well come back.
We'll just return afterwards. I am wondering if Ascended continuously just protect this Ultron as a bait. Like, they've protected it 3 maps in a row, 4 maps in a row, if we count the previous one we watched versus Uncle's, and not played it in any of them. They haven't even hovered it. Like, Asimir, that they've played it and then been thwarted, it just hasn't even been a consideration. What's the deal?
Excellent point. Where is Ultron? Maybe they are protecting him as a prayer to the computer gods for safe passage into the game.
Yeah, he's currently working tech support for Megson. That's why he's not in game.
All right, Alo starting once again on the death for a little bit of a speed boost to get their team into the game as fast as possible. We are seeing Ascended. They're going with a 3-1-2 setup with that triple strategist keeping the team topped up. Double Vanguards at the front and leading on that single Star-Lord with a little bit of support from Mantis and that Adam Warlock. Mortal comes out. They look for the early pickup and they get it, sniping Alo on the rotation.
Oh, that was a great early mugging right there. And of course, when you try and do this portal rollout with the Mantis can just spend all of her scores in advance on damage boost. We saw on the Mantis UI for Suvio. 3 players with damage boosters heading through that portal, and Suvio themselves. So just overbearing force that Baka and Alo could not quite deal with. And it's also a great way to deal with the Cap and the Psylocke as well, because they had no means of really taking part in that fight, as they weren't going to be rolling out down main alongside their Magneto.
High ground for the moment. You see Ascended trying to take advantage of this boon they have set up for themselves, this early advantage by pushing in, getting an early hold. They're already at 24%, but here comes the backline mugging, and the Captain America and the Psylocke are diving in. But it's going to be a double pickup on that backline assassination is happening. We're seeing everyone else on Chemistry taking the fight numbers down, and they're getting forced back with Henkin and Baka both falling in that fight.
Yeah, great read there from Ascended. They kind of leave Suvio as the bait behind to occupy Twitzy and Lettuce, and then they run on the backline but doesn't have quite as much protection. Henkin here is going to be able to offer a little bit more frontline damage now with the Winter Soldier. Almost has that Kraken impact ready to go. Soul Resurgence in the back pocket. Suvio's going to roll it on forward. Remember, this means everyone gets movement speed going forth as well, and that means a lot more survivability for that Star-Lord, still now drawn back by the fate of both worlds. A Meteor M to crash down upon one, but it doesn't take down Alo, who's the primary target. And now it's CrossFit's turn to exact their will into the shield of a Seraphim, so dutifully erected by Doctor Strange. 3 players stunned on out. The Freedom Charge provides over health in droves to try and survive the assault that was brought forth by Ascended. Still, Ascended are in control of a point. It continues to tick on up, and CrossFit's fallen down as well. Now Lipton's going high. Dual element guns are raining damage down on all and sundry who dare to present themselves in front of the objective, and Lipton is dominating now.
They are putting all their eggs in the Lipton basket. They've shown they have what it takes, and it is working into the backline. Trying to get onto that closer dagger with Concord 7-4, but they are picked off. That is a convincing, dominant round coming in from Ascended. Let's go. They are back in it.
Rescomp haters, is it over? Are we cooked? I mean, that got some real value.
People just waiting for next patch.
Yeah, just out here like the 15 seconds will make all the difference, bro. Get this comp off my screen. Well, Mantis got some changes as well to make her a little bit more of an effective Vanguard healer. But I don't know if she's gonna fit into double strategist lineups like she did in the alpha anymore. I feel like she needs an extra 4, to be honest. 4 doesn't seem to be quite enough.
I didn't choose it.
Yeah, I'd be down for an extra support. That would help. We could, of course, maybe see a potential for triple Vanguard compositions to make a comeback with this Mantis combo with a damage boost to allow them to play a little bit more aggro.
Do not
But we'll
speak into existence.
Will we potentially see the return of Thor, the character who has received one of the least amount of playtime from any character across Ignite and MRC? Although we did see one Thor has been played in some of those earlier rounds.
Ooh, a singular Thor wait in that tiny corridor. This is very, very difficult. And now CrossFit might actually get isolated. There's a small gap to try and work through. A small bonus, if you will. This ambitious hat is going to decide to actually commit to this fight alongside the remainder of the team. Soulbond's already been used here, Tetra, which is a major cooldown that's going to be available. Still, Rex is pumping out so much damage right here, and those live streams are great for triage when you've got players who are low. Speaking of triage, it's going to be a rolling on forward now with the Soul Resurgence, big stuns mostly. Yeah, it's 3 players who are going to have Soul taken from the body. Henkin can't survive, even inside the Strategist ultimate. Still, Lipton going to force out even more here. An attempt in mid-air to try and stymie the damage, but instead just going to try and heal through it instead. Great dunk from CrossFit, taking down Suvio. The resurrection not going to be needed. Instead, it's going to be the Karmic Revival from Rex, which brings them back into the fray, but running low on live streams and running low on heals overall. It's going to be Henkin as the final note.
Suvio falls again, but now they have their own cocoon to bring themselves back into this fight. But Cubus, even without the revives, are just taking them down on pickups. Finally, Alo will fall here as Lipton, with just overwhelming presence, just coming back over and over again. They're starting to push on in. They get 1, they get 2, they get 3. It's 2 down and 3 down for Ascendant as well. Completely even on this first fight with Cubus in control. Twitzy landing the shots. They're barely holding up right now. They have no strategists here to keep them topped up, and as such getting picked off one by one. But they've held the point, giving them a couple extra seconds. Crack and impact to look for the Star-Lord, but they do not get clipped by it. So it's all about dueling with the Painted Bolts to try and take them out of the sky. But it has to be the retreat out of Henkin, who's moved on to a Star-Lord of their own to reinforce Galactic Legend to try and chase them down. It's finally going to be the flip.
Ascendant making that one work is kind of crazy, I'm not gonna lie to you. I thought they were kind of just staggering right there, but Lipton living all that time, avoiding the crack and impact from Twitzy was a master maneuver, utilizing that flight so well to just stay out of the potential AoEs that Twitzy had available.
Now they're going to be regrouping Cubistry with their own turnaround potential. Nice high ground position here by Ascendant, especially in this Aya Bagamoto now waiting above them, which is extremely intimidating. Buster Raj with that Aya Bulwark to the doorway, and now there is no Aya Bagamoto waiting because Ambitious Hat will be returning to spawn.
Yeah, Ambitious Hat went a little bit too far there. Wasn't really forced that far up. Rex caught on the bridge. I've seen enough. Nerf Adam's mobility. He almost made it all the way up that bridge. So, you know, potentially overwhelmed over here. The Soul Resurgence is over, and now you've got to rely on the raw healing, but it's simply not there. Cubistry going to be able to flip this one over real fast. No miracles this time.
50% to 43% for Cubistry are in control, building up to even the board here. 99% for Rex on this Karmic Revival. Portal potentially available from Ambitious with that Ayamoto still there. Looks like with plenty of time to go, they're going to hold on to that portal for the moment, make their way back in on foot and try and take a head-on duel. Ultimate-wise, pretty even. Karmic Revival, Ayamoto, BGM, and Galactic Legend versus the Omega Hurricane. It's going to get dropped extremely early, potentially going to have to force out a fade of both worlds from Alo, but no, they're going to let this happen.
You see that Terror Cape? That was brutal. I'm not sure if the Meteor Rem was particularly necessary there from CrossFit. I guess it was to try and shut down Lipton's ultimate. Actually, very necessary. I take it back. My analysis was wrong.
They make their way forward, Ascended. No defensive ultimates left at the moment. They have that Karmic Revival. Portal. Oh, another portal trap from Ambitious up on the high ground to try and engage. They go straight up to the point they use the portal potential barrier to stop their opponents from seeking down from above. That's going up. Blaster Barrage from Lipton to try and do it, but it's shot by the Storm. Henkin is piling on the damage. That Fate of One finally came out from Alo. Not needed before, but the Storm was doing well enough. Karmic Revival already being dropped by Rex. They're going to try and contest it.
2 players stunned by the Eye of Agamotto. The follow-up is good here. Remember, easy headshots mean extra spores for Suvio and more output from that Mantis. Trying to chase after Henkin, but is interrupted midway through by the rude Doctor Strange. The overwhelming force coming through from Unryu as they bring out the Luna. It's a bit of a surprising flex from that Storm player, but it's getting the value and Ascended back in control.
Be proud, my friend.
99 to 56. Ascended, they just have to hold and control this. But Chemistry, they're going to have Lettuce back. 26%, no Eye of Agamotto of their own. But now they can try and contest. Sticking with this Strange is a little bit risky here. Sometimes you might see cat players move over to someone else. That way, if you don't have a lot of Eye of Agamotto charge, whoever gets taken out in the fight first could then swap to the Strange to try and reinforce your team. Whereas in this case, if you run it, you're trying to commit to getting another Eye of Agamotto charge for your team, or getting taken out first. But now, though, Lettuce might actually be going for the latter here as they're getting targeted down. Healing output is good. They're being able to be kept up, though, with that incredible Eternal Bond from Baka from the top rope. Terra Cave catches everyone at the back of the facility coming on in. Lettuce takes out Suvio as the Galactic Legend from above from Lipton is trying to melt through the back line. The healing output from Madness makes it a little bit difficult to burst on through. Suvio is brought up with Spider-Man so they can reinforce this.
Suvio coming back on the Spider-Man, and certainly a raw turn of events. Duplicate Fly might well be overwhelmed right here, and Lipton's already been taken down. Onryu is isolated and taken to the underworld. Chemistry. Oh, they're feeling it right now. Managing to flip this one around in good time. I don't think there's going to be time for a Doctor Strange portal to return, but that overtime ticks down oh so slowly at 99 to 99. Still Chemistry even us up on being into T'Challa.
Bring themselves back into it. Much more back and forth, though. There's a slight flip compared to that first round where we just saw a dominant setup by Ascendant here. Question is, in the Imperial Institute of Science, what have Ascendant been able to hold on to? They have that Media M, they have that Eye of Agamotto. I believe they either didn't have it or held on to the portal cooldown. Either way, it will now be available for the next contestant. Are they going to attempt another portal bug?
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Feels like that's the usual thing to try and get someone off balance. Suvio's actually moved away from the Mantis here onto the Cloak and Dagger. I wonder if this is going to remain. Obviously, it doesn't have access to the Resurrection, but a little bit more raw healing, and the Terra Cape is a massive opportunity creator. There could be a world where maybe you actually just use the Terra Cape through the portal for that initial rollout, and then swap back to the Mantis thereafter.
4, 3, 2,
On the other side, Chemistry, Eye of Agamotto of their
all you
own.
need to do is capture the
They
mission
have
area.
a fate
Got
of
it?
both worlds. Here comes the portal from Ambitious, but you can see on your screen the fact that everyone is standing still. This might be incredibly awkward. Trying to split the team in two, and yep, that's real awkward. They both tried the exact same thing, and in this case, it's Chemistry who come out ahead. Spider-Man pointing me, but significantly more violent, as we will see Ascendant get a counter pickup onto Lettuce, but Chemistry came out extremely ahead in that
Looks
fight.
like the mission
Yeah,
area
Chemistry,
is
they were a
yours
lot
to
more
capture
disciplined.
now.
They had most of their players still within the spawn, so they were invulnerable. They set up the portal on top or above where Ambitious was channeling, which meant that they could easily just tear through that Doctor Strange while they were still in their animations. Still, Chemistry getting their first cap here, but they're going to be slightly more than this. Out comes the Soul Bond, and that means the Blaster Barrage is going to be... Oh, great interruption there onto the Eye of Agamotto. Heads up play from Twisty, and now it's time to get even more dangerous. Armed, some might say, as they make sure to stay here, stay healthy, not getting greedy for the resets. Knowing the Eternal Bond is going to come on out. A big bionic put onto that Cloak and Dagger could be everything. Backer in their own right is going to be bringing out their own Eternal Bond, so healing for everybody right now over on the point. Great connection with the Terra Cape. Overwhelming force is applied onto Duplicate Fly from the magnetic great sword of Magneto, and Crosshair is forced to use all that they can. The map is in cahoots with Chemistry, unfortunately, shutting down the follow-up onto that Eye of Agamotto.
With all the defensive tools being used, it's a mega hurricane, karmic revival, spiders it expires. Henkin just says, oh, everyone's revived. Well, I don't mind if I do. For me, a present. And they're gonna stagger nuclear. Oh, but a quick turnaround. Nice to the
Gets an
back
extra
cannon.
present.
At least even it up a bit.
Maybe they kept the receipt on this one. Suvio, yet another swap. Are they going to be going over to Luna and the Rail? Right, indeed they are. Suvio is the usual Luna player for Ascended, so this is unsurprising, to be honest.
Storm. Pushing on in with that little bit of a damage boost for their team. Try and make sure they can break through these barriers. Great terror cape though, reducing that vision, allowing Alexis, rubber bomb, cracked impact, and this is not good for Ascended. They're getting wiped off the board. The reset's not even needed for Twitzy, as they just obliterated them. That is gonna be map number 3 going over to Chemistry. They are now 1 map away from those grand finals.
Oh, despite Stellar Spaceport being an impressive showing for Ascended, once their tricks got worked out here on Domination, Burning T'Challa went thoroughly the way of Chemistry, and Henkin putting up quite an impressive performance on the Storm, considering that we've seen a little bit more Storm come through from Ascended previously.
Very true. They were able to just take that tool and turn it around in their favor. That Omega Hurricane right after the Karmic Revival for just such a massacre there. Henkin, they did get taken out the most on their team. They got KO'd 9 times, but getting 16 final hits and 22k damage even while being in the spawn for that long is insane work. Very well done. And also a big shout out to Lipton for similar reasons, going at 7 and 10, which is a little bit unfortunate, but 24k damage was trying to set up for their team as best as they could.
Yeah, a lot of damage being pumped out right there. Impressive laner performance as well from Onryu, who flexed over from the Storm onto the Luna for their triple strategist composition. And, well, Rescom paid us, we're so back. We're just so back. Let's have a quick look at our highlights now to recall Ascended's domination on Stellar Spaceport, and then a very close Warrior Falls, actually. That could have gone either way.
But the fact is, Ascended, they've shown that they can make their way back into this. There is the potential. Both of these last 2 rounds in map number 3 were a little bit closer, and they were, as you already mentioned, a little bit dominant on that first setup. This is their chance to get back in. Well, it's their only chance to get back in because they're out of time. This is map number 4 in a best of 7 when they are 0 and 3 down. If Ascended cannot win whatever is the next map, it's over. And we will see Chemistry make their way to those grand finals to get their rematch versus Ex-Oblivion.
And make their way to Marvel Rivals Ignite Stage 2 as well. If Ascended want to ascend, it has to be a reverse sweep, and what a dream it would be. That's the kind of match that we dream of in all esports, looking for those reverse sweeps. That's where the magic really happens. And honestly, if not for Chemistry, this might just be a bit of a glorified warm-up heading into a rematch against Ex-Oblivion.
So far, Chemistry, they've yet to drop a single map to Ascended. Will that continue, or will Ascended be able to fight their way back in? We're going to head to a break, and when we come back, it'll be what could be that final match of our lower bracket finals. See you all in a bit.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are setting up for a last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do There's no time, I see you turning the tides. And do you see now, our time, our turn, we can still fight like the wind and fire. And when there no more, then now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break the chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time.
A rough time has already befell Ascended. They are so far not living up to their name, as they have yet to be able to take a map versus chemistry in this lower bracket final. While third place is nothing to sniff at, it is not what these teams are looking for, because third place does not an Ignite player make.
Yes, a bronze medal might be all that they ascend to, but their fate is still in their own hands, Tetra. A reverse sweep remains possible, but in a best of 7 format, it is mighty difficult to do. The next map that we're going to go to is the Midtown Convoy map, which means that we might see some spawn holds here. We might see some Moon Knights and Squirrel Girls to break them. Which team can be more resolute in their first point holds can be a determining factor for the entirety of this map.
There's a lot of options here. We have seen a little bit of Squirrel Girl sneak on in, specifically from Ascended, with Lipton bringing in the Squirrel Girl in a couple of the earlier series, so they do have that potential spawn hold breaking potential. We have yet to see Moon Knight following the same vibes here, although personally, as quite a big Moon Knight fan, I hope we do. Let's see some spawn holds. Let's see Moon Knight make their way out. They got a buff. That means they're meta, right?
Yeah, plus 25 HP, baby. Contra, show them who's boss. We'll head into our bans real quick. Oh, yeah.
Rocket E worth of buff. Super helpful. We're going to be heading in to map number 4, what could be the last map, unless Ascended can make their way back in. It's all about who moves on to that grand final to qualify for Marvel Rivals Ignite, or, to get that matchup versus Oblivion, who await in the grand finals.
Yeah, best of 7. A $14.5 thousand prize pool for just this region, just this platform. That's mirrored across the world for Marvel Rivals Championship as well. Going to be a first bang going the way of the Human Torch, and a protection now on to the Punisher, so we can expect Twitzy to be picking that one up.
They've been playing very effectively with it in the games they have been allowed it. It has been banned fairly consistently. Mexon is back. Redemption.
Hopefully.
Attempting. We will see what they go for. Will they protect that Wolverine? We've still yet to see them play anything except Wolverine, but one of those was not in their control, as the one game it was banned out is the game that they weren't able to, they had those hardware issues. Storm will be protected though, even without Enryu.
Yeah, without Enryu, still having a look for him. We still don't know what Mexon plays apart from Wolverine. There was a world where we were going to see it with the Wolverine ban on L7, but Mexon didn't load into the lobby, unfortunately.
Round 2. Let's go. It's banned out. We have hope.
Okay. The Ultron ban this away. The dividends paid here finally for 4 pointless Ultron protects in a row. We have finally psychologically conned Chemistry into banning Ultron.
What do they know that we don't? They keep doing it. They must be holding out on us. Let's just ban it to be sure. And there's the Iron Man Protect with Ultron banned out. What is happening?
Honestly, I don't know. Well, the ban on Winter Soldier is at least fairly telling, as Winter Soldier is one of the premier flyer counters right now. That Tainted Voltage just has such a big hitbox, and while you may be like, oh, hit scan counters flyers, sometimes just getting that flyer on the ground into the grasp of the rest of your team can be as much of an effective counter, and it can really shut down the attempts to play cover as well that flyers love to take by just removing all their verticality and say, you know what, that y-axis, I'll be having that.
Make all the difference.
Solid idea here, and we will see Lipton going over to the Punisher. Are they trying to bait again their opponents into playing something else? Trying to bait them into playing the Ultron now, potentially trying to bait them into playing that Iron Man here, as they are immediately looking at the Punisher. Mexon is considering the Storm. The fact they're hovering a character at all is already filling me with joy.
Yes, we have made it to the character select. Everything's coming up ascended. And both of these teams likely to run the damage boosted Punisher here. This has been kind of the comp de jour for a lot of teams over in Ignite, especially during our first week. The damage boost of the recently buffed Punisher was overwhelming.
It was extremely effective. We saw it used with the Storm, we saw it used with the Cloak and Dagger for Terracade, we saw it with Mantis, with Inspire. People like the idea of just getting the Punisher and throwing a lot of damage out from them in order to just zone everyone away. You can have culling turrets for the area control. It's hard to deal with, especially with such a steady front line like you ever have the Magneto, as both these teams have got, setting us up for a full mirror match.
Funny do go, but seems like we're not going to be seeing any of those triple Vanguard, triple Strategist compositions here. Duplicate already manages to grab a Sentient, and CrossFit demands the fealty of Magneto and the Bulwark along with it to try and play this front line. Playing into the culling turret, though, as we can see those bullets coming through from behind. CrossFit is going to be very dangerous for Ascendant to try and do, and Duplicate has found that out the hardware as their Sentience gets crushed by their counterpart, AMER.
CrossFit putting on the pressure here, just staying on the top. Hitting the hold here at about 40 meters. Making sure that they have that corner, a little bit of an area to retreat as the local fire squad up on the high ground. He was going, but immediately Ascended rotate up to the high ground to try and force a reposition out of Chemistry, and they've successfully done so, forcing almost every member to drop back into the low ground. But while this is happening, no one was on the cart. They finally are able to send someone down there, but this is allowing Chemistry to move back in and try and retake the spot.
Interesting of them to see the high ground away as they get control of the car back. I thought they would have been able to at least leverage some of that high ground that they had fought for. At least they're all is fair in love and war now as everyone's down on the low. Aegis shield is erected to try and make sure that there's something to hide behind. But this is on to a damage boosted Punisher. And Omega Hurricane's really going to try and make landfall here. But you better believe Balloon Snow's more than ready to try and deal with that one. The fate of both worlds is sent out by both teams to allow for maximum sustainability. Mexon crosses over away from the team and away from from the ultimates, but still out of LOS. Now moving forward. Once again, Lipton, that's a wild Meteor M going far too high. It was worried about the metallic curtain being drawn up by Ambitious, of course, and was right that it was going to be in the way of this. It's at least covered the disengage of Chemistry, who are back into this corner. They need to break out of here using some resources. They can't afford to be stuck for long.
And that's when she's holding on to their own final judgment. They delayed it for the longest, and it hit. So is the Omega Hurricane from Henkin with a lot of defensive ability being used out. They have to use real play of both worlds up. The Rex seems to close it back on Fiskin. Whitney's just going to commit to it. Even through, they don't wait out to try and stagger it. They decide overwhelming damage to try and get some pickups through. His Ambitious Hat will fall. It's the only pickup they get, but Chemistry just burned everything for that.
Yeah, that was a little bit economically ruinous. Me when I'm using my Greek 2008 economic model to try and figure out my plans. What do you mean you can't make an export economy based on democracy and yogurt?
From a European economy based on
it still works. Big Sonic seduction tension, and then being dragged into an Omega Hurricane. It still hurts me to this day.
Oh my god, Vexon is powering through Ascended and broken the line, and they're finally heading towards that point number 1. You're diabolical, man.
I'm a wild gamer. Are they going to be able to TP in time is the question. Yeah, there is going to be a touch coming through from Henkin, sacrificing their body on the Iron Fist is given enough room for the rest of the team to come on through, taken down by the lightning innovated nerve, and now Barker overwhelmed. There's Lipton coming through with all the damage boost as well from the Fate of Both Worlds, trying to look through the windows and see the extra futures, but all I see is success here for Ascended as they break through with overwhelming force.
And this seems to be the way that it goes for Chemistry. They are in control the majority of the time, but the second Ascended get any momentum, it seems Chemistry struggle to get it back. Francis McCulloch turret there, but it was displaced. That transformation not yet being complete. Vicious Hat sieging from above. They want to try and keep the pelted. What most people try to do. Push on forward, hold them instead. The high ground advantage. Two high ground advantages with that center ticket office, and that allows the cart to move forward a little bit stashly, or with someone running back to get it every now and again. A Mega Hurricane at the ready for Henkin as they're going to commit to it, diving the backline directly onto the structures and the culling turret. But with a Fate of Both Worlds being dropped from both sides, it's not enough, and they get wiped.
Yeah, Subio onto this one a little bit too deep there from Henkin outside of the LOS. Of the Fate of Both Worlds meant the damage was too much to bear, and it seems with the Fate of Both Worlds being used here by Chemistry, they shouldn't have been taken down so easily. There was no real offensive firepower coming from Ascended aside from a survivability offered by Suvio. Chemistry really fumbled the bag there in terms of staying inside their Luna's LOS.
As such, Chemistry forced once again back up into the Fisk buildings before they can make their way back into this underground. Already, Jupiter Flyers make their way up to try and start the zoning potential. With the extra power, the Omega Hurricane coming in from the counter. Off next on the setup for the opening, directly in the choke point. To try and just force them, try and overwhelm them off the point here. But that made them finding a little bit of extra time. BDM in through the doorway, catches Alo for life there.
Unbelievable amounts of damage, and now the Iron Volley is just going to be so difficult to try and break on past. Once again, Lipton's here as the final notes. The crescendo has reached a fever pitch at the end of second point, and Ascended, it feels like they're back.
They are once again getting momentum. They are cruising on forward, and once again, they just rush up out of the Fisk building straight towards Avengers Tower to set up a little bit of a zone to make sure that Chemistry have to fight through them before they can get to that card and get the hold on it.
All right, Mexon back in the driver's seat now. The computer has been repaired, and it feels like with Mexon here, it's so much better for Ascended, looking like their true self. Still, have to see the way, a little bit of space here. Don't want to bite off more than they can chew while the car is still rolling up here. Remember that the culling turret can be put on top of the fantastic car as well to allow for a little bit of mobile damage. I believe it was pushed out earlier. Typical Fire's already been forced out here, and now Henkin, this could be a little bit late. It's already been a big disengage here from the side of Ascended. Just going to put it in the spawn door, try and catch anyone as they leave, and Ambitious Hat's going to be the primary victim of that one.
Enough for a pickup, but again, like you said, they were able to retreat into base. Zoning ultimate here with one pickup is good enough to buy a little bit of extra space for Chemistry and shut down all that zoning potential that Ascended was trying to set up on that point. Take it, sneaking in from the back with the damage boost. just making sure they're playing low to the ground to make sure that the most amount of their allies as possible will get that extra lightning damage to the goddess.
All right, Lipton manages to get outside of the Sonic Conduction and then re-engage with the final judgment. Remember, for chemistry, this could be an easy disengage. Still, they're going to pop out Barker's ultimate here. Oh, Twisty was outside of the LOS. I don't know if they were just caught out by the Aegis shield to stop that healing being delivered. But either way, the Punisher being down is a major loss here for chemistry. And Ascended, they haven't used too much yet. They still have 4 ultimates in the bank. It depends on who wants to really invest in this forthcoming battle. Duplicate flies out too far. You can see the Aegis shield was put up behind him, and the Fantasticar was blocking off LOS for a lot of that healing.
Kalikar is set up but gets melted here. Mexon is gone, and Ascended are being forced back into the fist building with victory in their grasp. They seem to just be getting shut down again as Chemistry set up for the long haul with 30 seconds left. They lock in for the defense. Rex goes in for the ultimate for that God of Mischief to try and set up, to try and buy time. Fate of both worlds with a final judgment. It's a full commit to try and make something happen. But Glassman takes that duplicate by, and they're running out of members. Another Rebecca Hurricane. The storm keeps going, and Chemistry keep holding. The fate of both worlds coming out from Suvio to try and get every extra second lifted for Star-Lord to try and reinforce, but they're out of time. It's all about the team fight now with one more Psionic Seduction, but Baka is healing through it.
Duplicate fly falling down as well. There's the portal coming out. Overtime still ticking away, but Henken reigns over it all. The Omega level mutant describes herself the queen of the skies, and indeed it seems so today, as the skies are hers and hers alone. Ascended. Oh, when they made this team, they asked the monkey paw, give me a bang of flex DPS, and the monkey paw curled. Yes, you can have a flex DPS, but he will be playing on a Commodore 64.
Mexon showing exactly why they want them in this game so often. They are so strong. Being able to set their team up for an incredible push, but Chemistry, they're able to hold this on 2 points and a few more meters, meaning that they now have the opportunity for their own aggressive push, sticking with the exact same setup because it's just working. And Ascended, looks like they might be adjusting, hovering for a couple seconds there onto a Penny Parker to maybe commit to just attempt at a spawn hold, but they decided against it. They're going to stick with the standard EMEA Magneto, but Lipton committing for the second time to the Star-Lord to try to duel the storm out the air.
Yeah, the Star-Lord Grey isolating the storm. Also, the Galactic Legend could be an excellent quick building ultimate to try and make up for a 5 versus 6 deficit, which unfortunately they may now be permanently in if Mexon's previous tech issues have been anything to go by. I believe Lipton was saying in chat earlier that by the time they even finished Hell's Heaven, Mexon's PC had not turned back on. So I'm not ambitious, but Ascended, they are playing this on the defense. So they do have an opportunity to like play a defensive rear guard and burn some time.
Commit everything. We need portals, we need reinforcements, we need fast rollouts. You make Chemistry fight for every inch if you want to try and make your way in towards Ignite and those grand finals in MRC. Right now, Henken on the high ground is just trying to clean out defenders with a little bit of a wraparound of their own. As you can see, Ascended, they have just moved everyone onto the point. They choose to fight point blank to just make sure that someone is on that cart, to make sure that the cart isn't moving. They're losing members for it, but a quick portal reinforce could allow them to defend this for even longer. As Duplicate Fly goes down, Ambitious Hat is still defending. They're buying a lot of time from this, but it's almost full team wipe. Will we see a portal reinforce?
Looks like they're not going to go for the portal here. Just going to try and get a second fight out, maybe even a third off the back of a portal, reinforced towards the bank, but it's a little bit more risky in terms of the overall timing. That's a reinforcement.
Keep going.
Lipton on the flank, making their way back in. One of the fastest rollouts is the Star-Lord, just making sure they get back on the point ready. That's exactly what they're doing. Emma rushing up right away. They're trying to take out some local clones. This is Ascended, just playing quite far forward. Just once again, just trying to make sure they can get to the point fast with as much sustain as they can.
Inga doing a bunch of damage. Buck's already got their ultimate there. The God of Mischief is going to be popping. Of course, he's going to be onto the Lunar Snow, instantly popping out the Fate of both worlds. A lot of extra power here to try and play with. Popping the final judgment into a Meteor Aim is certainly ambitious, and ambitious has felt exactly the weight of such dreams from Twitzy. Overwhelmed there are Ascended off the back of 2 ultimates from Chemistry, and it is going to be a recontest now off the back of the Strange Portal.
They realize they can't do it. It's not close enough. They're not close enough. That card is already at the point, so they swap off the straight. Now here's the question. Did they step out the base and hit Portal and then cancel it? Because if they did, they still have the timer off now, which means no more Portal reinforcements. If they have the patience to realize, hey, this isn't going to work, then it means they'll still have it for the fight as the Mega Hurricane comes into the backline. Immediately, a Fate of both worlds is forced out, and Galactic Legend to try and contest this. But Lettuce with the Meteor M is going to absolutely salad them as Ascended are wiped off the board. Yeah, I just verbed salad.
Whoa. Just turned them into a twisted, fleshy salad. Unreal there. Big Lettuce energy. That's why you got to get your greens. If you don't get your greens, the greens will get you.
Sunk like an iceberg here as they are pushing it on right now. Humans
Mods arrest this man.
Making their way onto the point. Hey, if they arrest me, then you'll be the only one who remains. As they make their way forward, CrossFit, Psionic Seduction onto the Lokis, on the high ground, but an Iron Bulwark will protect them.
I'm sending you to Alcatraz right now. Twitsy. Sieged up top, and the health pack's already been taken, so it requires some attention from the strategist, but Buck is busy elsewhere, taking down Duplicate Fly. With all these doppelgangers, the output from the Loki is so difficult to try and match. The God of Mischief ready to go, but it feels like already the cards have fallen in favor of Chemistry. Overwhelming, ambitious hat, and right now all they can do is tip it to Chemistry, who roll on forward with not much space to go. The 5v6 is telling.
The finish line is within sight. Ambitious Hat has swapped over to the Captain America. It's about fast rollouts now. You just need to just literally throw bodies at that point. As long as someone's there, it's not moving. If someone's not there, then it's moving. If you just keep the fastest people you can running at it forever, then there is a chance you can force a mistake and make something happen. So the Cap, a solid choice here, but I think we need to see more, and they need to be fast because that's the finish line. Visible right there through the bodega, and Ambitious Hat is going to die at the point. They want the Venom from Duty Fly. They're swirling everything, but the final judgment onto a Venom hitbox is just destructive.
Oh, the overwhelming firepower, the damage boost on the Mega Hurricane is just cruel to behold as Chemistry walk away with the 4-0 off the back of an unfortunate DC. But Chemistry, they're going to Ignite, and they're going to the Grand Finals against Ex-Oblivione.
They have qualified for Marvel Rivals Ignite. They will be joining teams like Rana Furber, Patpim, like Virtus Pro. These teams will be moving on. Chemistry, what a run through this bracket. But now it's about that prize pool, it's about bragging rights, it's about seeding, it's about making your way in and showing what you can do. As Ex-Oblivion, in their finally making it into Ignite after not making it through in the qualifiers, it is time for them to show what they can do, as they've already beaten Chemistry once in a 3-0 in that upper bracket final.
Yeah, that upper bracket final, it was not particularly contentious, I'm not going to lie to you. The first map was fairly close, and then the rest were Ex-Oblivione kind of on a roll. Let's have a quick look at our highlights here from Midtown. And you know what? We're getting some here from Mexon. Honestly, I think that Ascended, if they can crowdfund Mexon, a working PC, well, they're going to be a team to watch for sure. When it comes to like the like tier 3 and secondary tournaments, things like the Chronovium Cup, we're definitely going to be watching out to see if Ascended can really make their mark in those before the next MRC.
Plenty of opportunities to show your mettle, to be able to build up into those next open qualifiers. It will be the next chance to qualify for Ignite. The problem is you will be contested with all of the bottom cut teams from Ignite. All those teams that didn't make it through into stage 2, they want to try and make their way back in, and now with 2 less spots available.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Those open qualifiers for Ignite are certainly going to be contentious, and it's time for Ascended to really knuckle down, and maybe the next meta in Season 3 will be the right meta for them. Lipton's a pretty talented hit scan from the looks of it. Maybe Jean Grey in Lipton's hands could be a very dangerous customer. However, as the cookie crumbles, certainly has crumbled the way of chemistry for now. It's going to be another best of 7 for our grand finals. It's going to go all the way down to the wire. There's been time for chemistry to reflect upon their 0-3 trouncing at the hands of Exoblivione. And we've seen from Ignite that losing can be quite an asset to a team. Learning where your weaknesses are and figuring out how to deal with that can be a great method of leveling yourself up as a roster. We're going to have a slightly extended break as we get ready for the next best of 7. So we'll see you in a little bit. Make sure you stick around. Keep us open in another tab. We'll see you on the other side.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. Night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for a last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories, and yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and we're not no more. That now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New day smiling for the past and future. Break your chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Light it up, unleash it. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fist and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals to the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through sun walls. Before the rich winters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. Do you see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories? And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more. That now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break the chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through sun walls. Before the rich winters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rich winters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And we're not no more. That now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break your chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and splash. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Ready to unleash it. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fist and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again. We are rivals to the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fist and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again. We are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will flash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more. That now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and faith. New days smiling for the past and future. Break the chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fist and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again. We are rivals till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Ready to unleash it. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fist and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again. We are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it all. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up a distance, smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters your head, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time.
After he yawns, another comes to my Glentor. To me, my queen in black.
Null is coming, and time will spiral into darkness.
And I was holding back. Psychic shift. Cosmic flame. Turning up the heat. Follow if you dare. Behold the fury of the beast. You are nothing! Less than nothing. You mortals have no hope.
After he yawns, another comes to my Glentor. To me, my queen in black.
is coming, and time will spiral into darkness.
Holding back. Psychic shift. Cosmic flame. Turning up the heat. Solo if you dare.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back. The grand finals will be starting shortly. We have some incredible games coming up for you because we have just found our next two teams for Marvel Rivals Ignite. Coming in from the upper bracket, not too surprising for a lot of people, Oblivion will be heading into Ignite Stage 2, and they are joined from the lower bracket by Chemistry. But there is still one more bit of admin, one more bit of paperwork to get done. Who is going to be your MRC champion?
And who's going to walk away with a lion's share of $14.5 thousand? $6,000 go to the winner, Tetra. And that's a considerable chunk of change for MRC. That's also duplicated across all the regions and all the platforms. So if you're playing on console, you also have $14.5 to play for here at the nadir of Season 2. And of course, we are at the culmination of all the tactical knowledge that has been gained through Season 2 of Marvel Rivals right now. We've been able to see all the ups and downs. We've seen our first stage of Ignite. Season 3 is right around the corner with Phoenix on the horizon as well. So these teams, they are standing upon the shoulders of analytical giants and carving their own identities as we finish up the season.
This grand final will be a best of 7. This will decide seeding going into Ignite. Of course, this takes up 2 more spots, meaning that all other teams, everyone who failed to get through this stage, like Ascendant and all those other teams from the low cut of Ignite, there'll be open qualifiers coming up for them in the future. These 2 teams have circumvented that. They don't have to play against Shamungus. They don't have to play against any of those other teams. They've done it. They're in Ignite, which means they are now in with that shot of not only getting the prize money here, but going to the finals, the global finals at the end of the year as well. And even more exciting, we have these mid-season finals coming up very soon as well, with our representatives from EMEA. Me and you are obviously going to be biased because we get to do that now, because now we have a region to support.
Yeah, the bias will be flowing freely from Tetra and I here to support our EMEA boys. We've only got 2 teams heading over to China, but I believe between Rad Esports and Burbo Padman, they have what it takes to win. And of course, that's who both Chemistry and Exoblivione will be heading up against in the next Ignite as well. So there's a lot of opportunity for a touch of scouting here. Of course, most of this information will be outdated by the time that Ignite Stage 2 gets going for its group stages, or however it wants to format the competition. I'm not sure yet. I assume we're going to do the same thing again. But for this grand finals, it's going to be a best of 7, or more accurately, a first to 4 in the case of draws, which of course can occur on Convergence. And we've seen those happen a couple of times, including notably in the Ignite Asia Championships, where they played an 8-map best of 7.
In their final game, their champion was decided in game 8 out of 7. It was such a good series. We recommend going to watch that, Gen G and Rejects. It looks like our game is just about set up, so we are getting ready to head into game 1 of our best of 7 anytime soon. It's going to be on Symbiotic Surface. We're starting off with a Convergence map, leg day.
Yeah, Convergence is an interesting one to start on. Exoblivione, I feel like they're pretty strong on this map, if I remember correctly, from the Ignite Trials. Of course, if you want to see how this game is played at the top level by teams like Chemistry and Exoblivione, this is all watchable in client as well under the tournament tab. If you navigate to EMEA and then PC, you can check in on the bracket, get all the POVs you want. If you're a Punisher main and you're looking to see how to get the most value out of Punisher, you could maybe go and check out some of the replays for players like Twidzy, or maybe you could look after Oligator, who's going to be an excellent Punisher player.
They're so strong. They're a player from the legendary Luminosity Gaming roster. There's some good stuff in there. And of course, if you want to play and get in with your chance of getting into future Ignites, then there's an MRC basically every season. So you can try and get in, create your own faction, and as they say in all of our copies, ignite the battle and try and compete yourself. There is also a tournament open for console. While there is not Ignite, there is MRC for the consoles for all of the regions as well.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. Of course, the MRC is going to be becoming even faster these days, as I believe going into Season 3, we're going to have the accelerated season schedule of 1 hero per month, and I think that condenses our seasons into 2-month blocks, which means that every 2 months there will be a new opportunity to earn a share of the prize pool and possibly qualify to Ignite. I'm not sure how that one's going to work out yet. This one still fits into our Ignite structure. Look for sources at Marvel Rivals Esports. I believe it's Marvel_Rivals Esports on Twitter for the official sources. Don't trust me on that. I'm not a good source. I made it up. It came to me in a dream.
Join the Discord. The Discord is a very good way to get all the information. There's going to be all the server stuff, but yes, I'm pretty sure you're right on that tag as well. But just in case, join the Discord. For starters, you'll be able to find the accurate tags, and also all the news is posted there. And there's some looking for group chats, so you can actually meet up with people and get to play some games yourself.
Yeah, if you play competitive and you get a notification when you hit Platinum to say that you are now eligible to complete an MRC, you can follow up on that. You only have to be Platinum to get into a faction and make your way into MRC and do the 10-round Swiss stage to see who's going to walk away. We are going to be going into our band soon, I believe, for Symbiotic Surface. And then we'll be able to see how our rosters are going to be shaking out and crafting the battle to their own predilections.
Well, like I said, soon we're getting little teasers on our little preview monitor that we're just getting ready to head on in. And like you said, first to 4, long series. This is where a lot of teams will come into a situation where they might not have been in before, where not only are you playing against your opponents in terms of drafting and actual playstyle, but you're playing against their endurance. These longer series can be very taxing to a lot of players who, while they may have long scrim slots, they can take breaks as long as they like. In tournaments, you get gaps in between series. You're not going to get that here. This is going to be short gaps between games to basically get set up, run to the bathroom if you need to. There's not a lot of time to mentally reset, and that can be exhausting for a lot of people.
Yeah, the second that you get into the next game, like you're instantly trying to think through your bans, you're trying to recover from what just happened, integrate all the knowledge that you've gained into the battle plan for the next fight. Like, you have to do a lot of downloading of the opponent's own tastes. So let's get into a game. That's enough yapping from Tetra and I. We'll drop into our bands and get some insight into our chemistry and Ex Oblivione want to play our MRC EMEA Grand Finals.
We have talked about chemistry all the way up to this. We've had some incredible performance. But Ex Oblivione, while I have been doing a lot of my stuff on YouTube, you have been around in the official cast since the beginning, and as such, I've had a lot of time to cover Ex Oblivione. And while they have had some roster changes with a couple of their players going to Insomnia, some of their players have been around for a while, and some are new. Would you like to give us a little breakdown of their roster?
Yeah, Oligator is a long-term alumni of EMEA's top tier. Previously played for T1/Luminosity before they got picked up by Rad Esports. Was a substitute on that roster after being a main roster member. I believe got benched after Naga was picked up, or maybe it was when it was Sestroid who got picked up, and then Naga came in and benched Sestroid. When Melio came in, they've had a couple of duelists rotate over there. Ash has got an interesting story in their own right. Like the anti-nade shot, who went from pro player to Orgona. Ash went from Orgona to pro player. Actually was the owner of Ex Oblivione when they were operating in other esports, and then just got so deeply into this game and got so good at it that bro ended up on the roster.
Today I have been educated. Thank you, Professor Legday. We're going to be setting off with a ban onto the Wolverine, Winter Soldier, a lot of the crowd control characters being removed by Ex Oblivione, whereas chemistry, we see the Torch and the Loki getting taken away. A little bit of AoE, either protection or attack, being taken out on both sides, but they're going to lock in another protect on the Storm. Not picked a huge amount of Ignite, but it was played fairly consistently. It is highly prioritized, it seems, at MRC.
Yeah, a lot of Storm Merchants here in MRC. We're seeing a lot of unassisted Omega Hurricanes as well, not being combined with anything like the Supernova of Johnny or the Itch Jeff to create a Jeff Nado. Despite there being a couple of instances in both Ignite and other tournaments of highly effective combos, but it does require you to kind of all in on your Storm player, and it seems that with the talent that Intent and Twitzy have on the Punisher, you don't want to be putting everything in on your Storm. You'd rather have multiple angles of attack. Oligator could roll out here on the Psylocke. This will be interesting. We know that Oleg is a fantastic Psylocke and Hela player, very good at those hit scans, and this could be I'm not sure if it's gonna work by itself. Like usually you see these paired up with a Captain America to try and have some help on those off angles, but could play more of a front line and then converting into ulting the back line kind of approach that we've seen sometimes.
Sector was hovering onto a Lunar Snow. It's going to start off with a little bit of the rocket, with Zuri going to be moving over to the Penny just for that pre-bonus health on the way out with that classic team up. But they were again hovering the Lunar Snow, so we'll likely see them get that idle aura onto Oligator, and then they're going to have Oligator going on flanks again. Even without a Punisher, it's going to be a little bit of a slower and steadier setup, so they don't get caught out of position, while all of the main healing for Sector to get that idle aura bonus onto Oligator being focused on Intent.
Yeah, a lot of things going to be focused in onto these Punishers. Let's see where this first teleport is going to go. Missouri isn't actually going to be investing the teleport that early. Maybe looking for a reinforcement. Oh, okay. Hold up. Oh, okay. They're setting up the portal for the old Punisher turret. Question is it going to be the right way round? I'm not entirely sure if that was the right first portal. In my knowledge as a strange player, this does feel like it's the wrong way round. But you know what? They know it better than me, of course. They've done the strategy a couple of times. Portal's going to open up, and indeed, of course, it is right. Why would I be so silly as to doubt Missouri? And Intent is definitely taking in good for a bit of a ride here with the culling turret. Chemistry went a little bit too far forward after grabbing the 4 members of Ex Oblivione who were not involved in that turret play.
That was a very slow and steady opening, though, because Ex Oblivione were just trying to make sure they could get themselves set up for that. As like the rest of the team moved it a little bit slower, they got one picked off, but they have managed to successfully drive back the members of Chemistry into that doorway. Culling turret on the high ground as we've completely swapped which team has that more coveted defensive position here, as Chemistry are completely zoned off, not on the points here, and as such, a lot of that percentage is being picked up by Ex Oblivione as Oligator on the flank takes out Twixy.
those psychic projections. They really up your DPS, and that forces out the emergency ultimate from Halo. Fate of both worlds now will be decided. Invisible boundary. Okay. Is quickly just messing with the time stream. Those damn dooms, those damn Doctor Dooms must have been 2099. However, the time stream is confirming right now that Ex Oblivione have managed to capture the point Tetcher. As we find ourselves suspended in space-time for a moment,
Loki.
those nasty villains continue to mess with us.
This is what happens when you ban Loki, who's keeping a hand on the sacred timeline. Well, we'll be jumping back in as soon as we are able, as we do have a little bit of a lag out here. We'll be getting in as quick as we can, but like you said, Ex Oblivione, slow to start off. They did get someone picked off, and they did correctly set up that portal engage. They were able to make their way in, and they were able to zone everyone very effectively into that doorway, set up the culling turret on the high ground, and successfully grab point number 1. We'll be jumping back in as soon as we are able.
Yeah, we'll fix this one up. I think that the game is still going on in terms of the live play. I think this might be on our side rather than on the player's side, thankfully. So fear not, the competitive integrity is probably not messed with by any server connection issues right now. It will be fine, and we'll be able to cover things once again. We're just going to dive back in to the game itself. And honestly, I'm kind of surprised that Ex Oblivione made such a... I think they overcomplicated that first push a little bit. Like, they baited people in, they lost one. Maybe their disengagement wasn't as clean as it could have been when they tried to bait people forward to set up that turret for intent. But in the end, getting Henkin that early was very important.
If they did get those pickups, they were able to push on in early enough, which was allowed them to turn that round. Lettuce landed a pretty solid Meteor M to guarantee that, as to at least try and turn that to count intent, but they weren't able to capitalize on it because the point's already gone, pulling the trigger a little bit slow. But Chemistry, they may be able to at least hold them at the spawn for a little bit longer here, which could buy them a lot of extra time. We do appear to be back at the time. The question is if that's going to be the game continuing. It is looking pretty good on our preview screen. So I think we're going to be heading back in as soon as possible to catch up with the game. Intent being forced to head right back to the spawn to regroup with their team. And we are in fact heading back in. Success! We fixed it. Thanks, Loki, as we make our way back to the game.
The God of Stories has struck once again. Oh, Twisty. What happened to the ultimate for Judge, Jury, and Executioner? It was Executioner Oligator the entire time. And Ex Oblivione, they're claiming all of this space. The remainder of the Vanguard was forced to make a beeline for the cart in order to stall it out for precious seconds.
And as such, Ex Oblivione continue to make their way forward, though those precious seconds are ticking away as Ex Oblivione have so much momentum. Look at Missouri, already so far up with that Aya Wakamoto at the ready. Ash is also hidden around one of the corners, just trying to take a little bit of a high ground, and Oligator on the flank, not even with a Dance of the Butterfly, just pure burst, pure harassment, just looking for anyone who's out of position.
Just so dangerous on these margins. Henkin's already got that bulwark. Covers the approach of the Omega Hurricane.
On the line, Missouri pushing on, looking for an opening with that Io Mojo. Sees a large group of enemies from above. The top rope gets caught in the carbon crush, but it's more than enough for Intent to just unleash blindly into that invisible boundary they've been already able to get to. And Ex Oblivione continue their heavy momentum. Fate of both worlds has to come out from Chemistry just to hold it at point number 2 because Ex Oblivione have too much time on the board. They've still got 3 minutes left before they even hit point number 2.
Fate of both worlds, though, with a fully charged Emma Beam can be everything. Still, Oligator continues to invest with the Dance of the Butterflies coming in from above. It seems like Twisty might be able to find a real opening here. Hold everyone back using the Doctor Strange. A selfless play, and it seems to have paid dividends. Ex Oblivione are rebuffed.
The enemy has arrived.
This is the opportunity for Chemistry to try and set themselves up. They brought out the Black Panther to just try and get some hyper-quick resets and momentum. Henkin looking for a turnaround. Twisty with the portal in for an extra reinforcement. They've just adjusted everything they can. With the solo duelist Black Panther, they can get onto that backline. They might be able to hold this.
Oh, Henkin playing around the corner right now. We'll have Oligator in their sights, down pretty low. Oligator with a second dash is going to allow them to access the high ground. Doesn't fancy picking up the health pack right now. Might duck back in for that later when the Snowflake has to go elsewhere already. Barker taken down. Oligator in the backline once again. Aya Vagamoto stuns up too, but Missouri and Allura have souls wrenched from their bodies, but they begin to recoalesce once again as Exoblivione walk away with only a single ult used.
That is a great setup. Ex-Oblivion continued their high momentum, and Twitzy, that is an interesting pickup. They're off the straight as the portal's already been used. That's a great pickup. Oligator gets out-dueled by Henken there, but Twitzy has decided they need even more burst. That's a Widow coming in.
Yeah, great play there from the Black Panther. The Widow is a bit of a rare use case. Sentience crushed by Missouri, so they're going to have to go back to the spawn. CrossFit managed to grab that one out before they got into cover, and so the tether was not broken. Still wondering what the use case is for this Widowmaker. There's no Mantis to give a damage boost that you'd usually expect, nor a Storm, in fact.
Very interesting. There's also no Punisher for the potential team up that they could just try and capitalize here. Maybe Henken's potentially looking to swap to that after they've ulted. Simon Seduction coming in from CrossFit for the early setup to push on in. Allura with the invisible boundary keeps the team topped up with no vision. CrossFit finds nothing and even gets frozen. Luckily it's a player this time and not the stream.
Henken in the back still has Bast Descent ready to go, as well as most of their cooldowns in on towards the back line. A double dash into Bast Descent, Allura and Sector. They never stood a chance against the top predator in this jungle. Knull lives in fear of Henken, and so too to Exoblivione.
Black Panther. I'm sure Reddit will be extremely pleased to see plays like this, as just blasting through everyone, even emotes on them, as they have full control now. They've got them locked in this room inside the underground to keep them from getting anywhere. In the meantime, Widow's already charged them up. They have a Fate of both worlds, so even if they do get knocked down, they have the defensive tools to try and disengage. Already the Silent Seduction coming out from Ash, looking for a setup. Fate of both worlds from Sector to push on in. Media M, and Twincy is taken down, as is Alo, and Ex-Oblivion once again burn a lot of ultimates, but start making distance as they are wiping chemistry.
Yeah, great play over the top there by Oligator, catching Twitzy as they try to use the unstable plasma and so unable to deliver it into the midst of Ex-Oblivione. It was an expensive fight, 4 ultimates, but they finally made it through this ribcage, which is such a problematic area.
Can easily be flanked, can be held very aggressively, because people could use the outside for cover. It is a rough area to push on through, like you say, but they have broken this siege. Oligator going to get closed off by the map. The symbiote's not wanting him to get that null essence into the backline. That's the butterfly. Drop from above. That Guardian shield is doing so much work, but Oligator is showing no mercy. Forced to use the Psychic Stealth as they are getting turned on, but will still get Twitzy on the trade. CrossFit falls as well, but Henken is looking to be the saving grace. Gets Sector and is looking for more.
Intent fallen down to the Meteor M, maybe taken out midway through their ultimate. Indeed, they were. Henken has their soul blasted from their body, but I don't see an Eye of Agamotto anywhere. It's Allura with the force physics, just rending them from the timeline one particle at a time. Ex-Oblivione simply do not have the manpower here. Attrition's not in their favor. Oligator told to cancel the portal here and instead go in for the Spider-Man. They'll look to try and play it fast instead and maybe return with a portal later because Missouri's still here. Missouri has a Meteor M. Wants one of these strategists. Who do you need to shut down? You've already got a low HP strategist in your sights. Barker crushed into a twisted metal salad as it's Twisty moving towards the back line now, sharing out the sonic slashes, democratizing the pain, and democracy can be a painful process. Of Ex-Oblivione have found that out the hard way.
They're going to be held. No one is up for the portal because they just all went down too quickly. Twitzy with the cleanup there. They are held at 2 points, 136 meters, 68 centimeters. What a push coming in from Ex-Oblivion, but it just took a couple last-minute swaps, building up an ultimate for the side of Chemistry to turn this round. Now, can they play as aggressively? So far, this Black Panther worked out quite well on the defense and on attack. It could be what they need to just get some quick pickups to get some of that percentage up on this first point.
I need an on-the-ground reporter to get an interview with Twitzy. Like, what's the deal with the Widow Gamer? I mean, they held for quite a long time at the ribcage, but I'm not sure if that's down to the geography or the Widow or just Henken being an absolute beast. on the Black Panther, who certainly has been entering vogue. It feels like all anyone needed was like one VOD to show their team captain, you know, like, oh, look at what Self did, look at what Tanuki did. It's good. Black Panther's good, trust me. It's so I've been grinding it. I've been grinding it on my GM Smurf, okay? I'm dominating the celery low lobbies. Let me play, bro.
So much of it comes down to who you're against and what the map is. If you can find tight-knit areas where people are grouped up, you're going to have such a good time on Panther because you're going to be able to hit multiple targets and get those resets. If it's on a map where it's pretty wide open, you're going to struggle. But on this map, it's quite wide open at the start, but it's the choke points where the Black Panther will actually start to find a lot of use. Lettuce is starting on the strange here, so they may be looking for a very early portal out and big dive potential. A couple of the members moving out ahead. They have their Punisher once again, so this time it will be the turnaround of Chemistry, trying to mirror X Oblivion. They also get their portal the right way round as Lettuce begins to make their way to join the team.
I suppose that Lettuce left rather than shielding off the turret. I guess the remainder of the team are staying pretty far back. Yep, there's the Carbon Crush, and that's what you're worried about as a Black Panther. Emma Frost is simply grabbing you by the throat and saying, "Nuh-uh, little kitty."
It is such a hard character to catch due to how fast the Black Panther's combo is. But these pro players, they are the ones who can deal with it. They've got the reaction time, they've got the skill, they can see the Matrix. They're able to lock down onto Black Panther with Emma, like you say, with other stuff like we saw a lockdown from a Luna earlier. They have that potential. And right now, X Oblivion are pushing out of Spawn, looking to get off the point and force Chemistry all the way back to base.
Scourge Grenade from downtown as well. A little bit of BM maybe from Intent. Maximizing with damage, in fact. Building up that Final Judgment as quickly as possible. X Oblivione, they really are playing the ebb and flow here very well. The push and pull, they seem to have a great handle on their macro gameplay. Henken, going to likely be noted on their approach here due to the information being gathered by the Vanguards up front.
Here they come now.
Couple shots being dropped down from below. Here comes the Lettuce, bringing out the Captain America. They're going to try and adjust and start to the bottom place. Going to be coming in from Oli Captor. Once again, the team groups up, but the Guardian barrier is melted this time, as is everyone on that back line. Going to be completely cleaned up, and Oli Captor is on the hunt, looking for Henken. Javelin comes out, but it will be Sector who lands the finishing blow. There is a hidden member, Twisty, hiding in the back line, looking to try and get onto the point, but needs to wait for their team, because currently they are extremely isolated.
Home team advantage here for Captain Clintar. Still, Oligador thinks that they might be able to lock the front door where Cap is concerned. Has to pick up a health pack here, but still just getting peppered. Demands attention from the strategist, and it seems like it hasn't been able to really find their own angle for the moment. Just constantly threatening. Might jump up here onto this backline, but has to worry about that force visit already. Twisty super low, and so has to go over, get the Guardian Shield and more retention. Invisible boundary is going to be drawn up. Do you want to use the force to drag people down is the question. Instead, it's a pushback coming from Barker, but a pull goes the other way, and so low is Valuna. They're forced to use the Fate of Both Worlds, but the damage is being pumped out from Intent right now. Vibranium marks for all and sundry, back and forth, it's dashes for days. The Black Panther reigns over a brand new kingdom, but cannot fill the morgue at the moment, as the healing's just too much to bring to bear. Finally, critical mass has been found when it comes to the damage, as the strategist ultimates have ceased, and the Sejura has found itself a little siesta for the X Oblivione defense.
And Chemistry will break the siege, at least for now. No one is going to be able to get onto Portal in time for X Oblivion, so they will move back to a more passive defensive position. As, wow, Henken, that Black Panther, we talked about it. It only takes one big group up. All those resets as Lettuce rushes the backline, causing a distraction, being a nuisance, but is getting tracked pretty effectively by the Punisher, forced to wrap around and go all the way back to their team for healing.
Yeah, that culling turret can be a real pain for the Vanguards to deal with. Real pain for everyone, to be honest. That's why it's getting nerfed in Season 3. As it is certainly something that needs to be considered when approaching all of these angles. Lettuce is just taking so much damage already. He's going to be forced to go and pick up the health pack. Quincy might try and join them on that angle. The question is, can Ash get much value here out of a Sonic Seduction? Seems like Barker's been grabbed up first. Valuna needs to be careful, but they've been grabbed in their own right. It's easy headshots to convert into a vanquishing of Valuna Snow. And Ash is just dominating in the front line. The diamond form too hard for Chemistry to break on through. And X Oblivione, their diamond-tipped spear has pierced the chest of Chemistry.
These come in real
Chemistry, they're already regrouping. They took down Oligator. Lettuce is still in their backline, in their house, causing issues, being in usage. You can also see Twisty is all the way back here, currently in a 1v1 duel, making sure that they can get out of danger as they dropped a little bit low as Lettuce just continuing to charge around, be irritating.
He's in your fridge when you least expect him. Invisible boundary dragged on up. A quick sonic projection coming through from the Magneto inside of the Fate of Both Worlds. Should be more than enough healing to try and sustain through all the damage that Twisty's bringing to the table. But can you sustain through what the Punisher is cooking is the question. Yeah, CrossFit has a big idea about that one. Meteor M gets it done. Invisible boundary now drawn up by Oblivion, and Oligator has got his own designs on this fight. And with both the strategists falling as well as CrossFit, it seems those designs have been realized. Graphic design is his passion, and he paints in blood.
That is a huge pickup for Oblivion. Once again, they will hold with 1 minute and 23 to go. They are locked in right now. Henken used the Blast Descent in that fight and found nothing. Oblivion with that invincible boundary, shutting it down. And now what do they have left? They have Freedom Charge, and they are using it as in comes Lettuce, charging ahead for the fridge, for the crisper, but they are immediately sent to the freezer.
Oh, you can't freeze Lettuce. It's going to be so bad. Oh, it's too watery. All of the flavor's gone. And Lettuce, well, there's a spicy run away for now, leaving behind a trail of brown, but going to come back in with red, white, and blue thereafter. I hate myself. Intent just rolling away. Oh, touch your taker.
They're moving in, trying to get into this wraparound. They've got 36 seconds left. Trying to send up that Vibranium Energy Saw. Oligator on the flank. And Chemistry, they're creeping forward piece by piece. But Oblivion have a massive ultimate lead. Final Judgment and Media M. The Media is absorbed, though, by that Guardian Barrier. But Lettuce is tracked down. They are forced to leave as they move on forward. Intent is just clipping everyone. Wraparound from the backline to try and turn it. Twitzy was trying to melt through, but it's too late. Oblivion melts the rest of the team. They even get through that Fate of Both Worlds, and everyone is taken down. Portal is the last-ditch effort for Chemistry.
Oh, but guess who's standing in the way? Ash standing there menacingly, shinily, diamondly. And it's going to be a breakout, yes, onto a point, but it's Psychic Knives trying to cut through the Black Panther. A spinning kick in place, an attempted evasion, and also it's going to be the Dance of a Butterflies, the final dance macabre, a celebration of a map well done for Oligator, as the remainder of Oblivion up against the remainder of Chemistry are more than powerful enough to stop them in their tracks. And Oblivion claim Clinton for map number 1.
So far, Oblivion have yet to lose a map to Chemistry, and that will continue. Despite a valiant effort, Chemistry have yet to be able to break through what is beginning to appear to be their white whale. Allura takes the MVP in what is a very intense map. I love the inclusion of the Black Panther to try and turn this round, but they just could not deal with the just insane KO potential. Ash, 15 final hits. Intent, 15 final hits. Oligator, 17 final hits. They were just picking people up too consistently.
Yeah, huge damage output coming out of Missouri as well on the Magneto. Very accurate with the Iron Volley. And here's a quick look at some of our highlights. There certainly were plenty. We had high points from both of our teams. Henken Black Panther continues to impress, but unfortunately could not find much purchase on the second point of Symbiotic Surface. I think there's a reason why we only saw it swap to later on the third point on the defense.
They tried to just bring it back for the defense, and on the attack, the Black Panther did do especially well. Twinsies bringing out their own Psylocke. They tried to turn it round effectively, but there's only so much you can do when your entire team's getting burst. I love that they tried to bring out the Cap. I wonder why we didn't see it from Oblivion, honestly, as that is the standard setup, but obviously we only believe it's standard because we've seen other teams do it fairly consistently.
Honestly, I'm not sure if we've seen too much Cap in particular from EXO. Like, it is the standard setup, but I don't know if it's as much in their hero pools. I feel like the Magneto and the Strange, the Groot, and the AMER are far more their style. They seem a little bit more... They like their slow vanguards, you know? rolling in as an oppressive force with a Sisyphean boulder that breaks you down. However, we're going to have some time to break down the next map and figure out what's coming during this 5-minute break. Don't go anywhere.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are standing up for a last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through sun walls. Before the rift winters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will flash, no matter where. We will fight, pushing across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. Do you see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories? And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And when there's no more, then now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break the chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through sun walls. Before the rift winters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Light it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open.
After he yawns, another comes to my Glentor. To me, my queen in black.
We all expected Ex Oblivione to have an advantage coming into our grand finals, having 3-0'd in the winners finals, but they were taken pretty far on Symbiotic Surface to find their 1-0 victory over Chemistry. Ex Oblivione looking pretty strong, but both of these teams, Tetra, have already qualified for Stage 2 of Marvel Rivals Ignite in EMEA.
Now this is all about prize pool, it's all about bragging rights, and it's all about seeding. And it's all about redemption for Chemistry, who have yet to be able to take a map off of Explovion. Luckily, they might actually get multiple chances, not just MRC, because like you said, they are in Ignite, so they might be able to chase them down in Ignite itself if they're able to make it through the players. I think seeding-wise, these two teams will probably be separated when it comes to group stages for Stage 2. That would be my assumption. But I am purely guessing. My sources, I saw it in a dream, / I made it up, / I stole this joke from Legden.
It's a good source. It's a good source. It's just as reliable as the anonymous source when it comes to average journalism, you know? The equally viable sources. We're going to be able to get into map number 2 soon. I believe we're going to be heading to a domination map now. Being into T'Challa, also one of our convergence maps, being taken out of the pool without a draw is always good news when it comes to the expediency of a series. I'm still hoping that this goes all the way to 7. I'd love to see Chemistry, what they can do when they're fully powered up against Ex Oblivione.
Very much agreed. More games, more time to warm up, more time to learn your opponent's style, and let's see where these teams go as we are heading in for our draft. Once again, we're in standard draft format, meaning that the picks and bans are for both teams. If you protect a character, it is protected for both sides, cannot be banned out anymore. If you ban something like this Human Torch, neither team can play it.
Yep. No Human Torch on the dock for now, and no Wolverine either. Although, admittedly, both Oleg, I think Oleg's a pretty good Wolverine player in their own right, but Henken definitely has been getting a lot of value out of that previously. So maybe they think that that's a little bit of a unbalanced ban, in that Oleg's got a pretty wide hero pool, and the Wolverine's only a small part of that.
We will have to see. So far in this tournament up to today, through the last couple rounds, Ex Oblivion, Oligator has played Star-Lord, Psylocke, Spider-Man, which we did see sneak in for a bit, and the Human Torch. Torch is, as usual, banned away. We've been seeing them mostly on Psylocke so far in that first game, except for a very quick Spider-Man drive-by.
The drive-by Spider-Man is always welcome. Who knows? Maybe one day it'll pop off. We're yet to see it, but maybe one day. Ex Oblivione now going for their second ban. No teams can play Punisher. Makes sense. Intent certainly seem to be getting the better of those trades. But the Bucky on the other side is going to be removed. No Buckathon Barnes today. And Ex Oblivione, they might be able to craft a very preferential hit scan duel here as Oligator. I think that I would probably describe their best hero from my knowledge of old Oleg. The real Oleg fans remember that has a pretty nasty hella.
They really do. They are very scary to deal with here, which is why we might see something like...
Excuse me?
Yeah, okay. That is the smartest man in the Marvel Universe, at least via what most of the heroes say. Reed Richards, Mr. Fantastic, being protected for Chemistry. And the fact is, it can work. We've seen teams bring it out for in a couple matches. China brought it out a couple times. It is all about beefiness and brawling potential. It's essentially a third Vanguard with a little bit more damage than the classic Vanguard that can chase and stick to people very effectively due to that dash that you can get on the E. But it's still weird.
It is still... We have seen so little Mr. Fantastic at the upper echelons of play, like almost Thor status. Like, not quite Thor status. Admittedly, we saw a little bit of Thor in MRC, I believe, from CrossFit in some early rounds. But that might have been against teams that were so thoroughly under Chemistry's level that you could pick, like, some unideal heroes and still get some big value out of them. Okay, yeah, they're playing with us a little bit here. Twitzy, of course, is going to be playing on the Star-Lord to benefit from the resurrections that Henken is going to be offering. I wonder if Chemistry may have just had like a little bit of a flashbang protect right there. Just try and get Ex Oblivione talking, you know, have them start doubting the strategy.
Quite possibly, just to mix it up a little bit. But again, the fact is it can be seen, it can work, but it's so weird. Oligathon is starting on Spider-Man here. Intent will be the one moving over to the Hela with Sector on the Jeff. They are going for a hyper-aggressive split the team in two and blow someone up. You don't want to be there, Adam. Henkin gets eaten alive.
Oh, holding W has its perils, and Missouri is more than happy to show you just what perils can be found in the deep caverns of Cthon. Missouri now going to be able to wrap around the outside. Oblivione, they're going to be able to slowly erode all of the space away from Chemistry. They've actually rotated away from where their Adam is going to be respawning. They flipped the map right here, and Aloy suffering from the Dark Maelstrom released from the Sorcerer's Scream himself. CrossFit's going to be isolated by themselves over here. Oleg is more than happy to try and grab the stragglers as they roll on through, and Chemistry are thoroughly routed.
I've seen enough. Durf is fantastic. Chemistry at this point, they might need to adjust. They might need to swap something out. Again, it's a momentum thing, so they could just try and continue to build up these ultimates and keep the commitment going. But Oblivione are just wiping them so quickly that these revives are essentially just ult charge for Oblivione.
Oligathor looking for another drop down. That's going to be the Sonic copy. Instantly forces out the Soul Bomb here from the Adam Warlock. That's a major cooldown that's now going to be missing. Henkin rolls on forward. Sector overwhelmed. The extra movement speed. They moved so fast. It seems that Sector just was not ready. They were waiting for Oligathor to be able to make one of those incisions into the backline, but the Soul Bomb slowed it down so well.
Chemistry with a turn around there. Henkin landing a beautiful drive-by shot onto Oligathor while they were sounding stealth, predicting the shot, gets the pickup. And now Twitzy will be backing away because they're going to get caught out after being frozen. It's all about zoning. Chemistry with a huge turnaround here, committing to their composition, locking in, and they're already close to evening up the score, 21% to 36 in favor of Oblivione, but Chemistry in the defensive position, and once again Oligathor is on the flank.
The live stream triage is so good, though. I believe Absolute Zero was just used by Valuna. So Oligathor now doesn't have to worry about getting stunned as they head on in for yet another ultimate. That's going to be there for Soul Bomb and Soul Resurgence used. Oh, the Soul Survivor, though, is not going to be. Henkin still has that Karmic Revival if they need to bring themselves back, and then maybe bring the rest of the team back as well. And 10 takes the skies. The AC-130 can rain down so many mortars, but does not want to charge the Meteor End. It's a free fire zone now after Magneto's finished with his tomfoolery, his shenanigans. It's an intractable ultimate here from the side of CrossFit, unable to shut down so many players, as there is still going to be that healing coming through from the Fate of Both Worlds. Ascending to the sky is Missouri. Can you isolate Halo? Yeah, behind this cover. Great dodge coming through on the Carbon Crush. CrossFit thought they could shut down Oligathor, but you cannot control the psionic lady herself.
69% on the board though, Chemistry. They actually held that for a long time. They committed to a hefty defense. Henkin got taken out twice in that fight. They used Cocoon, came back, and was immediately taken out by Ash. Again, we did not get to see that Karmic Revival, but with 69%, if they're able to get the flip, they might be able to use Karmic Revival in the final fight and force Oblivione back before they can quick reinforce. They just need to be patient with it. Build up some of these ultimates. They need that Galactic Legend, and they need CrossFit to be up, as they are getting focused down so hard here. They will fall. Twitzy is down, Bacchus down, Alo's down, and Oblivione are going to hold on to the point and even up the score.
Oligathor scouted that wrap so well, and then Ash really committed to it there, building up a huge amount of charge on that psionic beam before even being able to find the angle. It meant that you could just carve through those shields easily. Lettuce. Oh, we're gonna let him wilt. No! He's gonna get wet in the crisper! He's gonna ruin the other veggies! My carrots!
The carrots are doomed. But Chemistry aren't. The portal. For one last re-engage. They're taking what's left and they're making a salad and a sandwich. Pushing into the backline, dancing the butterfly. Oligathor is getting away, but Alo and Baka, no more healing for Oligathor as they are wiped off the board. Oligathor gets the duel though and is keeping their team in this. And even with a huge pickup, Chemistry aren't able to get back in. Lettuce has brought out the Squirrel Girl to try and re-engage once they're already ult charged. They don't even get to use it, but they now have that ult for the next fight.
Yeah, Oligathor just refuses to give Henkin space to breathe, to make that Karmic Revival safe enough to work. Oh, Rescom haters, it's a good day. It's a real good day if you're a Rescom hater right now. But Chemistry, they're going to be rolling to... Did I just see a unbeatable Squirrel Tsunami?
Okay, no, we didn't. I think he was charging it because you could like aim it and then cancel it. I think.
Oh
So
yeah, that's
I
true.
think
That's
we
true.
just got debated because I was also.
we don't have game sound on our feet, so sometimes we're just guessing when the ults are coming out.
We're doing our best. Ah, dear. Well, this is an interesting lineup now from Humus 3, running the solo Vanguard CrossFit so they can get the usage out of the Squirrel Girl before they swap off it. Send in the Squirrels. We'll have to see how well they do. Ash is currently on the Venom. A little bit of extra aggression, and there it goes.
That's it. That's enough Venom out of them, I suppose. Extra movement speed at least out of Spawn here. Courtesy of Oligator. Ash is going to be rolling up to high ground here, trying to play extra safe to set intent up with some good LOS over the point and force Cubistry to come to them.
Look who's here.
It's actually great against the Squirrel Tsunami as well. This is such a good counterplay because that struggles vertically.
A nice deep freeze.
Builds up nicely. Oligator dropping down to the low ground, getting into that dagger storm. Here come the Squirrels in that upper door, in the upper tunnel area. You set the tunnel vertically. What if you drop them from above? But already getting taken down, not finding anyone on the pickup here. The second was made of both worlds, have to do burn. Keep their team topped up. It was really personal. Yeah, that was rough. Halo is just single targeted. But Karmic Revival charged up from last round is bringing everyone back. It's a quintuple revival.
A quintuple revival into a conversion on the Lunar Snow. Still Lettuce falls through the cracks once again. You'll find him in the back of the fridge in 6 to 12 months. Henkin still going with the power of the Adam Warlock, the perfect human. Allura under siege here from a damage-boosted Twixie, and it's going to be difficult to try and survive those element guns. Finally delivers on the frag. The knockout is found. Chemistry. I believe this might have been the, they played very close on this map versus Uncles earlier, or versus Ascended.
I believe you might be right as they are able to get, once again, another flip. 24 to 12. But Chemistry in control, already catching up. And building up these ultimates. Already back to 40% on Karmic Revival. And Parker already approaching that soul rejuvenation for the extra sustain, getting behind that magnetic curtain, but Oligator is lurking, ready for a dance of the butterflies to just try and melt on through. Soulbond buys some time, but it's nowhere near enough to sustain on through. And Chemistry are wiping up the board. Oblivion send them to Oblivion.
Uh-oh. Baka, why did they use their res? Uh-oh. Well, that's really bad. Also, generational Terracate by Allura, by the way. Managing, I think, to purple 5 players, so they took even more damage per slice from Oligator's Dance of the Butterflies.
Making their way forward. Black Legend almost charged. This is Oblivion with the zoning for the moment. They're also approaching the full build-up onto that Goddess of Death for the turnaround. Oblivion in control, but Chemistry are pulling the trigger. That is a fantastically timed Psionic seduction. Grizzly needs help. They're getting shielded though with the extra help from the protection from Baka with that soul rejuvenation. Diving into the backline with the blast of Mirage, but that fate of both worlds is sustaining them through. Eternal Bond coming out from Allura to stagger this CrossFit. Is trying to get them from the sky, but intent is in the air, getting to Goddess of Death for the extra sustain as much as they can. Media M eats some of it as Lettuce is trying their best. They almost get pulled off the side from Spider-Man, but they sustain on through.
Oligator will get another drive-by here from the Spider-Man. Still playing the peripheries, looking for the E. It's off cooldown once again. It could be a big pickup. Now sees Henkin. Target acquired, honestly, with that Karmic Revival potentially on the docket. You need to try and head up there if you're Spider-Man. That's your job to try and do it. A sleep from downtown, quickly woken up. Of course, you can shoot the Mantis Ghost to wake up the Spider-Man. Never forget, Missouri gets kicked into a wall and subsequently flattened. Oligator cannot stand for long as the Mantis claims the space and claims supremacy over the warrior falls of Bean and T'Challa.
They flip it back, and Chemistry, they're even able to track down Allura, and Baka is taking no prisoners this time, getting a double in that last fight. Mantis can do incredible damage output if played by the right character. Remember, it's not a hit scan character, it is projectile, making it a little bit harder to land, but with that self-inspire, that anger is extremely healthy.
It is healthy anger. It's always good to have an outlet catcher, and I feel like Oligador is about to make the backline of chemistry quite the outlet. Henken needs to be noted in terms of their position right now. You can see them playing around the back of the pillar on the right-hand side of your screen right now. That might well come to be important later, and indeed it instantly is. Lesis gets raised back up, going to be reused in a stew potentially, as Barker now moving forward with the Soul Resurgence. Not going to be many players actually from the rest of the team getting a big advantage from that Soul Resurgence. It's a little bit greedy, and it could be punished here as well. CrossFit and Ash exchanging with Sonic Seductions, everyone trying to seduce everybody else, but who's going to walk away with a Tinder Premium subscription? If you paid for that, then I'm judging you, and Missouri judges you as well, as the backline gets crushed underneath a spicy meatball of Magneto. Barker down to simply one. A great metallic bulwark coming through there from the Magneto. Excellent peel from Lettuce to keep the Mantis safe. Oligator desperately wants Twisty, picking up the health pack on their disengagement. It's an unfortunate close to a reload, but a finish was finally found. Henken's come back in their own right on the Spider-Man, picks up Sector, and still is going to be an absolute nightmare on this point. Ex-Oblivione running low on means to contest. It's going to be a portal to try and come on back from Ash, but Twisty is already here, and now in mid-air, Henken's been taken down too. Oligator and Intense combined for so many frags and turned it back in their favor already.
Counter portal coming out from Twisty to reinforce, but the team is so staggered. They're just running in one at a time, getting melted. The portal expires. They can't hold this for any longer. It's all or nothing now, as Lettuce is trying to sustain on the point, giving everything they can, but they're just getting locked down over and over again. Lettuce is not the Caesar. They are taken down, and that is going to be a 2-0 on map number 2 and a 2-0 in this series.
Let's just call him late era Caesar, potentially. That's going to be a 2-0 here for Ex-Oblivione, but there's still plenty of time for adjustments. This is a best of 7, a best of 7, a first to 4. There is a lot of runway left in this for chemistry to try and figure it out. They've attempted the res composition. We've got it out of our system. Now we can play some good comps.
As someone who does quite enjoy playing Adam, this slander will not stand.
You and I are having words after this.
Oh dear. I will admit it does seem to have become a little bit of a crutch for a lot of teams, and it does extend fights very long, which as a caster I do enjoy, but let them fight this. We will see Intent with 17 final hits once again. They are the one who brought out the Hela, because Oligator is still just enjoying full freedom on this silo.
Yeah, seems like Oligator doesn't need to move back to the old main anymore. Intent's got that easily in hand, and Oligator is finding the exact right moments to try and make incisions into this backline, and cutting through is on the docket as we look at our highlights. And of course, Oligator is very firmly featured.
They were cleaning up in those earlier rounds, just getting so much value. But we did see them get taken out a few times here, consistently about as much as the rest of their teams. Every single person on Ex-Oblivione was taken out 4 times at minimum. What a turnaround between these two teams. Chemistry taking incredible fights, and it just seems like they're improving each game, getting closer and closer to grabbing themselves a map, meaning that at this rate they should be able to win this in a 8-2 in a best of 7 series. Just we'll get several draws while they slowly balance it out.
The rising tide of chemistry is certainly potentially scary for the side of EXO, but for now, consistent excellence is ruling the day. Ex-Oblivione, they've been waiting for this moment since they didn't manage to qualify for Ignite all of those months ago. They were so close to it, Tetra, and we all anticipated they were going to be making it into Ignite, but just a fumble at the wrong moment, a misclick here and there, things really start to spiral out of control. They have been hungry for this. They never stopped scrimming, never stopped trying, never stopped iterating, and it's showing in spades here at MRC.
If you look at some of the recent results from this team, like you said, they're still going. They're already doing quite well in the Meta Cup, which is also happening quite effectively. They got so close in those Ignite qualifiers that you called out earlier. They are still playing in finite time, most recently against Luminosity, which was interesting, having a little bit of a split that way. Ironic that Oligator was probably on Luminosity at the time that happened. They've always been grinding.
yeah, they have been working really hard. There's a lot of very passionate people behind EXO as an organization. They put on a lot of events as well. They're, I mean, it's kind of EXO organization glaze from me. They're like one of those up-and-coming orgs. You call them like a tier 2 organization, but we don't really have like the venture capital backing of like some of our primary esports orgs in the scene. But they're very grassroots driven, and passion runs through a lot of their projects. And Marvel Rivals certainly seems to be one of their premier projects right now, which is really starting to pay dividends with the pickup of people like Oligator. I believe Intent and Sector both came from a previous roster with Mace in North America, if I remember correctly. I believe Sector actually resides on the East Coast but is Icelandic, and I think that Intent is also on the East Coast. So these guys are playing on about 90 ping right now. We're gonna have a slightly extended break as we get geared up for our third map of this grand final, so don't go anywhere. All the action continues after this.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it all. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up a fist and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters your head, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We remember who you really are. Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, pushing across time and space. Rise, you are mine, doesn't need to the end. Do you see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories? And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And we're not no more. That now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New day smiling for the past and future. Break the chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Light it up, unleash it. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time.
After he yawns, another comes to my Glentor. To me, my queen in black.
Null is coming, and time will spiral into darkness.
And I was holding back.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are currently sitting at 2-0 as Ex-Oblivion are continuing their streak of not dropping a map to Chemistry. We're pairing for map number 3. Can Chemistry change this?
Yeah, Chemistry are having time to download the Ex-Oblivion playbook and adapt to it. But they are halfway through the time that they have to adapt, as Ex-Oblivion are halfway to the victory in a best-of-7 series, or first to 4. No draws coming up, though, as they're going to be heading over to a convoy map next. Idrisil Path is the chosen map for Chemistry to try and bring this one back.
Possibility of a draw could come in. Of course, both teams hit the triple and then another triple or a 0. Both are possible in the overtime. So it is doable. Do we want that 8th map? We'll have to see, or at minimum.
I mean, we do, but I don't know if I want it to happen that way. I mean, it would be pretty iconic if it happened that way. Going to be able to head into our ban phase soon, but I do wonder, Tetra, like, what a Chemistry cook it. Like, the second protect, I guess it's just a little bit of a flashbang, you know? You just throw it into the enemy comms, like, okay, we're protecting Mr. Fantastic. What's the deal? What's the deal with that? I guess that's like, we're not going to telegraph, we're going to play res comp, so we're not going to protect any of the resurrectees, as it were. But, I don't... Like, sometimes the protects are a little bit less valuable than the bans when you have, like, universal bans. Like, the protects are giga valuable in our advanced tournament drafting system we use for Ignite, because they're uneven bans. So your protect is like, if we don't protect a hero, we can get, like, hero gradiented really hard. Let's head into our bans and have a look at how things go. Chemistry have instantly said, no more of this Punisher. I refuse. I'm
wondering if, like, the ability to ban out a character and just not play it is a virus, an ascendant has just passed on to Chemistry after banning out the Iron Man and the Ultron in a lot of those previous games. Perhaps Chemistry just saw the idea and thought it was good, or perhaps they legitimately did want to play the captain, the Mr. Fantastic, or perhaps, like you said, it was to try and throw them off the scent of the res comp. Either way, with that Punisher taken away, Ex-Oblivion are now finally getting their hands on the Human Torch.
Okay, yeah. Intent is a excellent Human Torch player, I've been told. Word on the street is that Intent is that guy on the Torch. I've had multiple sources come up to me, chirping like little birds, and like, Intent's that guy on Human Torch, and Bucky's going to be banned as well. I'm actually quite happy to see the AMER ban here from Chemistry. It feels like Ash has been constantly getting one over on CrossFit on that hero, and maybe it's just that Ex-Oblivion have been together so long that their ability to follow up these Sonic seductions has been remarkably strong, but it also provides an opening to potentially play the Black Panther here for Chemistry, given that the main Vanguard shutdown is going to be taken away.
Very true. Get the
there
option
it
for Henkin
is.
to bust that out. There's the protection. So now they have that option. That is something that they can protect and then not play and still get value out of, because you've already put the fear of the Black Panther into the pathway of Ex-Oblivion. And, well, here's a ban onto Ultron this time. If you're going to be playing something that bursts people in tight-knit areas, then maybe remove one of the extra flyers. And with a backline diver, you remove the person who is very good at setting up for them. With Captain America also taken away. Captain America, of course, can be extremely effective at diving into the backline, weakening people for the Black Panther to move on through. And then if they need to leave, a Freedom Charge is essentially a third strategist ultimate.
Yeah, that the sustainability of a Freedom Charge brings is not to be underestimated, particularly strong against things like AMER's Ultimate, but of course we won't be seeing that Sonic Seduction here today. For the moment, Chemistry are going to be hovering on that Gamma Monstro spawn team up, and we've seen quite a few great Hulk players here in EMEA, and I'd be excited to see how Lettuce stacks them amongst them. Of course, he is the right color. Ash is going to be bringing up the group.
Boom! Boo! Immediately boo!
I'll be joining you in jail.
We're going to Pod Jail, as Ash, not a Lettuce, is playing a tree. Will be making their way out for a little bit of defense on the Groot, which, with the Wolverine and the Punisher getting taken out, suddenly Groot massively spikes in value. If you look at other characters that can deal with him, of course the Human Torch is going to have a pretty solid time. Ironically, the Flaming Guy is pretty effective against wood, but also the Winter Soldier could have been a solid option, but neither team will be picking that up at this stage.
Yeah, being weak to fire type damage. I did say that Intent was that guy on the one, the Human Torch, isn't actually going to be the one playing it. I believe that Oligator has stolen this one away. So maybe my understanding of the hero pools of this roster is yes, or very much no. I think their hero pools might just be fairly universal at this level. Attempted grab here on the Johnny Storm. Let's just getting a little bit spicy with this one. He's going to get chased down by the Johnny here. And in these tight areas, that fire, that flame cluster just does so much damage, and Lettuce is just left to his scientific devices elsewhere.
Taking down the Monstros as they were attempting to be dropped on the flank. Now that Naval is extremely effective against anyone who is diving, but also the fact that you do incredible damage output if you can land that Trident, but the auto-targeting of the Monstros means if you get a flank, even onto a flyer, you can get a huge blow-up, and that Gamma Monstro will melt through frontliners incredibly quickly. So if Humistry decide they want to just go for a flank, they can. If Explivio decide they want to try and rush the backline, which they were thinking about, then it's going to be a little harder and people will get melted incredibly quickly. But the push is slow here, as Explivio are playing safely and defensively. A massive move up on this side stairs. While they're taking a little bit of damage, everyone is still here and is able to defend their system.
Yeah, it's a very disciplined position taken thus far from Exoblivione, which is going to take a little bit of power to break through, but that power is going to be denied already. The Meteor M sucks up multiple instances of Flame Tornado, and sent in towards the backline won't find any finishing blows in its own right, but still Exoblivione have 5 ultimates to play with, after forcing out 2 themselves from the side of Chemistry. And still for Lettuce, sitting at only 60%, has had a lot of trouble getting value out of a Hulk so far. Oligator is just playing well within the LOS of their own strategists, and so is rarely finding themselves threatened by these rotations. Speaking of which, it's a full rotate here for Chemistry.
10 ping in shots down range, keeping everyone zoned away. You can see those group walls placed just anywhere they can in this tight-knit area, so that the second someone steps up, they could take a lot of damage from Storm Lash Vines. Big 10 drops low, has to use Astral Flock to get out of danger as these shots from down range. Chemistry with that Naval can get a solid amount of burst damage if you're not careful, and that Hulk is once again going to be sent sailing into that battlefield.
Yeah, headshot just south of a disengage, and less of an equal fight here between the Johnnies, of course, as there's still a team up available for the side of Twitzy. Minowa's going to use their own Supernova, just going to dodge away as best they can. The Meteor Rum doesn't get too much, but has created a cone of silence around itself. Intent at range just decimates Johnny Storm. A Guardian Shield not enough, nor the Storms uniting in terms of that backline pressure. Now you got to look towards Henkin over here. Quite the delivery given over to Intent. Grounded for now. Henkin might well be able to open it up here. And there's plenty of damage coming through from the Squids elsewhere. Doesn't have the healing though to try and survive this one. It's going to be flames on the floor, but dry out Namor when he felt he was at his most dangerous. CrossFit kicks to the sky with the Meteor M. Will they be able to connect onto any of their vulnerable targets? Is the question. Seems like it's not going to be the case right now. Alo losing out on valuable seconds in the midst of their fate of both worlds. Twitzy has to decide if they're going to take the Terra Firma or they're going to take the Dawn in the sky. Both the Guardian Shield and the Idol Aura have been placed upon the Superstar, but it seems like they're yet to reach that critical mass. They haven't achieved fusion. In fact, they've fizzled out as a brown dwarf. They all just fade silently into the cosmos behind.
They are getting focused down, chased all the way back to the spawn, where they'll have to reignite again. Exoblivione have been holding in this first quarter for so long that we're already down to our last 10 seconds. As such, Lettuce has to open the portal for a last-ditch effort, and Mr. Fantastic has made an appearance. Henkin moving on in off of the board because they lost that whole team up, so they're just going to go for maximum sustain. If they can hold this, Oligator and the spawn is trying to zone everyone away, takes the portal to get back to the objective for the team fight, and Intent to the sky with the Goddess of Death. It's trying to melt all through as best they can, healing ultimates, and the targeting is good. Meteor M directly on top of the wall here, not going to be finding a target at all, as Missouri is trying to keep everyone zoned off the point. Invisible Boundary comes out from Barker to hold the line. Twitzy pushing them back, and Super Silver Ignite, Oligator mirroring from the other side, and they take them down. Huge damage coming in here as Oligator is trying to trade this off the point. Barker has fallen, but their team is being taken down. Exoblivione with only a Laura left, sneaking in. How Trixie as the portal is going to attempt to come in, but I don't know if they have enough time, Lecter.
I don't think they've got the time to touch right here. Yeah, the respawns just took too long in overtime. Exoblivione, the miscommunication between the Meteor M and the wall itself. What a fumble from Elimination. They had all the tools they needed and no time for Chemistry to make any mistakes, and it was their own mistakes that sunk them right there on the defense, and now they're into a much more open zone where potentially Twitzy can really get some value out of his Guardian Shield. You can see this constant pressure coming through from the Mr. Fantastic as well, who's also going to be benefiting potentially from that team up, but it seems like Back has left that one behind. Moving back over. Oh, it's the Brainiac bounce, baby! I've been waiting so long to say that after memorizing the name of the Brainiac bounce. That's 5. It's going to be 6 for a disengage here, not getting too much of a slow or the big damage up thereafter. 2 players stunned, both Oligator and Missouri, but Oligator is going to be able to get out of this one for now. Sinking down, Intent gets rid of the aerial threat that was going to be Twitzy. A quick bird away, but still the inflated state of Mr. Fantastic. That one sure was deserving of a nerf. Really, he's just overpowered, to be honest. We needed to tone down the Fantastics.
It's an honor rule that the players don't play Mr. Fantastic. Clearly, that's why we haven't seen him, and Chemistry have gone against the grain. No, we just haven't seen him much, but Chemistry may have seen something that we don't know in bringing out the Mr. Fantastic for that extra sustain in that last fight to give them brawl potential, to give them tanking potential. As Twitzy trying to hold on the line, flaming meteor for the disengage out of Oligator, but there's going to supernova straight back and forth into the doorway with Meteor M. Bagamoto onto the attackers. Meteor M in the doorway. CrossFit and Twitzy are taking them down, but Hella Intent is currently uncontested on the flank. Drops low, 10 HP, chase down. Oligator gets the turnaround onto Twitzy after they take down Intent, but gets sniped on the turnaround as Henkin is bouncing again.
I'm ready to put on a show.
Henkin bounces it off again, baby. Missouri falls to the Brainiac bounce. IQ too high for Magneto, but a whip too strong when summoned from the nether planes by the Sorcerer Supreme. Takes out Mr. Fantastic, and suddenly Chemistry once again are in that familiar position. Dire Straits close to overtime with 1 chance remaining.
They're making their way back in. They don't have Portal. They used it earlier and it hasn't been enough time. With 10 seconds left, this is their opportunity. Sector has that fate of both worlds. Lettuce has Aya Bagamoto to make their way in, to turn this round, to get as much percentage on the point. Overtime is started as already that Pyro Prison is dropping health bars low. Flanks from Oligator as we enter into the Sky Duel once again, but they're not finding these hits. Ash pushing on forward. Lettuce looking for an opening. Aya Bagamoto into the back line. But Sector with the fate of both worlds sustains the team through, but they still take down Alora as they try to push on into this front line. That fate of both worlds is too much sustained though.
It's a reserve position here from Elimination. They don't want to get the fate of both worlds. Healing cut off by a shield from one of these Vanguards. Still Twitzy up above it all. Ash down up to 14 HP. The Brainiac bounce in the small room. Welcome to the bouncy castle. Everyone's got to come to my birthday party, and I better like your presents. Henkin celebrates as it's his 3rd birthday now at the bounce house.
Henkin locking in there. The present might be a triple cap as they hit point number 2. Chemistry are bringing out the Fantastic Four in a big way. We've seen so much of that Human Torch, but Mr. Fantastic might be the trick they need, giving their team a little bit of that bonus health as they will back up, go for a reset, don't overextend. They've zoned already as the inflated form comes out as they try to duel this Doctor Strange.
The inflated form's actually so good against the double shield tank as well. Like the double Vanguards, they can't really stand up to the inflated form that well. They don't really have the means to burst through it. Oligator creating quite the firestorm in the backline here for Chemistry. That's a complication that needs to be dealt with. Moving on forward now with the Meteor M in the hands of Missouri. But where does it land is the question. According to our feed, didn't really get that much damage done. A new inflated form is found. It's backed up by the Supernova. Twisty has opened up a couple of inches of space here for the remainder of Chemistry, but he's still going to go against Oligator, and the damage is too much to bear for Lettuce. Alo's already fallen on down. Buck is going to be the only healing available and pumps the emergency shift button there with the regeneration domain. But you still can't get through this choke point. You've got to deal with Missouri on the off angle, Tetcher.
Trying to get onto Oligator, chasing them down with beautiful shots from that Muda Snow. Aya Bagamoto this time finds Allura and they get it! Double blow up from Lettuce! What a baby gem of a play as they push their way in. Ash has the counter off that Aya Bagamoto, launches to the back line, gets a couple, the front line is melting with regeneration domain, keeps the back line safe. Henkin is bouncing again to push on through. CrossFit takes out Sector and Meteor M to take out the front line, as this is Ex-Oblivion Oblivion crumbling at the seams. Chemistry pushes on in for what might be their last chance as overtime ticks down.
He's 4 years old and he's had another fantastic birthday at the bounce house. A small fumble potentially onto the portals here, but Oligator can't even clear the spawn door before they're set alight. He's just spontaneously combusting. He's that meme with a man in the diner who's just sitting on fire for no reason. Venom just absolutely cooked upon the entry. Ash exactly the same. There's no mitigation options. And Ex-Oblivione off of one fumbled Meteor M spiral into oblivion.
Time to switch
Chemistry.
including which
What do they
side
want
you're
for
on.
their birthday? They want to finally take a map off of Ex-Oblivion and begin the comeback. And you know what? They've been very good this year. As Henken bringing out the Mr. Fantastic exactly when they needed it. They get the triple cap, and now it's all about the defense.
If you aren't good this year, you don't get a birthday. You don't get to age up. You're staying 13 for another year, son. If my son fails to go viral on TikTok, we will be canceling his birthday this year. Ex-Oblivione finally staring down the barrel, and we talked about Chemistry getting the download. I feel like the AMER ban really is getting them some value here, because while the Groot can be a little bit troublesome for the Mr. Fantastic, when you're going up against a Doctor Strange and Magneto, the Mr. Fantastic cleave on the inflated form is not to be underestimated.
Get us through this one.
They can get a lot of extra value, like you say, that extra just consistent AoE damage on those brawls can make it very difficult for Frontline to try and sustain on through. And in the meantime, maximum AoE, torches also in the air, just making the ground rough to stand on. Ex-Oblivion, they're hyper mid-maxing right now. They're going to start off with that penny combo for that extra 50 bonus health, just to make sure that they have every possible advantage as they make their way forward.
You could argue that if you manage to get your right click onto the enemy Doctor Strange as well for potential pull forward, that could be a great enabler for a big Eye of Agamotto from Lettuce. You gotta think about how these things interact. We don't really see that often. Double flyers already. Oh no. Ex-Oblivione, they're going for the Sloppenheimer. They've got both of the Storm and the Johnny Storm here for the ultimate in Duelist Elf combos.
Twinsie is sieging in from above, finds the wraparound onto Intent and takes the duel. Intent, sorry, gets a Twisty with the turnaround play. But in the meantime, Henkin gets a pickup of their own, and with that maximum sustain, they need to make sure they have someone dealing with this torch, but the cart has been stopped at this classic hold corner.
All right, Intent just forced to move away for now. Ark is going to have to use their ultimate eventually after having copied out onto A-Low. And so this is going to be Chemistry just moving on forward. Ex-Oblivione, great identification of that God of Mischief. They're like, okay, well, we're just gonna leave. GG's chill.
And sieging reset. Buy time. Make your way in again. Look for the turnarounds already. Twinsie forced the flaming medium, which does give you bonus health, which will get them out of there safely. It's mobility, essentially crowd control if you land on top of one of your pyro points, and you can also get a little bit of extra protection with that bonus health. They push on in, and very much telegraphing it, but it doesn't matter if you telegraph it if you land it, but it's protected with that incredible regen domain. The storm coming out from Oligator as Firestorm to try Oligator with maximum damage, but Chemistry, they only lose Baka. They're trying to stay through, but it's not enough. It's one by one. CrossFit's dropping down. Henkin is delaying as long as they can on the board, but there's nothing more they can do as Ex-Oblivion crack this open. Is there enough time for a portal though?
Almost there.
And so Oligator and become Death. The destroyer of worlds, and Lettuce is going to become Strange, the opener of portals. However, the timing, it's just about there. Henkin managed to dodge through at just the right moment. The Brainiac bounce is once again bouncing on it. I think he may have actually bounced back through the portal. It could have been a slight complication. We'll check that one in the replay in a little minute. Might have bonked his widow ahead. The bounce house party was cancelled just as he reached 5 years old. Ash on the backlash manages to get Twisty, but Lettuce on the other side along with CrossFit. They're fragging out in the front line. Henkin's opened up the space. A forced physics to drag the husband back in. No. You ain't going to the bar. We got taxis to file. Reed and, well, Ex-Oblivione, they've been stymied once again.
They've been held back another time. Chemistry they set themselves up with 1 minute to go, and the cards just over 2 meters away from the point. Ultimates building up, a Mega Hurricane 64%, and that Supernova 54%, meaning that Explosión, if they can delay this, they might be able to get 1 more big blow up, and that's all you need to hit the door. Immediately we're seeing Barca going to be dropping that God of Mischief, because they have a defensive ultimate, but they can see Explosión creeping forward. Head can drop low, and there's that invisible bounce. Stolen.
Yeah, Laura put that well into the front, however. And that means they are going to be vulnerable at range, eventually getting it shut down. Attempted an aerial meteor them. Once again, you might well become what is needed. Intense just so far away from being able to get that up. There it is. Finally given over. Can power up the flame tornado now. The damage might be too much to bear. Even with something like a Fate of Both Worlds to sustain you, the flame tornado, it just sucks in all and sundry. And inside the cyclone, all are equal and all are ashen.
Head can try to sustain through that with a Brainiac bounce, but Rubber is quite flammable. They are taken down. Explosión break the siege, and with 2.5 minutes, they're looking to hit that point number 2. They're still building these ultimates. And how long do Cubistry stick with the setup with double flyers? Are they happy to rely on Henken with these just quick dashes to try and damage them through, or Twisty to stick with the duel? Right now, Alo has been landing a lot of these shots onto these flyers.
Yeah, Halo's been that tertiary duelist character here with the hit scan at range. Intent takes the corner, looking for their counterpart in Twitzy. And here we go. Henken, you can see, just able to farm ult so quickly off of those double shields. You can reinforce players in the back as well, giving over the additional elastic shields when they use their quick dash, almost up to yet another inflated state. Drags players forward. Oligator falls on down. Was a little bit shy of their ultimate here, and now it's going to be out of sync with Intent. Intent, you want to use your ultimate without Oligator to try and combo it here. It seems like still Explosión are trying to make it work. 3 players stunned by the eye of Agamotto. Twisty gets in close as a fire cluster to the face. Even Permafrost can't stand up to the power of Johnny Storm when he's on a roll with the heat.
And it looks like Explosión would rather wait and make sure they're not staggered. They will retreat, backing up through this doorway. It's hard to break, but it means they will have their ultimates that are needed. That Mega Hurricane and that Supernova. 4th Firestorm to burst through while it's still in the game. Make the most of it. Henken has Brainiac Bounce, which will give them a lot of extra sustain. And they're just continuing to try and pile on the pressure in the doorway. Looking for the torch to try and take him out early. Flanking Storm, but already dropped low, but 1 tornado. Snuck on past, meaning fire!
Put on a show.
Into the backline, Intent is trying to follow up, and once again, it's just so much damage. Absolutely deleted. That's going to be another essentially full team wipe. Barca will be a tiny bit staggered, but Explosión keep pushing forward. But there might be time for 1 more reinforced Cubistry with only 30 seconds left. If they lose this run-back team fight, this might be never mind. That's it. That should secure it.
Yeah, they got like, what, 20 seconds stuck behind those doors. They might be able to try and glitch their way out of these. There are ways around, but Alo's now isolated, going up against Intent. Losing this would be a little bit embarrassing, but it's not going to happen this time around. And this was the perfect play here for Explosión, because they really do have these issues with this particular team up that you get your free win, right? You get your Flamestorm, you get your free win, but then your force of damage in the forthcoming fights until you build that again is very mediocre.
1 minute and 20 seconds. It's all Explosión have to make their way back in. And now their ultimates, their win button is slightly off kilter. Once again, 60% for that Supernova as Intent rushing into the backline. Oligator though on 37, quite a bit out. Brainiac Bounce coming out from Henken, trying to get onto the backline to burst on through. After via Nakamoto is holding onto it, trying to just force the local there, but I think Henken will fall after taking out the sector.
That's a good trade there for Henken at least. At this point, if you're Cubistry, the idea is to win 1 fight, force them to use their, oh no, that's such a big Eye of Agamotto. That might have actually just been such a big economic save from Ash to be able to win off the back of just an Eye of Agamotto. Because for Cubistry, what they really wanted to do was win this one and force Explosión to get around that corner using the Firestorm. They're not have that available for a final fight here, but now Explosión are gonna have those ults available, and Cubistry can't really deal with it.
This is Cubistry's last chance. 23 seconds, 1-1 team fight, and it's essentially over. And if they can take everyone down at once, if they stagger, there's a chance for Ash to reinforce. They make their way up to the high ground. Twitzy almost at their own supernova for a potential turnaround. Let it's almost charged up with an Eye of Agamotto with intent. Is pulling the trigger. They're going to try and break this down. Supernova, Firestorm, the team is very split. Vein of both worlds is getting melted, but they get him! They took down Oligator with the help of Tension. This could be their last chance for the turnaround. Intent, though, is still sieging from above, but Twitzy is splitting the team in two, Lexay.
Oh, Allura in mid-air onto Twitzy. That's kind of nasty, I'm not going to lie to you. The God of Mischief's got their own Shrek sector stunned up by the Eye of Agamotto. And Exoblivion have to make the choice. We have to leave them to their fate so that we can concentrate on the car. These screaming goats aren't going to move themselves. Oligator is turned on up now. Allura, plays around the rocks. Hello, CrossFit. That's not going to go in the highlight reel, I assure you. But in the end, the results are all that count. And Cubistry, they finally finished the download. They figured out Exoblivione, and they've got themselves a map.
2, 3.
We are at a 2-1. Cubistry have given us a series. They have slain their white whale, and they are back in this. Once you have got that first win, every other becomes easier. But we're not going to see Exoblivion go down without a fight. But Cubistry, they have shown they have what it takes, and all it took was a little bit of brain power.
This team is unironically fantastic.
Legitimately.
And like maybe they could have got even more if they'd stuck on the Invisible Woman, but I trust the choice to move everyone to a Loki. The output from Bucker was crazy. 71k healing. We didn't go to extra rounds, by the way. That is kind of crazy, I'm not gonna lie to you. I guess that's what happens when you have a tertiary Vanguard in the form of the Mr. Fantastic. Honestly, he deserved those nerfs, like the inflated state. It's just got too much HP.
I mean, look at the damage blocked. It's of course not Vanguard level, but it's over double anyone else. 32k damage, just a little bit behind Twitzy, still solid. But with 38k damage blocked, that is double Twitzy. They showed the value of the read in this exact scenario when you need sustain to just break through a hyper high damage composition. Maybe Reed is the one to call.
Yeah, it's time to change up our school curriculum, you know, as we head into the highlights. We've got to stop teaching kids to read. We've got to start teaching kids to play Reed Richards, because a new generation of Mr. Fantastic players could absolutely upend our esports.
It was so exciting to see that mix up here to bring in something different. We saw, once again, the Firestorm as well, though. We saw that it does still just work. Finally, they were able to turn it around. A lot of the times we've been seeing the counters to that being, well, if Storm's going to be doing this, I guess we just target her. That's what we've seen from a lot of teams. We've been seeing Meteor M's. We've been seeing an Invincible Pulse cannon at one point for just an attempt to just please just get rid of this before it does too much damage. In this case, they just all turned around and hit it. It took until the literally last push to do it, but they were able to get that turnaround. As such, the score now sits at 2-1, and we're going to be heading to a 5-minute break to get the team set up for map number 4. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I
We got ourselves a series here at MRC EMEA, ladies and gentlemen. Chemistry have managed to take Yggdrasil Path away from Ex Oblivione, the heavy favorites. Last time these two teams met in our winners bracket finals, it was 3-0 to Ex Oblivione. But now Chemistry, they seem to have cracked the code, and all it took was a little bit of brain power, Tetra.
A little bit of brain power and a little bit of flexibility when it comes to the meta, as Mr. Fantastic came on in to turn this around. We are now heading to a convergence map, as our next map will be Hall of Jalia. As our next setup here, will we see the Mr. Fantastic make a return? Will we see our first targeted Mr. Fantastic ban? Is it, well, if you're not used to playing against it, sometimes that can be the best choice, but of course that opens up the possibility for a lot more comfort picks.
On our previous screen at the moment, we do see that all of Chemistry currently hovering Mr. Fantastic, which is quite excellent. Love to see that one. And I'm wondering if, like, maybe that's a tactic that they do bring out again, because it seemed to get some legitimate value, and it was very useful for being able to farm their strategist ultimates quite a bit faster, just because the raw amount of damage taken by the Mr. Fantastic is substantial. Personally, I think that the most important thing that happened in that matchup was that Chemistry banned AMER. Like, I think the AMER Frost ban is great for them, considering how much they want to play these, like, up close and personal duelists, like Mr. Fantastic, like Black Panther, who really struggle when they go up against the potential carbon crush of AMER.
They've done it. The draft is happening. We will be showing you it as soon as we are able to. But AMER has in fact been banned out, and Mr. Fantastic has been saved once again, so cannot be target banned. Luna will also be protected from the side of Ex Oblivion, though, so they now have a Luna Torch combo.
Yeah, Luna Torch, that's going to be something that is going to be quite scary to deal with. Question here for Chemistry is, what do you ban next up? Do you want to try and ban the Loki, or do you want to try and ban, like, maybe the Invisible Woman to make the sustainability of both the Mr. Fantastic and Johnny Storm a touch weaker? Admittedly, Barker did not stay on that when they actually swapped to the Fantastic Four mostly. The second that they were off of the Namor and they had Henkin move over onto the Mr. Fantastic, we saw Barker pivot onto the Loki instead for maximized output, and the output was most certainly maximized. 71k healing without additional rounds is kind of wild. That's sitting on like 36, maybe 40k healing per 10 minutes, which is wild.
It was padding those numbers, like you say, and also they were able to get some pretty good snipes. We saw at one point Loki sniping intent out of the air on that Human Torch as well. So we know just how flexible these teams are and just what level of skill we're talking about here. It looks like we are heading back to the beginning of our draft, so we can bring it to you once we are ready to head on in.
Well, we'll figure out what our teams are up to very shortly. Ex Oblivione, we still have a slightly comfortable lead. This, I imagine they expected for this best of 7 to have some legs to it, you know? Like, going into a best of 7, you rarely expect to be in that much of a domineering position. Here's our draft for you now up on the screen. Remember, the Chemistry are actually coming into this a little bit warmer than Ex Oblivione. I don't think they've had to play a game today. Whereas Chemistry are coming out of their 4-0 lower bracket. And the lower bracket hot hands are not to be underestimated when Chemistry weren't really tested that hard due to multiple DCs.
This is pretty good timing, though, for Ex Oblivion, with a lot of teams currently scrimming and preparing. There's a lot of teams that have wanted to try out new rosters with Ignite Season 2 qualifiers on the way. There's a lot of Ignite teams that are going to be wanting to get a bit of practice for mid-season. So this is pretty good timing for Ex Oblivion. They might have, in fact, come into this with a bit of a warm-up if they were able to find a team that was available. And we're going through what we told you about earlier. There goes the Wolverine and the Winter Soldier, removing a lot of that displacement crowd control.
Yeah, just making sure that those forced relocations are not going to be on the docket here, because we have seen that Henkin and Twitsy, God, that name just flashbangs me every time. They have been fans of that. There's going to be the Mr. Fantastic Protect. Last time it was ironic. It was the non-protected Mr. Fantastic that actually came out on Yggdrasil Path.
it's legitimately like a game of the player who banned Wolf, or in this case, the player who protected Mr. Fantastic. Because now you've been looking at this multiple times, multiple games in a row, and just like, well, they've not played it, so it's just this is just a waste. And then it comes out and it does that well, so you've got to just react to it, just like, wait, is this real? Oh God! As we will see the Black Panther getting removed as the last man out from Ex Oblivion.
I like that as the last ban. When Emma's not on the table, the Black Panther can be a lot more troublesome. And Henkin, this does kind of maybe pigeonhole Henkin towards the Mr. Fantastic, although we have seen Henkin play the Adam Warlock earlier. It's going to be yet another ban over onto the Hela. This is going to make things a little bit more survivable up in the air for the side of Twitzy. Isn't going to have that team up with the Invisible Woman, though. Allura did swap over onto Invisible Woman to support Oligator up in the air previously. But for now, with Oligator staying on Terra Firma, the God of Mischief serves their needs better.
Oligator sticking with the Psylocke, like you said. Not going to be starting off on the Storm, as they will not be going for another Hurricane this early. With Chemistry, they will be starting off on the Mr. Fantastic. They have legitimately just locked it in and said, yeah, it worked, so why not? As we head to the Intergalactic Empire of Wakanda, and Oligator is doing some shenanigans.
See, if they see this one coming, which I imagine as a at least semi-pro team, Chemistry will be able to do, the ideal here is that you pick this up with either CrossFit or Lettuce. You can see that Henkin's already taken a bit of damage here. They're not going to heal that up until the beginning of the round, and it's free ultimate charge for both Barker and Alo.
So for you guys who could not see us, we're on the beautiful shots of the Intergalactic Empire of Wakanda. We did see a little bit of a setup of the Penny Parker Mind Launch to try and land some early shots off to someone in the spawn. But like you said, they just get a little bit of damage, spread it out, and they get a little bit of ult charge out of it. Very cool. Portal Engage coming out from Ex Oblivion, starting incredibly aggressive, and they even place it off kilter to make sure that if they were counter portal, it would be a little bit more difficult. They are running double res with Storm and the Human Torch, meaning that they are running double strategies, and then they retreat after the initial engage. They just ran in case they needed res for the consistent fight, and then they also had the Soul Bond for the hyper commit, and once their first push was over, they don't want to try and hyper commit to it because they don't want to stick on those characters.
Oh, the anti-air melee hero, my stretchy king, Henkin getting it done up against Intense, and well, pulling more players forward. Like, because you can move your crosshair between multiple instances of damage during the channel of those elastic arms, you really can lay down a bunch of damage. Lightly is going to cancel the inflated form. Never mind, it's going to cancel the inflated form. It's going to flop around anyway. Becomes wide, changes your aspect ratio, and the aspect ratio right now, he's just turning. Can he stretch himself into a W for win?
Finally, Intense gets the pickup with no square up available for Henkin, as in comes Twitzy with the supernova to try and hold on this point, but Allura with that bait of both worlds from the God of Mischief is keeping the team topped up for the moment, but they seem to have driven them back. 0% on the board so far. Ex Oblivion, they're out of sustain, and Sector gets sniped by Lettuce.
Oh, nasty daggers of the knack from downtown right there, of course, in the most recent 2.5 patch. Doctor Strange got quite a bit of love, both to the daggers of the knack fall off, and Maelstrom of Madness losing its fall off entirely.
Strange has been in the up and down. They've been in the Brainiac bounce in terms of buffs and nerfs, of just getting a lot of nerfs because they were very strong, and then slowly getting rebuffed, and yet they were played consistently throughout all of them, because the fact is, as long as they have that separate barrier, and as long as they have that portal, Doctor Strange will always see some play.
All right, Oligator continuously just harried by Twitzy the second that they show their fade. He's actually playing very close to the remainder of the team, and well, Barker's been made to pay for that. New Brainiac bounce just dropped, maybe a single target here on the Dancer of Butterfly. It's going to be safe for Oligator on the other side as well. It's going to be Meteor M, drop down on top of Sector, cancels the disco. You don't have a permit for that one, love. And downtown once again, Halo falling low. Oligator's going to be here to try and follow up on all the damage. Twitzy tried to get away with about a sliver of HP, but a single bolt from a Sonic Crossbow shall pierce the mind and pierce the heart to vanquish the Human Torch. Now down into the backline, trying to figure out which clone could be the true Loki, the God of Trickery. Some escape for for now, as it's an emergence from the portal here. A shutdown onto Doctor Strange. Good peel coming through from Ash. Great management here of the walls. Isolates for Doctor Strange alone. And Barker finds himself with few friends and fewer heals. Oligator into the back. Halo's fallen as well. Lettuce finally wilts away after holding on as best they could in the crisper. And that's going to be Exoblivione claiming A.
But a lot of time was bought there for Cubistry. They get us down to 3 minutes. Now, this is a fairly long push. This is absolutely holdable. But they did burn a couple ultimates for it. That Eye of Nakamoto through the portal, for example. And they now have to build them back up again. God of Mischief, 91%. Halo, 55 on that Fate of Both Worlds. Exoblivione, on the other hand, they already have a God of Mischief, and they have already built up Oligator, another Dungeon Butterfly. They've just been kind of hanging out on the flank, mostly uncontested so far.
Yeah, Oligator mostly just catching a couple of pyro points from the Johnny Storm. Speaking of which, Twitsy's already popped the supernova over here, but seeing those crystals go away, the regeneration domain has dropped on down. That's Oligator's move to go forward, and that forces out the response in the form of the Fate of Both Worlds, cornered by the Mr. Fantastic. Has to exit the bar unceremoniously. Now it's down to Intent to try and drop down a huge amount of damage. Moving forward with the inflated state, the Brainiac bounce as well. There's health for days for Henkin as they simply keep on bouncing around, doing double damage to both the body and the soul. Makes it even more hard to survive through what the Mr. Fantastics bring into the kitchen. And now just rolling through with those elastic arms. Oligator is able to clean that one up fairly easily onto the large hitbox of Reed Richards. Halo takes out their counterpart, and Exoblivione, despite their investment, are scuppered.
They burned so much for that, hyper committed, and they were able to turn that round with the pickup onto the Mr. Fantastic. But Exoblivione were just being cleaned out too much. They burned so many defensive resources that they had nothing to sustain through the overwhelming pressure coming in from Twitsy up above. Had such intent, creeping on in. They have that Supernova Pyro Prison coming out. They can spot Henkin on the flank, who will go into that equation for a little bit of extra defense. Oligator is seen on the flank. They know he's there.
Oh, they know that Oleg's lurking. They know about the Dance of the Butterfly. You better believe their Ultrack is probably sublime at this point. Tries to shut down Henkin, but Oligator is so low. Has to just be a disengagement there off the back of this. And now with the addition of the Fate of Both Worlds, it's going to be a disengage.
Sieging from above. Trying to make sure that everyone pushing back up as Cubistry go very aggressive indeed. And just trying to keep the zone up onto the members of Exoblivione, but because they overextended, that means it's easier to flank. Oligator picks up one already. Looking onto Henkin, is looking for a little bit of a trade. Quick knock-up, try and get the damage onto Intent. Fate of Both Worlds from the clone of Allura as they make their way in. And this is just a lot of sustain being burned, but there's nothing for Cubistry to match with. As they didn't want to burn their own Fate of Both Worlds yet, they get wiped off the board.
Yeah, the damages from a Fate of Both Worlds was brutal there. Lettuce ready to go with a portal up to the high ground. They are going to be able to force Allura off of this zone. Of course, Allura did quickly doppelganger away into another body. And now Lettuce playing around the backside. It's been a great flip of the map so far. So the meter run has to be dealt with. The mid-air here could be everything, but Lettuce just floats on it gracefully in a bubble to stop that meat ball before it can fall on down too far. Intense and Ash both stunned, but yes, they're within the range of the Fate of Both Worlds. So the healing is going to be there to try and shut this one down. A new Brainiac bounce is ready to go, but you don't want to do it into the ultimate. Sector shut down already, and now over towards the back. Allura, are you going to be able to escape what the Henson's cooking? The answer is no. Henkin just absolutely bounces them into a pancake, just removes a dimension from the Loki, and he thought he was the god of time. He could not be more mistaken. Just up on the point, everyone groups together. Exoblivione are held early on all of Jalia.
That is absolutely doable. Getting the cleanup, forcing Groot off the point, and then all they had was the Dance of the Butterfly, so everyone just groups together, make sure that damage is split between multiple members. Perfect play by Cubistry to turn that round and get the hold. Now the question is, what is their aggressive strategy? Are they going to continue to stick with this Mr. Fantastic, because it does seem to be doing pretty well, especially at dealing with a lot of these flyers, chasing them down quite nicely, or do they have an alternative strategy? Seems for now that it is business as usual for the side of Cubistry. Exoblivione, though, they're considering bringing out the Venom.
Can't help but notice that Henkin doesn't have Lord on Mr. Fantastic. Where are the rank towers, brother? You're not rolling out on them as fantastic.
True.
True. Keep it secret. Keep it safe.
Ash isn't going to be going for the Venom, it seems. We'll be starting off on the Doctor Strange. But the Venom does have its place here. If Oligatora wants it to stick with their Psylocke, there is a one-shot combo where Psylocke, the Dancing Butterfly, does weaken a lot of people, even if it doesn't get the finishing blow, which can set up for a Feast of the Abyss to get an almost guaranteed one-shot onto a large group of enemies, and of course vice versa can do as well, with the Feast of the Abyss dropping people low and Dancing Butterfly getting cleanups. But instead, it will be Ash sticking on that Doctor Strange. Oligator was considering going for a little bit of a storm, but it's actually going to start us on the Ultron.
Okay, a little bit of mischief happening here.
Oh,
great body block onto the freeze.
Portal can come out, but it looks like they cancelled it. They're taking a little bit too much damage. Oh no, it didn't go up. It just went into the backline. They displaced the portal. That's why we didn't see it appear directly in front of that straight to prevent almost exactly this. Counter portals coming from the side. Oligator is sieging in very effectively. Keeps the team topped up with that American patch and there. You can talk can duel a little bit more freely. CrossFit and Henkin are both currently frontlining, dropping low due to the incredible torch damage.
Yeah, Oligator's putting out a lot of damage in his own right as well here on the Ultron. A pseudo-duelist masquerading as a strategist. Managing to keep Allura up and alive for now as we're rolling forward with the fate of both worlds. The damage is real. Oh my goodness, the damage onto these stunned characters from the Rage of Ultron is not to be underestimated. Those AoEs hitting body and souls alike can tears them asunder as Chemistry's first push is very thoroughly scuppered.
And they stagger CrossFit. They still haven't finished them off. They're literally trying to body block them away from being able to join their team. They've delayed this so long. A disaster, truly, for the side of Chemistry as finally CrossFit goes down to a melee because they even froze them one more time. They are so disjointed now. So many extra seconds where they can't move out as a group.
Oh, it's going to take so long for Magnetus to get back as well. He's gotten slow in his old age, unfortunately. Lettuce isolated, trying to stay away from that pyro prison. Does not want to take all of that additional damage. Twitzy up in the air, she's going to be taking so much hit, scat, and poke from Oligator as well. The damage drop-off's not really considerable for the side of the Ultron. Allura at least can maybe be bullied off of this high ground as Henkin starts to claim the space as that pseudo-vanguard.
Ash taking a lot of damage, already dropped down to half, and you can see that price of magic is starting to tick up, and of course reduces their healing output until they drop a Maelstrom of Madness. There is a healing torch on the side. Media M going to be sent towards those backline. Regeneration domain for the shutdown, but I'm sets up for that supernova to try and burn on through, forcing out the Thane of both worlds, meaning yet another defensive tool is going to be burned down, and this Pendant uncontested, untouched, finally enters into that duel with Twitzy. It's a very familiar setup here, but gets a 1v1.
Nice hot drop to find a new angle and then the twist around as well. Oligator summons up the Rage of Ultron. The drones combine for maximum output when it comes to this healing. It's good both for Vanguard and for your own backline, and shutting down a wary Reed Richards as well. Not smart enough to get past the most profound robot of his generation. And now it seems like Exum will be on edge. Just going to be able to take this one slow. This could be a reset already coming through from Chemistry. They don't want to face the staggers once again.
Only 60 seconds left.
Portal already coming out from Ash to potentially counter a re-engage or to just try and stagger them by getting a setup on anyone coming out of spawn here. Scouting, seeing the team respawn, regroup. Are they going to go for a wrap-around assassination attempt? It looks like they might completely just cut the team in two here to separate them.
Did that send them back to spawn? I'm not exactly sure where that went. I don't actually see a portal on the map. Yep, there's a counter portal coming on through. Oh, there's the opening. Okay, well, I'm thoroughly confused. Ash still has an Eye of Agamotto, and in the midst of this confusion, that's when the Eye of Agamotto can get the most done. Intent has already taken out their counterpart in the Torch versus Torch. A fresh Pyro prison is created on the point. The Panopticon has been raised, and dare you step into this crucible of madness. It's damage coming from all angles, so you better believe it. Intent and Oligator Skeletor are going to be pushing it out. The Rage of Ultron starts to do what it is doing best so far, carving through all and sundry. Intent is stunned down onto the ground. Back is able to get the follow-up there, and Alchemistry can move on forward in their own right with their own supernova. Fire tornadoes eaten up by Missouri in midair, grabs Hank and ashes the seed. In the midst of all of this, another technical issue for Oblivione, and this could be the opportunity that Chemistry need, but it felt like they already had everything. Sector's got one, Sector's got two, Sector's got three. Unbelievable from Maluna Snow. Sector's got four. Welcome to the Dark Sector. Welcome to the Victory Sector.
They clean on up. What a hold down a player. They burned the portal, cancelling it to not get themselves caught out of position, meaning that Ash wouldn't even have been able to reinforce for quite a while. But they ended up disconnecting anyway. But Sector with the ice shards targeting the Magneto, which is a beam technically, a hit scan. So through the Meteor M to finish them off before it can be dropped, removing bodies from the board, and Oblivion are now on the penultimate point.
On the precipice of greatness. They've been waiting for it since the times of the Ignite trials. One fumble, two fumble on 2 separate weeks. ExoGG, we all knew they had the strength, the character, the skill to get there, but the brackets never went their way. But here in MRC, they certainly are titans amongst the teams we have, and they are so close now to their victory.
One win away. This has been a long time coming for Oblivion. They have been around for so long, performing so well through slightly different iterations, but a couple of these players have been here since the beginning. Oligator, one of the newer players, has been a huge pickup and has been playing beautifully. But players like Ash, Missouri, Allura, they have been performing fantastically, creeping their way towards victory. And while Chemistry are starting to turn around, they're starting to believe and make their way back into this, they now have to pull off one short of a reverse sweep.
Question is now, do we see a pivot to not protect Mr. Fantastic, but to protect the Black Panther instead, and see if Exo will acquiesce and ban the Mr. Fantastic if it's left open? Give Henkin a couple more options to work with on the duelist role, because while I am a big fan of Mr. Fantastic, he does occasionally face troubles against triple strategists, like does not really have the burst to get through 3 strategists pumping out the healing, Tetra.
We are at what could be our final game. If Oblivion can finish this out, they will be our Marvel Rivals Championship champions, or will Chemistry be taking us to another map? We'll be finding out after this 5-minute break. Don't go anywhere. We could be crowning a champion right after this.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I holding back. Second shift. Cosmic flame. Turning up the heat. Follow if you can. You are nothing! Less than nothing.
With one game to go, if Oblivion can close this out, they could be doing what they have been attempting to do for a while now. A 9th to 12th place in Season 0. A 7th to 8th place in Season 1, losing to OG, one of the top teams. And now in Season 2, is it finally Oblivion's time? Or will we see Chemistry be able to scupper those dreams and pull off one short of a reverse sweep?
Yeah, Chemistry, they seem to have gotten a little bit of a download, but Oblivion, they have made some counter punches by banning out the Black Panther previously and really making sure that Henken was kind of stuck on the Mr. Fantastic. And, well, it was well organized to put Oligator over onto the Ultron to try and deal with that, just up the healing output. That AoE healing really is a good way to try and deal with a lack of burst that is available to the Mr. Fantastic. We head into our fresh ban phase of map 5, and Oblivion are on the precipice of walking away with a long-desired victory.
One team stands in their way, and they have shown that they do have what it takes. Getting very close in several maps, but winning one. Chemistry, they are no longer... Sorry, they have no longer not taken a single map versus Oblivion. It's been a long day. As we are going to see them with the start on the Punisher ban. Wolverine, Human Torch, so far, so similar.
All right, rolling forth, we have ourselves the Magneto Protect. This is likely going to be the Emma ban again. This seems to be where Chemistry are at their most powerful. They're not faced with the Ash Emma. Question is now, when it comes to their second Protect, are they going to go for the Mr. Fantastic or the Black Panther? Do you go for a preemptive Black Panther ban here? Usually this ban slot has belonged to the Winter Soldier when it comes to Oblivion. If they're not fans of those forced relocations, and that remains the case for Oblivion at 3-1 right now, there's no major onus to change up their bans.
So far, this is just the exact same draft, although the Ultron coming in. We have seen a bit of Lunar Snow fill this slot from time to time. So the Ultron coming in, Oblivion, they've found something that does work out, that can help them adjust to the drafting style of Chemistry. But Chemistry, so far, so the same. They're going to once again protect that Mr. Fantastic here. It worked once. It's so far been one of the only things that's worked, so they're bringing it back.
I feel like Mr. Fantastic's just like... It seemed like an aura protect, like a little bit of a misnomer on being in T'Challa, but it does allow for the okay.
That's nice. I like that.
Interesting. Banning away the Captain America. I mean, that makes sense in a mirrored ban system for sure, because Oblivion, they don't really play any cap. I mean, Ash has got a pretty good cap, don't get me wrong, but I feel like Ash is like very good at these frontline battles and has such great synergy with Missouri that you tend to enjoy that particular style.
Ash has been the cap player for the team so far. They've been playing a little bit of cap, Emma, Doctor Strange, as we have been seeing, although once again that will be moving on differently here. As we will see Ash sticking with the Strange. Nothing too out of the ordinary so far for Oblivion. It's only Oligator that we wait to see his intent. It's once again going to be the one on the torch. Chemistry, they are once again going to start not on the Mr. Fantastic. They will be opening up with another Ultron game. That's a hull. We may see a little bit of flexibility here.
Yeah, Henken, we'll see if the Hulk remains for now, just getting that additional armor out for everybody. Looks like Henken's going to be picking it up, so I imagine we're going to be committing to the Ultron. If they're committing to the Ultron, I think that the Hulk is probably Not going to be the most valuable pick here,
Beyond.
but it is pretty good at shutting down flyers, which admittedly you might be expecting Oligador and Intent to play, but for now we'll just think about where they're going to be putting these portals. So it's going to be portal versus portal for now. Who can path the fastest, boys?
They both go to the exact same place. Portal directly above them. What placement as they commit to it, but there's the counter portal. But where is it?
They're going to steal the portal.
Like the objective here, and this is very confusing. I'm not entirely sure where everyone is, but they are committing to try and fight through their opponent's portal after taking their own portal to their opponent's portal, as the objective will be the location for Ex Oblivion, and Cubistry are in hot pursuit.
Now you're brain farting with portals. When Dragon arrives, it's going to be sitting there merrily as Ex Oblivion grab the first cap. Chemistry did not feel comfortable to try and make that push out into a pre-resourced Ex Oblivion, having used many of theirs previously. Henkin wrapping around the outside. Are they going to be able to use the ultimate complement? Indeed they are. Twitzy over on the Human Torch does mean that they are going to be able to combine those, and that can break through the healing of a Luna ultimate as well.
Swapping off of the Ultron of their own to bring out this storm, going for a little bit of Ex Oblivion style as they're able to take down Intent. Oligador with the range of Ultron already charged, but Baka is keeping the team topped up with that God of Mischief, trying to sustain on through. They've got as much sustain onto that top straight as possible, but they just can't seem to break through Cubistry, who are so far sustaining. Lettuce from low regeneration domain will sustain them to the point as it comes to first Supernova, and this is likely going to be a wipe off the board by the side of Cubistry to take out Ex Oblivion. Chasing down the backline. Run, Sector, run!
Or skate, Sector, skate, but the skates aren't fast enough. Admittedly, good spread here from Ex Oblivion. Only potentially losing 1 or 2 people to that flaming Omega Hurricane is actually a win overall. I think that was actually a great way to try and deal with those ultimates coming in. Ex Oblivion, they've been able to make it quite an elongated stall on this point. Ash takes to the sky, instantly drops on down, just trying to displace crosshairs. Here comes Oligator for a drive-by. The victory sector has once again been opened. Oh my DPS Luna. Here they are. Jane Frags herself has arrived, and it's sub-zero right now for the side of Chemistry. Yes, they managed to get the flip, but they don't have a full team here to try and work with this. It's going to be an emergency usage of the Lunar Snow ultimate. Fate of both worlds now used. You've got to be careful of your mag floating up in those flame tornadoes. Oh, wow. The conflux of damage onto that backline member. Barker was just instantly decimated, but the goddess boost of Henkin strikes down Peter Parker. He's weak to electricity. He's a water-type spider.
Chemistry also go for a long hold themselves, buying every extra second. Ex Oblivion got to 72% before they were finally cleaned off the point by Chemistry. And then Chemistry only get 38% before Ex Oblivion just regroup, come back and take the point again. Chemistry are running out of time here. They're just going to portal through at the same time using the map portals instead of their strange portals via Vagamoto at the ready. They're building up towards that ultimate combo again, but they're going to have to pull the trigger potentially before that Human Torch is ready.
Yeah, might have to go ahead of the curve here. Maybe a Pyro Prism can try and get some value when it comes to building up those ultimates and get set up at the right time. But that's a 5-person Eye of Agamotto. Souls separated from bodies and hope of victory cloven from Chemistry. As the chemistry right now is looking good for Ex Oblivion. They are creating some covalent bonds of friendship.
We're heading to the Hellfire Gala. Heading to the cradle. We just finished on the carousel. What an appropriate place to be. The Hellfire Gala, of course, the name of the season. And it might be a party for Ex Oblivion as they are now one singular round away from finally, after 3 seasons, hitting that #1 spot. They've secured their place in Ignite. This is just something they've been seeking for so long. They need this.
$6,000 doesn't hurt either. 14.5 grand on display for every single region, every single platform. And Ex Oblivion, they want the lion's share, or in Sector's cases, the shark's share of the prize.
Oligator will not be taking a slice of the share, they'll be taking a percentage because that is more robotic. Once again, starting on this Ultron. And it's portal time again! Let's go! Who's going to get the head start this time? Lettuce not going to wait to be ambushed, just sending them straight to the middle of the map.
Yeah, this does mean that Ash is going to have a little bit of a initiative advantage here when it comes to rolling through. They are going to go straight to the low ground, which is interesting. This does allow for Intent and Oligator to start start setting up around some of these aerial positions there where you can really have some cover to work with. And Oligator is going to be trickle picking that to quite some aplomb. Chemistry do have basically 5 ultimates to work out with here straight away. They're going to have that flaming Omega Hurricane, which is going to be combined early on. You can see the Meteor M waiting already. It's going to be just waiting. Oh, Twitter was taken down before we can put down any flame tornadoes. Great focus from Exoblivione. We just have Missouri hang above it all, refuse to allow any flame tornadoes to hit the ground. And while he's floating there imperiously in the air, the remainder of the team just focus in on that team up and shut down Chemistry in their tracks.
A massive blow up. Twisty was hovering on just a little bit of health, could not find the healing, and as such, the Mega Hurricane has to come through without any extra spice. Intent with the turnaround, immediately a supernova of their own is able to get the blow up, and now it's about zoning because Exoblivione already on 20% of their way towards their first MRC victory, looking for that duel with both of them now with imperative patches as Henkin has swapped over to the Ultron of their own. Both of the extra healing flaming media for that bonus helps. They try to duel out, but Intent a little bit outnumbered. I have a moment into the backline, but everyone is getting sustained. Beautiful barrier from Lettuce to keep them held up.
Shield of a Seraphim for now keeps the storms alive. Ash goes back into the midst of all of this rumble and tumble in order to try and keep this one contested in favor of Exoblivione. Sector pops out the fate of both worlds to keep the remainder of the team sustained, but that's already fallen away. And now Chemistry, they have positioning on the point. A Vanguard needs to set foot on this now to keep it contested. Twisty around the back, grabs Intent from a flame cluster to the back of the head, and it gets a little bit hot under the collar for Johnny. And Allura is feeling quite the same as the hot drop reduces them to ash, reduces them to atoms. Twisty up close down to Oligator. The movement's good, but the aim is better as Chemistry finally are going to be able to convert on this one.
But once again, we just see maximum delay strategies from Exoblivione with Ash. They will be a little bit staggered from their team, but they just bought their team an extra 13% on the objective before Chemistry were finally able to take them down. Ash can now portal their team back in. They can reinforce and go for a re-engage if they want to. But for now, Chemistry are finally on the board and they're building up towards quite a few ultimates. They already have Range of Ultron and that incredible supernova damage output if they want to commit to it, as Exoblivione are only just creeping back towards their own.
Supernova in towards the back line. Allura and Sector are in danger, but Lettuce was left unattended for now. Multiple regeneration domains going to be breaking down. Alo needs help right now, and you have a big turnaround coming through from the Loki clone. The God of Mischief finally turns back towards their own, and Henkin's managed to find Sector in the back line. Chemistry have been able to maybe get some kind of clutch off the back of this one. Allura with the ice starts copied over from their compatriots. Managed to find this one. Intense with the accuracy up in the air. The flame clusters get it all done, and Exoblivione, they managed to flip over the point already. So now they just stagger out Twisty just in time for the portal to arrive for Chemistry now. It's do or die. Their tournament hinges on this fight here, Tetra. In towards the back. Nothing gained from an Eye of Agamotto, but Ash can't say the same. Barker feels their soul torn from their body, but they recently recoalesced themselves. They're a coalescent being, just like Lettuce, able to find everything they want, and Sector's a bonus on top of all of that. Oligator's going to be chased on down by the Flyer Core as they move through the portals, keeping it confusing, and Buck is taken down on the midst of all this. The Vanguard prowess on the point could be difficult to deal with here as Missouri's going to stand alone in 1 versus 2, 1 versus 3. In fact, getting rid of that Ultron could be everything. An Imperative Firewall for a touch more sustainability. CrossFit and Lettuce have found something off the back of this. Intense taking down Henkin, but now Exoblivione, they've just ran out of steam.
They held that for so long. They staggered, they found pickups, they got back, and they got Alo, losing all the sustain for Chemistry, but they just didn't have the DPS to finish the job before the reinforcements came in. Chemistry, they hold 56%. They can potentially turn this round. Exoblivione, they need one more fight. One last effort to try and turn this round. Henkin sieging in from a distance is dropping people very low. This Ultron damage, as we said previously, is insane. Imperative Patch is slowly healing up Twitzy as they get almost dropped very quickly. Range of Ultron from Oligator getting eaten by the BTM as high ground cease just to leave the game for Exoblivione.
Not much gain for like a Meteor M, however, dropping down into the Fate of Both Worlds. The healing's going to be there, trying to overwhelm Ash right now. Chemistry look like they might be able to try and make something happen here, and 10 forced a hot drop away from the duel, feeling the fear of God, feeling the fear of Twincy, and now you can feel the fear of Flame as the oven has been broken by the Doctor Strange. Twincy managed to get their revenge over there as Ash rolls on forward, marauding into the backline. It's one player stunned off the back of this, and a damage boost onto the Dark Maelstrom is enough to one tap through. Ash is getting it done, and Oblivione Tetra on the edge of victory.
Lettuce is dropping low. They're the last ditch effort to try and hold this. Halo rushes in. Fate of Both Worlds to try and buy as much time as they can. Hecken's on top of Spider-Man for a quick reinforcement, but Halo falls. Can Hecken reach in time? Overtime ticks down. It might be it, leg day, as Oblivion are just trying to look out for the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man, who open shoots. It's GG! Oblivion have taken Krakoa. They've taken the Hellfire Gala. They are going to Ignite and are your Marvel Rivals Championship champions.
After a long and well-trodden road, Oblivion have finally found their crown in the Marvel Rivals Championship. Ash, for those of you who are wondering, grabbed the MVP on Krakoa, and how well crafted it was. A 5-person Eye of Agamotto managing to take out Henken on the Ultron when it was most necessary to do so. That could have been anybody's second round, Tetra. But for EXO, they have been stewing in a bath of excellence and contempt since falling away from Ignite. And, well, they've been driven by that contempt. They've been driven by the need for revenge to prove themselves to EMEA. And finally, those goals have been met.
They almost made it into Ignite. They almost took MRC in the past. They have so much potential. One of the most legendary rosters from EMEA history is that Luminosity Gaming roster that took Virtus Pro to the limit. Oli Gapcorda was a part of that. They have finally, after all this time, found their way into Ignite with this Oblivion roster. After some of their players went to Insomnia, they had to rebuild. After they had some roster changes before, they had to rebuild. It's taken work, it's taken time, and it took skill, and they had all of it in spades.
Yeah, it took so much from EXO to make this one work, but it's so well earned. Like, this MRC, they looked super dominant. Like, the winners finals, Chemistry couldn't get a map off them. The first domination looked fairly close, but the remainder was just overwhelming power. Let's have a quick look at our highlights here from Krakoa to show just how EXO ascended the steps of greatness and found their crown.
Such an incredible use of these firestorms to just burst through everything. They turned it round. Chemistry stealing the strategy from Oblivion early to try and turn this round, but it was just the splitting, the turnaround potential for Oblivion. Ash, like you mentioned, Eye of Agamotto's were on point almost every single time.
Yeah, I love Oblivion, making the move as well after having used the what I called the Sloppenheimer combo themselves to just spread out, and they had Sector kind of tank the entirety of the Flame Hurricane just by skating away and kind of standing and fighting so far away that the uptime that the Storm had, even with a 12-second extension to the ultimate, was not considerable enough to get rid of the remainder of EXO, who was still kind of flipping around on point, taking their duels, being evasive, and just working the objective. And that macro oversight of how to best play the game to win, as well as to play the game to get your duels and to get your frags, I think has been a massive asset to Oblivion.
Oblivion just took so long to get KO'd in every single one of these fights, and they just got so much percentage out of it. We would just see the entire feed fill up with names from Oblivion, and then there'd be Ash or Zuri or Allura left, and you're like, why isn't the point flipping over? And they've just been brawling for the last minute and a half, just trying to escape from 4 people to turn that round. Just what a performance.
Yeah, unreal stuff. Here's a quick look at the results from today. Chemistry managing to run through Ascended fairly quickly, and we thought maybe the lower bracket hot hands were going to serve them well. It certainly served Berber Padapin well in Ignite. And while they did do better against Oblivion than in bracket matches previous, The overwhelming supremacy of your MRC Kings was not to be challenged by chemistry this day.
But there is now plenty of time between now and stage 2. We still have open qualifiers to go, but these two teams will be joining the rights of Virtus Pro, Rivars, Patapim, Rad, all of these incredible teams, and quite frankly, it's a little bit of history. Insomnia awaits the members of Ex Oblivione, where some of their players went to, after leaving Ex Oblivione, they now get their chance for a little bit of a grudge match potentially. And Chemistry, also a valiant effort, have so much time to go away and practice to prepare themselves.
Yeah, it's certainly going to be a cool matchup between them. Obviously, all the players are still friends. Damon and Forever, I believe, were both from Ex Oblivione. Probably some other players in Insomnia were as well. But that roster kind of split up after getting that MRC Season 1 trouncing by OG, which admittedly I think was quite just an unlucky bracket draw from them. OG really seemed like they might have been the second best team at the time. They ended up actually fumbling the bracket to Luminosity, if I remember correctly, that roster that Oligator came from. Let's have a quick look at where we're heading to next in Marvel Rivals, not just in esports, but in the game in general, because with MRC finished, Tetra, this is the finish of our Season 2 esports run. Now we're going to look forward to Season 3 and the new heroes it brings.
Just America's coming up after this, and they will also be looking ahead to Phoenix, another hit scan with big burst AoE potential and the ability to wipe out summons. And we saw a little bit of Captain Clintar coming in earlier today. It is a fantastic skin, and of course that Future Foundation Spider-Man, you mentioned it, getting extra colors on that skin means a little bit of extra versatility. It's beautiful to see. But you can also, if you're looking for some nice skins and you don't want to spend any of those wonderful credits, then hey, watch Americas if you haven't got it yet. There's still the Americas to come up for you to build up those hours for those Ignite Twitch drops where you can get that magic Will of Galacta costume.
Yeah, the Will of Galacta costume. If I see you wearing that, I might swap to Luna and give you the Guide Laura. Like, no promises, because I'm not a fantastic strategist player, but I'd be more inclined than if you weren't. That much is my promise. It's been a good show today, Tetra. I've been thoroughly impressed by the new generation of talent that's coming up. Of course, we're very much in the infancy of Marvel Rivals esports at the moment, despite some massive prize pools on offer. So we're going to start seeing like the generational churn of players. And it feels like Intent, Allura, Sector, they really have been players that haven't been around as long in terms of like having that long-term name value, but are already impressing me so thoroughly.
Couldn't agree more. They've, like you said, they feel like they haven't been around that much. They've been in a lot of the MRCs and stuff like that, but they just have finally been able to ascend to the point where they're now in the public zeitgeist, because we're going to be seeing them in Ignite Stage 2. But we still have the Americas for MRC coming on later tonight, and of course, those mid-season finals for our Ignite teams coming up. There's so much Marvel Rivals esports for you to watch. I hope you are all enjoying it as much as we are bringing it to you.
Yeah, if you want to take part in the next MRC, all you got to do is get to Plat in Season 3. You can form a faction and then get casted by Tetra and I in the future. But until the next broadcast comes, have fun in the game, be good to each other, and we will see you for Americas.